Hey guys, this is Fiction Life, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter broke Dumbledore's game and awakened absolute power. Here is short summary. When Harry uncovers the truth behind Dumbledore's manipulations, he shatters the game meant to control him, and awakens an ancient power no one was ever meant to wield. From that moment on, the wizarding world is no longer ready for Harry Potter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Jareth, the Goblin King, sat on his throne watching the goblins of his court as they scurried aimlessly about him. The whole castle was alive with excitement. Sarah, his queen and eternal love, had just given birth to their twin sons. His sons. The warmth of pride spread through him. At last there were true heirs to the labyrinth. Life was good. Then he felt it, the labyrinth shifted. Someone was wishing a child away. I wish you had never come to us, Harry. I wish the goblins had taken you the night you arrived. Too bad, they can't do it right now. Better yet, since you bloody well believe in the freaks, make that I wish they do it right now. Jareth rubbed his forehead in frustration, growled softly. Just what he did not need right now. Ooh. Jareth appeared in a small closet-like room with all the cheer and warmth of a graveyard. In the room, two boys stood facing each other, anger straining their faces. The elder of the two, overweight and pasty-faced, had an ugly sneer plastered on his face. The second was a gaunt, dark-haired younger of the two that tore at Jareth's heart. Well, Jareth murmured, taking in the scene before him. Bloody hell. You're him. You're the Goblin King. You really do exist. I could have told you that, Dudley, snorted the boy with messy black hair and piercing green eyes. Jareth smiled coldly as he reached up to touch the green-eyed teen's cheek. Waves of loneliness, pain, sorrow and weariness engulfed him. It was almost too much to bear. Enough. I have come to claim my prize. Dudley smirked, folding his arms, in satisfaction as he watched the scene unfolding before of him. Then claim the freak. See if I care. The dark-haired boy flinched, jerking away from Jareth's touch. Don't touch me. Ah, Harry. I can do as I please with you. You're mine now, Jareth replied calmly. How do you know my name? Harry blinked in disbelief. Why, Harry, everyone knows your name. You are quite famous as the boy who lived, Jareth purred, one eyebrow arching. My goblins keep me well informed on the happenings in the wizarding world. He paused a moment, seemingly lost in thought, chin cupped in one elegant hand. I will, of course, have to reorder time. I don't do that for many, but I think you will enjoy your time underground as a toddler and you will be free of this place. He gestured scornfully at the dingy room around them. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, thought over what the Goblin King said. Jareth could practically see the wheels turning. He was impressed. The boy isn't fighting. He recognized the futility of his predicament and actually trying to figure a way around it. I will go willingly on one condition, sir, Harry said after a moment's thought. Will you grant me a wish? As long as it is within my power and, Jareth replied with a regal nod, it's not to free yourself from me. When you take me as a toddler from the doorstep of my uncle's house, I wish that you would save my godfather Sirius Black from Azkaban. He was or will be sent there for a crime he didn't commit. Surprise made Jareth's eyebrows arch even higher. Interesting wish, he said, mulling over the possibilities. Very well. Turning to Dudley, he tossed the boy a crystal. You will not run the labyrinth to win back your cousin. Hell no. Why would I? We'll be better off without the freak, Dudley sneered as he snatched the crystal. This is my dreams. Jareth smirked as he waved his hand. Pixie dust floated around the room as Jareth and Harry slowly faded from sight. You have 13 hours to change your mind, came the faint echo of the Goblin King's voice. Dudley was alone holding a crystal. Ooh. A large white and gray owl watched as an old man and woman leave a blanket-wrapped bundle on a doorstep. When they left, Jareth stepped out, carefully picked up the bundle, then slipping into the shadows just as the door opened. Who's there? Vernon Dursley snarled. Jareth laughed silently as Vernon who cursed loudly from the shadows. The bundle Jareth carried made no sound. He looked down and into the face of a sleeping toddler no more than a year old. And just how will Dumblebeak react to this? He whispered to the sleeping babe, chuckling softly. The old wizard wasn't high on the Goblin King's list of important people. The old wizard means well, but when it comes to children, the Fae have their own set of priorities. Harry slept on, secure and contented in the warmth of his blankets and the strong arms that held him, innocently unaware that he had been wished away into a better life. Ooh. Sarah was quietly stepping out of the nursery when she saw her husband strolling towards her. His appearance sent a rush of emotions coursing through her slender frame, the first emotion being lust, then pride, then curiosity as she noticed the bundle he was carrying. "What have you been up to, Jareth? My dear Sarah," he purred softly as he bent to give her a key. "Don't, my dear Sarah, me. What have you been up to this time?" she snorted, her eyes narrowing as she tried to look into the bundle. "Who? He was wished away, my Sarah," Jareth sighed, looking tired. "He was 16 and his name was Harry Potter." His eyes darkened as he continued. "Yes, that Harry Potter. And the creature that wished him away was his cousin." Sarah shivered at the cold fury laced in his voice. The creature's wish was unusual. "I had to reorder time to fulfill it." Sarah turned shocked eyes to stare into her beloved's face. "That's dangerous, Jareth." The Goblin King shrugged as he handed the babe over to her. "Dangerous it may be, but I could not leave him there in such pain." Sarah heard the sorrow in his words, felt a brief sense of the pain and despair he'd felt from this child. She nodded her head as she clutched the babe to her. "He's been given something to sleep. Don't look at me. I didn't give it. He'll need a new name in 13 hours. The name of Harry Potter must fade away until he's older. I have much to do before time has been snapped into place and the world forgets that Harry Potter was once 16. Sarah cradled the sleeping child and nodded. "I will find a name for him. You go do whatever you must do to balance time, my love. We'll be with the twins." Jareth watched with amusement from the balcony off his study as Sarah and 3 very active toddlers played in the rose maze beneath a warm afternoon sun. She had named their adopted son Garion. Sarah, his darling and beloved wife, was an avid fantasy reader and one of her favorite books was The Belgariad. She claimed Harry reminded her of the main character, Garion. She said the similarities were striking. Both had lost their parents to great evil. Both had to be raised in secret and both were sorcerers. Lastly, but not the least, both had a destiny to fulfill. One of the first tasks Jareth had undertaken before the 13 hours ran out was to check on Potter's account at the Gringotts Bank. Much to his dismay, it appeared that Dumbledore lacked integrity when it came to financial matters. As soon as the requited 13 hours were up, he had all Harry's assets frozen until his 11th birthday. The second, and possibly the most important task, was to get a detailed account of Harry's life as a troubled 16-year-old. Time is an unforgiving master and certain events would have to play out or great evil would be allowed to flourish. Harry had to go to Hogwarts at age 11, and he had to remain human as much as possible. This meant the influence of the labyrinth must be kept to a minimum. Rubbing his forehead, Jareth sighed, cursing both Dumbledore and that loathsome creature Dudley for putting him in this situation. Laughter floated up on the breeze breaking into his thoughts. "I don't reorder time for just anyone," he muttered. "The last one was you, my Sarah. I fear the cost will be great for this little one. For all of us. I hope will be worth it." "Ooh." Sarah laughed with delight as she watched her sons playing. Raven-haired Garion tackled the 1-year-old identical blonde-haired twins, Garrett and Jared, in a game of rough and tumble. Hoggle and one of the elven nannies looked on with amusement as several goblins dog-piled onto the 3 boys. The nannies beamed with doting pride as the trio scuffled in the grass. Garion, a year older and taller his brothers, took his role as big brother very seriously and was careful not to hurt the younger siblings. She adored their children as much as she loved her husband. The past year had brought much joy, hope and sunshine to the labyrinth. Her books were selling well. The only dark cloud on their horizon was the state of some of the Wishaways. They did all they could, but it still tore her husband's heart to see the broken and tormented condition some of them were in when he brought them home. What can you expect with child abuse and neglect on the rise? Sarah thought sadly. Garion could have been a poster child in 2 worlds. A hand rested softly on her shoulder. "Sarah, my love," she looked up into the wonderful mismatched eyes of her husband. 3 loud squeals of excitement echoed as 3 boys spied their father. Jareth didn't have a chance to finish whatever he wanted to say before he was tackled. Sarah couldn't help it. She tried desperately to smother her laughter as Jareth's dignity was summarily shredded by their grubby whirlwinds as they dragged their father into the fray. She gave up and howled with mirth as 3 sets of hands tickled him wildly. If only I had a camera. Blackmail, she thought. A gloved hand grabbed her wrist, jolting her out of her laughter as she was suddenly pulled into the game of tussle. It ended with Jareth pinning her under him while 3 boys climbed onto his back. Most definitely life is good, Sarah thought, with a smirk. Ooh. Sarah closed the door to the nursery where 3 well-scrubbed sleepy cherubs were finally tucked in for the night. She smiled to herself, at last, peace and quiet. All 3 boys were sound asleep with their favorite goblins watching over them. She laughed softly as a pair of gloved hands wrapped themselves around her waist, turning her into a tight embrace. A soft growl tickled her ear as Jareth nuzzled her neck. Jareth, she hissed. I just got them to sleep. Come, my love, we need to talk. With a wave of his hand, they were in her setting room on the lounge sofa. Sarah gave him a look, eyebrow arched in inquiry. He sighed, calling up a couple of crystals to weave through his fingers. Garion can't stay here much longer, Sarah. He needs to remain as human as possible. Sarah sighed. But the wizarding world, they're still looking for him. Who's going to keep him safe? I just can't leave him. Jareth shrugged. Sarah, my love, hush. I have been planning for this day. You will take all 3 our children above to Corindal's. He's agreed to furnish you a small cottage in the grove by his theater. You can help him in his office and continue to work on your next project. The boys will love growing up there. But you, what are you going to do? I can't leave you. A note of panic crept into her voice as she stared at him in shock. Shish, my love, you will see me as often as I can make it above, he said softly, running a finger along her jaw. You 4 are the most important things in my universe. However, Garion has to fulfill his destiny. We knew this when we kept him, we knew there would be a cost. This is what must be, however much we want to keep him safe. He needs to learn human ways, as well as Fi and Goblin. Even though she recognized the truth in his words, Sarah balked at leaving her home and the man she adored. Sarah sighed. I don't like this, Sarah stated, near tears. Promise you will spend as much time as you can with us. Ooh. A lone prisoner sat shackled to the wall in a dank, musty prison cell. His clothing hung in rags and tatters on a gaunt and ravaged body, but despite the misery apparent in his slumped frame, his thoughts were centered on one small boy. Harry, where are you? Are you safe? A flash of intense light made him cover his eyes with a forearm. When it dimmed, he lowered his arm to see a tall man with mismatched eyes and feathery silver hair standing before him. This odd apparition was wearing gray spandex, a black leather waistcoat and knee-high boots. Who? Sirius Black, I have a proposition for you. A lone prisoner sat shackled to the wall in a dank, musty prison cell. His clothing hung in rags and tatters on a gaunt and ravaged body, but despite the misery apparent in his slumped frame, his thoughts were centered on one small boy. Harry, where are you? Are you safe? A flash of intense light made him cover his eyes with a forearm. When it dimmed, he lowered his arm to see a tall man with mismatched eyes and feathery silver hair standing before him. This odd apparition was wearing gray spandex, a black leather waistcoat and knee-high boots. Who? Sirius Black, I have a proposition for you. Ooh. Jareth stared coldly down at the pain-racked shell of a man before him. He struggled to control his disgust at the cruelty of the wizarding world that bound this innocent human. A sneer twisted his lips. Magic. And they can't, or won't, use it to find the truth. Pulling a crystal out from nowhere and began rolling it around his fingers and wrist as he waited for the gaunt man before him to speak. What kind of proposition? The Goblin King smirked. How easy it is to manipulate humans. Simple. Does the name Harry Potter mean anything to you? Jareth watched closely as his words slowly sank into the prisoner's pain-fogged mind. Harry. Dawning realization brought some small intelligence to his eyes. You know where he's at. Tell me. Snarling, Black lunged at Fi before him. Jareth, playing with his crystal, shrugged eloquently as he sidestepped the man's desperate action. Perhaps. And if I choose to take you to him, you must willingly accept my rules in all matters concerning him. So are you in or out? Sirius stared at the cold, unyielding set of Jareth's face. He hesitated for a heartbeat. Then with a whispered promise, I'm in. Jareth chuckled and tossed the crystal into the air. Sirius watched in awe as it disappeared in a shower of shimmering dust along with the heavily spelled chains that bound him. Ooh. Sarah stood in front of a vine-covered two-story Tudor cottage, shaking her head. Trust the Fae to be so stereotypical in their ideas of hideaways. The boys were running in the yard, exploring the many nooks and crannies while their mother surveyed their new home. A hand rested on her shoulder as she turned to look up at Corindel. He'll be here shortly. Let's get you and the boys settled, said the tall bee. Owned. He was, she noted, almost just as handsome as his cousin Uncle Jareth, but then Sarah was severely prejudiced. She thought Jareth was more handsome and definitely wire. She had, on occasions, called both men Tolican wet dreams, just because they were too handsome and why for any woman's peace of mind. Inside the cottage proved to be just as picture-perfect as the outside. The public areas were on the ground floor, with the bedrooms and bath upstairs. One large room had a set of bunk beds for the twins and a single bed for Garion. Sarah's bedroom was roomy, with an office area for her writing and a small balcony with double doors that overlooked the gardens off it. One room of the extra rooms puzzled Sarah. She knew that one of the elven nannies would be staying with her. She couldn't possibly handle 3 wild boys by herself, so it had been decided that a nanny would come, but it still left that one room to puzzle over. Who? She looked up at Corindel, who smiled. When Harry was wished away, he made a wish of his own as well. He wanted to save his godfather, Sirius Black. The poor man was sent to wizard prison for a crime he didn't commit and was the only true father figure the boy ever had in that time frame. Due to the rather strange conditions of the wish, cousin agreed. Sarah sighed. And he's agreeable to having a strange man living here with us? She questioned, doubt evident in her voice. Corindel smiled. You know my cousin too well, Sarah. He'll place conditions and a haze on the poor human that even the most powerful wizard can't break. Sirius Black is to be a tutor to the boys in all things educational and nothing more. Ooh. Indeed, Sirius Black found himself in the heart of the labyrinth. Jareth smirked as he watched the human struggle to regain his composure. Jareth had give the poor wizard Harry's memories, from the time he had arrived on the Dursleys' doorstep up to age 11, then skipping to when Dudley had wished him away. Sirius also learned that in the other timeline, he had spent all of Harry's growing up years in prison with only Dementors for company, not realizing that Jareth had omitted certain scenes. Sirius went from groaning in pain to snarling in anger. Dumbledore was a complete idiot. He could understand the reasoning behind sending Harry to his blood relatives. However, he was convinced that the aged wizard had no clue of the life Harry had lived under their so-called tender mercy. So let me get this straight. I'm to be Harry's and your son's tutor until Harry goes to Hogwarts at age 11, Sirius rasped, still struggling to understand through a haze of exhaustion and shock. I'm not to have any contact with anyone from the Ministry of Magic or anyone from the Order unless cleared by you. Right so far. Jareth gave a slight nod. What about magic? My wand was snapped. Jareth pulled out a wand that looked somewhat familiar, turning it casually in his hands as he spoke. Phi magic is different from your magic, we do not need such tools. However, my sons will have a well-rounded education in all worlds, human, wizard and Phi, he paused for emphasis, if they are to be my heirs. And Harry. Garion, Jareth raised an eyebrow regally, is my son in all things except blood. He deserves this second chance and I won't let anything or anyone interfere. Sirius heard the threat implied in the Goblin King's words and nodded. And Harry. Garion, Jareth raised an eyebrow regally, is my son in all things except blood. He deserves this second chance and I won't let anything or anyone interfere. Sirius heard the threat implied in the Goblin King's words and nodded. Ooh. Sirius Black, escaped prisoner, stood, leaning against the old oak tree watching a man play with 3 very active boys. Oh, for a wizard camera, he thought. The Daily Prophet would love a shot of the Goblin King rolling on the ground with 3 boys climbing all over him. However, he knew better. He didn't want to betray Harry, nor did he wish to jeopardize his position here. The trust Jareth had shown the Animage Wizard was not something to be taken lightly and, he thought ruefully, it was a good bet that he could find himself suspended over that putrid bog of the Phies in a heartbeat should he ever give the Goblin King reason to doubt him. In the year that he'd been here, he'd gotten to know Harry, now known as Garion, and the twins Garrett and Jared. He noted with some surprise that all three boys looked like true siblings. Almost, he mused, like triplets. The twins had the look of their father, even down to having his mismatched eyes and silver hair. Garion looked like a black-haired blend of both Sarah and Jareth. Sirius was astounded at first to note the similarities. I wonder, he thought, if the Phi influence has anything to do with it. A penny for your thoughts, came a voice behind Sirius, breaking into his mood. Turning, he found the woman who had become the love of his life, though he would never confess it as he didn't want to be killed. Done for the day, Sarah? He asked, trying to still the pounding of his heart. His time here at the cottage had healed the physical damage done to him in prison, but it brought with it a new torment. Sarah. She was at first merely a friend, but friendship had grown into something much deeper for him. He prayed she would never know how he worshipped her, would do anything she asked of him, but he knew there could never be anything between them. She loved her husband passionately. Sarah chuckled softly as she looked over at the quartet. Almost, but you didn't answer me. Sirius smiled. I was thinking how lucky Garion was, how different his life is now from what it might have been. He smiled with quiet pride. You know, the three of them are into third-grade material now. He couldn't believe just how intelligent Garion really was. He knew Phi children were taught differently than humans. They seemed to almost absorb knowledge, but the young wizard wasn't truly Phi. He was human, yet he seemed to learn as easily as his younger siblings. Mother. Three voices rang out as they ran to her. Sarah knelt and embraced her sons as the Goblin King strolled up. Sirius was envious, wondering how the Phi could always look impeccable no matter what he did. There were no grass stains, no dust, not a hair out of place. No one looking at Jareth would ever believe he'd just been roughhousing with three boisterous boys. How were your lessons? Sarah asked the three squirming boys in her embrace. Ooh. A soft summer night echoed painfully to the sounds of three enthusiastic boys jamming in their room and the raucous thump of many goblin feet as they played. Music filled the top floor of the cottage and spilled over. They were grooving to one of their father's songs, Dance Magic Dance. The adults below tried not to wince at the missed chords or the offbeat attempts at harmony that filtered down to the family room. After all, the boys were only 5 and 6. Despite their young age, however, they were still able to play many instruments with some degree of proficiency. Secretly, each adult was praying that the ceiling didn't come crashing down on them tonight with all the stomping. You've got to teach them a new song, Jareth, Sarah complained, hands over her abused ears. I know you and the goblins love to dance to it, but it's getting old. Fast. Jareth shrugged, pulling his wife closer into his warm embrace. And pray tell, my love, what do you suggest? He leered down at her. Sirius and Corindel walked into the room carrying glasses of wine for all of them. They were discussing the finer point of pranking. Sarah started to say something on that matter when the two Phi men suddenly stiffened in shock. A wave of pure, joyous magic washed through the cottage as the tempo of the song the trio were playing had reached its peak. It wasn't powerful, as magic goes, but it was magic, and it left the Phi momentarily stunned. What in Merlin's name was that? Sirius asked in a strained voice. Both Phi looked at him in surprise. Bardic magic or creation magic, Jareth said as he stood up, looking up at the ceiling. I believe we need to go and check on the boys. Ooh. Garion and the twins set their instruments down. They were proud of their accomplishment. This was the first time they'd managed to make it through the whole song without stopping. Music was fun. That was great, Garrett said, slamming his fingers down on his keyboard as he grinned at the goblins scattering for cover at the sound of feet on the stairs. Too right, Jared agreed, rapping a quick beat on his drums, ignoring the disappearance of their audience. Think we can stay up a bit more? Garion asked, strumming a chord, then leaned over to tap the large mirror in their room and watched their goblin audience dive through it to the waiting labyrinth beyond. Nope. Bedtime, came their mother's voice from the doorway. No arguments. Ah, Mom. The three complained. Ooh. Sarah returned to the normal sounds of a summer night. The three men were quietly discussing magic. She sighed as she settled back into Jareth's arms. They asleep? He asked, placing a light key on the top of her head. Like angels, she replied with a wry smile. Sirius snorted. I certainly hope their halos are no worse for the wear. He looked into his glass of wine for a moment before continuing. Garion should be showing signs of accidental magic from time to time. Still, I'm not familiar with what I just felt. So, you going to explain what happened? Jareth leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose in an attempt to both gather his thoughts and control his temper. The wizarding world is ignorant and uninformed. Arrogant humans that you are, you've forgotten where true magic comes from. Corey leaned over and handed Jareth a glass of wine, then took up the story. You must know, we fight dislike the way the wizarding world's disregard of basic magic tenets. We feel they are parasites. We will do whatever we can to shake them up and remind them of their ignorance. But that doesn't explain what happened, Sirius said, confused and a bit upset. He hated to be lumped together with those that caused so much grief in his life at the moment. Jareth sneered at the wizard before Sarah poked him with her elbow. Be nice. Humans have the greatest capacity to create magic. They just don't know that they are doing it, nor can they access what they create. Sarah creates magic when she writes. The glow around her is visible to any Phi, it's only you humans that are blind to it. The Phi take magic and shape it, feeding it underground where it is used to nurture the earth itself. Some wizards have learned they can tap into that magic and they've been stealing it ever since, Jareth sneered in contempt. What? Sarah sighed. She was just finishing up her daily reports. She was looking forward to curling up with the latest fantasy novel and a cup of tea when she felt a tug on her pant leg. Nice lady mother. Squish needs to tell Yao something, said the childlike voice of one of her son's goblin companions. Ooh, Sirius was in trouble. Major trouble. The boys, deciding that schoolwork was just too boring on such a fine summer day, chose instead to play hide and seek and he was it. It didn't help that they somehow got it all backwards. He now found himself tied and gagged and stuffed in the broom closet of the theater. Sirius snarled. He was a marauder for pity's sake, he shouldn't have been gulled into this so easily. It had started out as a bit of fun and escalated into a scene from one of those ridiculous farces written by that muggle, Shakespeare. It also didn't help that the boys had called on help from their goblin playmates. Just wait until I get loose. Those young hooligans would learn what real homework is, he snarled again. And, oh yes, he had to keep reminding himself, goblins aren't like house elves. The door of the closet opened, interrupting his frustrated musing. Sirius. What on earth? Sarah exclaimed. He was doomed, mortified that, of all people it was Sarah who found him trussed up like a fowl for the spit. Who did this to you? She asked as she removed his gag and bonds. Your three cherubs, he snarled as he tried to rub feeling back into his arms. With the help of 5 playmates. Their warped version of hide and seek, and I was supposed to be it. Sarah tried hard not to laugh. So where are they? Sirius shrugged. I don't know. I don't even know how long I was tied up. Oh dear. Squish, where are they? The small goblin peeked around the closet door, then looked up at the adults. Outside, came the whispered answer before the goblin ducked away. Outside is scary for Squish. Told them not to go. They wanted to. Dog-man teacher wouldn't like it. Also he wouldn't like it either. The young princes told Squish to stay here. Sirius shook his head. Goblins were worse than house elves. Goblins, at least those that hung around the labyrinth and the Phi King, were very childlike and refused to use names. But then, among the Phi, names held power and to speak a being's true name could draw unwanted attention. Something the lesser Phi tried to avoid. Well, we need to find them. Which way did they go? Sirius asked as he hurried outside. Ooh, the old rock quarry was full of water. Spring-fed and cold even on the warmest days, it served as the local swimming hole for the area teenagers. The massive old oak that stood looming over the edge of the pool had long been used by them as well. One branch, in particular, projected well out over the water and with the addition of a knotted rope, it served as the means of entry for the older swimmers. Garion was laughing as he swung out over the water. This is fun, he squealed as the rope reached the top of its arc. Then he let go, dropping down towards the shallow water and rocks below. Down, he went into the water, his legs straight and body rigid. He had seen older boys play here and it looked like fun. The problem was, he didn't know how to swim, nor did he take into account his lighter weight. His arc didn't carry him out past the shoreline shallows and rocks below to the deeper and safer water beyond. The stop where he swung and dropped was less than 6 feet deep. Even though Garion was only 3 feet tall, the way he entered the water with his legs extended and rigid was lethal. Something had to give, and it wasn't going to be the rocks. Garrett and Jared were too busy climbing the tree and squabbling over whose turn was next to pay attention to their older brother. A large black dog burst through the brush beneath the tree and leapt wildly into the water, swimming to where Garion had disappeared. The twins gaped in surprise as the dog dove beneath the surface. Then they heard their mother scream their names, stopping their argument and all movement towards the rope. "Uh-oh," said Garrett, looking down at his mother. "Spaghetti-Os," said Jared as he looked down at the lake. "Hey, where's Garin? Jareth, I need you. Now." Sarah's panicked scream echoed hollowly off the quarry walls. "Oh." Jareth arrived just as the massive black dog pulled an unconscious boy out of the lake. Grabbing his limp, unresponsive son, the Goblin King disappeared in a flash of blue light. A shaking Sarah turned to collect her remaining two sons as the dog changed back into Sirius. Sirius snarled, using a drying spell as he helped pull the two boys out of the tree. "Just what were you three thinking?" he demanded, looking both in the eyes. "You all could have drowned. We just wanna be like the big guys and play in the lake," Garrett said, between sobs. "Garn gonna be alright?" Jared asked, shivering in sudden awareness of the danger. Sarah and Sirius managed to get the twins home, cleaned up and restricted them to their rooms with Nanny Bell on guard duty with strict orders that they were not to leave their room. Squish was hiding under the bed along with two other goblins. All three were terrified to come out. Sirius and Sarah had just returned to the living room when the front door crashed open and Corindel ran in. "Sarah, I just heard. Garion." Sarah's control snapped as she broke down in her cousin-in-law's arms. "I'm not sure. Jareth has taken him underground. I need to get there, but..." Corindel looked up over Sarah's shoulder into the equally distraught face of the wizard behind her. "Hang on. I'll take you both to them." The three of them stood just outside of the nursery in the Goblin Castle. Sarah hurried forward, dreading what she might find behind the nursery doors. Sirius moved to follow her, but Corindel stopped him. "No, Sirius, wait," he said quietly. "Now is not a good time for you to see Jareth, trust me on this. I know my cousin and right now not even I would risk facing him." Sirius wrenched his anxious gaze from the doors and nodded. The two men slipped quietly away. Sarah stumbled into the nursery, her eyes seeking sight of her son. She found his small, pale body surrounded by 5 healers who in turn were watched over by a vigilant Goblin King. Shaking with fear, she stepped forward, unaware of the choked sobs coming from her trembling lips. Before she knew it, she felt herself pulled into a tight embrace of her lover's arms. His face buried into her neck and hair. "He's alive, my Sarah. There was no permanent damage. We got to him in time." His soft words broke the last remnants of her control as she collapsed against him in a flood of tears. In the silent gloom of the library, 2 men paced, waiting. Sarah stumbled into the nursery, her eyes seeking sight of her son. She found his small, pale body surrounded by 5 healers who in turn were watched over by a vigilant Goblin King. Shaking with fear, she stepped forward, unaware of the choked sobs coming from her trembling lips. Before she knew it, she felt herself pulled into a tight embrace of her lover's arms. His face buried into her neck and hair. "He's alive, my Sarah. There was no permanent damage. We got to him in time." His soft words broke the last remnants of her control as she collapsed against him in a flood of tears. In the silent gloom of the library, 2 men paced, waiting. Sarah sat by Garion's bed, her trembling fingers gently brushing damp strands of hair out of his pale face. She knew, she'd always known, she'd have to give him back someday, but for now he was her son, who was sleeping so quietly. The healers said he had broken both legs when he had hit bottom. If it hadn't been for Sirius, a hand rest on her shoulder, as the healer said, "My lady. His Majesty requests your presence in the throne room. Tell him I'll be right there." Sarah didn't want to leave his side. What if he woke and she wasn't there, but she had been summoned? And Phi protocol demanded obedience. She sighed as she stood, giving Garion one last look before she reluctantly left his side. Corindel looked on his cousin with nervous trepidation. "Oh gods," he thought as he noted the rigid posture of his normally informal cousin. Jareth was every inch the Goblin King as he sat erect on the throne. His riding crop, usually flicking his boots, lay still across his lap. Both hands held the arms of his throne in a white-knuckled grip that boded ill for the targets of his anger. What chilled Corindel most were Jareth's eyes. They were cold and menacing. This isn't good. The great doors opened. Nanny Bell came in with her 2 charges. Jared and Garrett gulped when they saw their father, giving each other a nervous look. That's right, you two. You both know you are in serious trouble, Corindel thought, not moving a muscle. He knew he mustn't interfere in this. It wouldn't be wise to attract Jareth's notice right now. Sirius Black, tutor to the terrible threesome, the Phi noticed, looked edgy and a bit worn. Don't blame him there. He was the one that let 3 6-year-olds trick him. The cold menace in Jareth's eyes coupled with his rigid posture was starting to get on Corey's nerves. Oh, quit posing, cousin. What are we waiting for? Ah, he mused as the door opened and Sarah entered. Sarah walked in, clearly unhappy at being summoned away from her son's bedside. Corey watched silently as Jareth took in her tired but angry face. Jareth slowly rose to meet her. There are times that he can be such a bastard. How does she stand it? Once the king and queen of the goblins were seated, Jareth turned his attention to the 2 small miscreants before him. His sons hung their heads in remorse. Well, I'm waiting. Jareth's words were tight with suppressed fury. Corey felt a chill run down his spine at the cold, emotionless tone in his cousin's voice. The twins looked up at their father briefly through their own bangs, trying to gauge his displeasure. One swift glance at his face told them all they needed to know. Their trembling was clearly visible, and after trading looks with each other, Jared, at least Corey thought it was Jared, said, "We just wanted to go swimming. Garin said we didn't need to take Uncle Samuel with us. Garin always wanted to play on the rope swing, but Uncle Samuel won't let us. It was Garin's idea to tie him up. Jared's to put him in the closet." "Hey, it was your idea. Lame brain," his twin squeaked desperately. "Was not. Was too. Was. Enough." Jareth's cold voice broke into their childish argument. "Leave me. Belle, take these 2 out of my sight. I'll inform you of their punishment later." Their father's voice, coming as it did with such calm, cold finality, terrified them. They tried to appeal to their mother, only to be met with a shake of her head and silence. "Don't go crying to your mother, boys. You've almost cost your brother his life and saddened her with your foolishness." Jareth watched his sons go pale as tears started down their cheeks. The nanny ushered the now sobbing twins out of the throne room to await their punishment. Jareth waited until the door closed behind them, then he rose with all the grace of a stalking cat and walked towards the 2 men before him, slapping his riding crop into his hand. Sirius aka Uncle Samuel tried not to look nervous. Well, what to do with you? A famous prankster of the wizarding world taken in by 3 young boys. What would people say? Jareth sneered, caught between cynical amusement and fury. "I take you from that hell your world calls a prison, I entrust the safety of my heirs to you, and this is how I am repaid." His voice dropping to a quiet purr, the Goblin King continued, "And just how should I deal with you?" Sarah could sit quietly no longer. "My lord husband," she said softly, drawing his gaze immediately. "Do not forget, I was there as well. If anyone is to blame, I am. I am their mother and I failed to protect them. If there is to be punishment, then you must punish me as well, my love." Her eyes gaze upon him with tired anxiety as she wanted this over with so she could return to her son. Jareth looked at his queen, stunned into silence by her words. How could he bring more hurt to his soulmate? "Go. Leave my sight, both of you," he snarled with barely controlled fury as he whipped his head back to the 2 men. Corindel grabbed a horrified and shaking Sirius by the arm and dragged him out quickly. "Phew. Thank whatever gods you have that he loves Sarah more than life itself. We'd better make ourselves scarce for a time." Jareth stood in the darkened wing of the old wooden theater watching his sons fly through the air as Peter Pan crowed his triumph over the evil villain Captain Hook. He had to admit that his sons were perfect for the parts. 3 more mischievous, lost boys, he'd never seen. The guide wires, though visible to their human audience, were just another prop on the set. The boys were flying under their own magic. The years of training in all things human, Phi and, in Garion's case, wizardry were obvious to their proud father. "How different you are, my son," he murmured softly to himself. "From the broken and battered, lost boy, you were that night so long ago to what I see before me this night. The wizarding world truly does not deserve you." A wistful smile flickered across his lips as he contemplated the separation looming in the not-so-distant future. All three of the boys were growing in their mastery of magic. Garion was even showing signs of bardic, or creation magic. A type of magic only humans developed. It was rare now however, and all the more treasured because of its rarity, for it was the only form of human magic that gave back as much or more than it took. It actually gave back to the earth's store of magic rather than draining it without return, as did most human magics. He hadn't realized when he had taken the boy as a wish away that he had so much potential, but on reflection, given the pain and life experiences that Harry the teen had been dealt, the potential in the original timeline had died from lack of nurturing. Jareth snorted in contempt. The wizarding world had thrown away their best and brightest hope. Laughter broke into his thoughts as the Croc, aka Samuel Black, aka Uncle Snuffles, tick-tocked his way across the stage, belly down on a skateboard and growling fiercely. Jareth's musings turned to the night he'd answered the call for a wish away from Privet Drive and found himself having to bargain with a teenage Harry for the life of a human wizard in return for his cooperation. He watched now, scowling at said wizard. If it hadn't been for the pained look of the frightened, abused and starved teen, he would have left the wizard to his fate in Azkaban. Black was a royal pain, literally, but he did know how to teach. Unfortunately, Jareth feared, Garion and the twins were learning more than he wanted them to learn. But in the end, hearing their laughter ringing through the house and theater, though he had to admit was worth it. A hand lightly touched his shoulder and Jareth turned to see the lovely, smiling eyes of his soulmate, Sarah. "You seem lost in thought, Jareth. What's wrong?" Instead of answering, the Goblin King pulled his queen into the darkness, resting his back against the stage wall. His lips brushing hers as he molded her body against him. "Ew. Gross. Get a room," came three very disgusted voices. Sarah hid her blushing face against his chest, trying hard not to laugh as Jareth looked over her shoulder at their three boys, still in makeup and costumes. Maybe having children wasn't such a good idea after all. Ooh. Garion grinned. His birthday, his 10th birthday, was only a week away. Life was very good. He already knew what he wanted for his birthday. He just hoped his father and Uncle Snuffles didn't try to outdo each other again this year. Honestly, he loved both of them, but hands down, father would win anytime. Yes, he knew he was adopted. He only had to look at his twin brothers and himself to prove that. It didn't really matter. He knew he was loved. Uncle Snuffles told him stories of his birth father and mother as bedtime stories. Still, Jareth and Sarah would always be the most important people in his life. They were his parents in everything but blood. Garion got ready for bed, thinking of all the hints he'd dropped for his birthday. A frown flickered across his pensive face. For some reason he had an uneasy feeling something important was going to happen. He couldn't quite put his finger on what, exactly, it was. He got these feelings sometimes. Thankfully, Uncle Snuffles and Nanny Bell seemed to take his feelings very seriously. They both said he had a touch of the seer in his blood. It wasn't strong enough for real visions, but he should never be afraid to listen to them. It could save his life, they said. Wonder how that could be. He muttered behind a yawn. It was past his bedtime and sleep was calling. He'd figure things out later. Ooh. Sirius Black, or rather Uncle Snuffles, checked on Garion later that night as he has done since joining the Phi household. He found Garion in the throes of a nightmare, something that seemed to grow more frequent as the boy aged. Jareth had explained the different timelines to Sirius, stressing the fact that they had to follow the original one as closely as possible. Sirius wasn't happy about it as it meant that he couldn't get in touch with his only remaining fellow marauder and closest friend Remus Lupin. When Jareth explained that it was either agree or remain in Azkaban, he had yielded. He didn't like it, but there was Harry to consider. And so he'd grudgingly snarled his consent. "I'm sorry, Uncle, please don't, I won't do it again, don't." "Garion, hush. Wake up," Sirius whispered softly as he sat beside the tightly curled boy, trying to wake him up. "It's all right." Garion blinked as he opened his eyes to gaze up at his uncle. "Huh, what? Same dream?" Garion nodded sleepily. "Uncle Vernon doesn't like magic." "No, he doesn't. He can't get to you here. Remember?" Garion nodded as he closed his eyes and snuggled closer to the comforting warmth of the man beside him. When the boy had drifted back to sleep, Sirius left quietly. Standing outside in the hallway were Sarah and Jareth. "The nightmares are getting more frequent," Sarah said quietly as she looked at the closed door. Jareth shrugged. As he moves closer to his destiny and the other timeline, they will. There is nothing I can do about it. You must trust his innate purity and his magic. Today's the day, Garion shouted as he leapt out of bed on a bright July morning. Today he was 10, not 9, or 8, or even 6. He was 10. Yippee. That afternoon at his party in the labyrinth, Garion was jamming away with his brothers. Music, shot through, with bardic magic, filled the air. The boys had a broad range of songs, musical theory, and instruments. They were known to switch gears and instruments mid-song, much to the amazement of those that hadn't been around them long. The only difference between them was the fact that Garion had to ground himself before playing so that the bardic magic that leaked out could be pulled and returned to earth. This had been carefully explained to him when his talent first awoke. Today Garion dedicated their first song to his family, choosing one titled, Magic, because he felt it described their family. Sarah clutched her husband's hand tightly, fighting the tears that threatened to fall as she listened to the words of the song. Jareth, his face mask of deceptive calm, squeezed back firmly. Can you see it, my Sarah? Jareth quietly whispered in her ear, when he sings of magic it swirls around him so brightly he seems to glow. Her nod was his only answer as she fought for control of her tears. You have to believe we are magic. Nothing can stand in our way. You have to believe we are magic. Don't let your aim ever stray. And if all your hopes survive, destiny will arrive. I'll bring all your dreams alive. For you I'll bring all your dreams alive. For you. The last refrain slowly died as the goblins and other lesser creatures of the labyrinth applauded, among them were Hoggle and Ludo along with Sir Didymus. Today was just as magical as the song. Nothing was going to spoil it. Soon enough Garion found himself in front of a pile of presents. Gleefully he started with the goblin gifts. They were easy to spot. Badly wrapped candies, flowers and other shiny tidbits that the childlike creatures found fascinating. He thanked and hugged each in turn. From Ludo, he got a quartz crystal. Rocks are friends, said the huge orange monster. They like you, and songs, too. Thanks Ludo. Garion hugged as much of the great beast as he could. From Hoggle he got a bracelet. Hoggle was known for collecting trinkets of all sorts and he was especially fond of things from above, especially if it was made from plastic. For the greedy dwarf to give up one of his treasures showed the boy how much Hoggle cared. Wow, Hoggle, thanks, said Garion, giving the dwarf an enthusiastic hug. Ah, go on now. Hoggle stuttered, blushing bright red as in the background, chuckles and laughter erupted. From his mother he got a complete set of William Shakespeare, bound in leather with gold-edged pages and beautifully illustrated. He wasn't sure if he was happy about that or not. Mothers can be so unpredictable at times. He was sure he was also getting new clothes from her. From the twins, he got several CDs and the lyric sheet music of some of his favorite artists. He was down to his last present and it was from both his uncles, Snuffles and Corey. Oh wow, he gasped, holding up the new broom and flying silks they'd got him. Next to music, Garion loved flying best and Uncle Snuffles had taught all three of them how to fly and to play Quidditch, much to their parents' dismay. Not seeing a present from his father, Garion looked up and over to where he was sitting. Looking into the Fi's mismatched eyes with a puzzled questioning look, Jareth smirked and gave a slight bow, producing a crystal sphere that wound through his fingers like liquid. At a flick of his wrist the shimmering sphere disappeared. Garion knew what that meant. All right then, later. The day couldn't have been more special or bright. In the labyrinth itself, the sun shone softly and gentle breezes carried the scent of roses. It almost seemed as if the labyrinth itself joined in their celebration. The food, the games, the music and of course the goblins all made it perfect. Garion felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw his father gazing down at him. Standing, he excused himself from his brothers to follow his father into the castle. In the Escher room, the heart of his father's kingdom, Garion looked up at the many stone stairs and arches. He and his brothers spent hours playing here and he was very familiar with its magic. Garion. Jareth's voice brought the boy out of his thoughts as a crystal sphere was tossed to him. As soon as it had touched his palm, it shattered and a silvery steel bass guitar appeared. Whoa, cool. Thanks father. Garion's smile faded as he looked up to see that his father had changed from his usual Victorian style of dress to his full Fi regalia. Gone were Jareth's usual white poet shirt and black leather vest. Instead, He was robed in white and silver as befitting his status as the Goblin King. Draped around his shoulders was his white feather cloak. Geryon gulped as he took in the white and gold aura that surrounded the Fae. What did he do this time? Quickly, he ran through all the latest pranks and stunts he and his brothers had pulled lately. Nope. Nothing that would warrant his father to go full Fae. Wait, maybe it's time to send him back to his relatives. Geryon, Jareth's soft voice broke into the boy's musings. It is time you learn more of your past. Gone was the soft white poet's shirt, black leather vest and buff breeches. The man who now stood before Geryon was robed in white and silver, as befitting the Goblin King. Draped around his shoulders was white feathered cloak, symbol of the owl he could become. Geryon gulped nervously as he took in the shimmering white and gold aura that surrounded his father. What had he done this time? Quickly he ran through a mental list of all the latest pranks. Nope. Nothing that would warrant his father going full Fae. Wait, maybe it was time to send him to his relatives. Geryon frowned as he felt his heart plummet at the thought. Geryon, my son, Jareth's soft voice broke into the boy's musings. It is time you learn more of your past. Later that night Geryon sat on his bed thinking of all his father told him as their talk replayed in his mind. Geryon, you know you were adopted, now I need to tell you how it came to pass. Jareth spoke so softly that Geryon had to lean closer to hear him. You see, my son, you were wished away, Jareth said, strain evident in his voice. Your relative, cousin to be exact, wished you away when you were 16, and because I could see the pain and sorrow in you, I rearranged time and brought you home as a babe. Geryon nodded, reluctant to interrupt his father's words. There is more, my son. We must return you to the wizarding world soon. Geryon felt a warm hand rest on his shoulder. To fail to do so would spell disaster, for it would interfere with a prophecy and the part you must play in it. It would unmake time and could well shatter both our worlds. The young wizard felt strong hands draw him to his feet as Jareth drew him into a warm embrace. Know this, my son, no matter where fate may take you, we will always love you and claim you as our own. The soft warmth of the cloak enveloped them as Geryon clung to the only father he'd ever known. Geryon strummed his new guitar, thinking about the talk he'd had with his father earlier. Jareth had finally told him the reasons behind the nightmares that plagued him. It seems they were from his other life, from before he'd been wished away. Father had explained that as he grew older the other timeline would run parallel this one until finally, the lines would merge. Man, no wonder it sometimes seems as if there are two of me. Comparing events in the nightmares to the life he now lived, he knew he was coming out ahead of the deal. Especially on those nights he woke up crying for the frightened, abused and starved child in his dreams. He never wanted to go through that again. Father can be very scary sometimes. He whispered to no one in particular. Oh well, at least I'm not in trouble. He grinned suddenly, at least it wasn't the talk, he muttered. He didn't want to even think about that, he'd be scarred for life, thank you very much. Girls are just plain icky. And as if all of that wasn't enough, he learned that he was now in for more lessons. Bright and early the next day, Geryon learned just how many more lessons he'd have. Uncle Snuffles would still be teaching him, along with Uncle Corey and his other instructors. But now, added to that would be an elven master bard. Last night his father had explained to Geryon that he was gifted not just with wizarding magic and elven magics, but with bardic magic as well. Now he had to learn the craft and lore of a bard. For you, my son, have a rare and treasured gift. You can create magic through your music. It is the only creation magic left and has not been seen among men since the time of Taliesin. Might explain why I love music so much, but who'd ever guess? Geryon yawned, leaning his guitar against his nightstand and slid down in bed. He was just dozing off when he recalled something else his father had said. Remember, my son, this next year you'll also be studying acting skills, for you have a role to play and it must be played perfectly. So keep a journal of your dreams, came the whispered words. You must follow the timeline as closely as possible and the journal will help. While you must tread carefully, do not repress your talents. You were meant to shine, Geryon. To bring beauty and joy to life through your music, and shine you will. This next year seemed to fly while Geryon honed his acting skills as well as his bardic talent. He was surprised, and pleased, that his bardic abilities brought with them enhanced memory skills. Studying was easy, his mind seemed to absorb and retain whatever he read, or heard. It was almost as if he had a photographic memory. When he mentioned this to his Phi music master, the answer surprised him. Yes, young prince. The bards of old were not just singers and entertainers. They were the lore keepers for their people long before there were words on paper. It was their duty to learn and remember all that was important, including the bloodlines of important and powerful families. The elderly bard looked at him with a smile. It is for this reason that a bard could claim safe passage throughout the lands. Their persons were sacrosanct, and to harm one was to draw down the wrath of the gods. Geryon sat, stunned by this knowledge. Oh yes, perhaps I should tell you, the stronger the bardic talent, the better the memory. Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tall tale, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Geryon quoted Shakespeare softly under his breath. His family found it amusing when he would start spouting Shakespeare, lines from Disney movies and several blockbuster movies as easily and carelessly as other children could sing their favorite commercial jingles. At first. Then came another revelation, one which pleased his mother. Geryon disliked most current music. He found heavy metal and hard rock offensive. He much preferred the protest songs of the late 60s, 70s and 80s. He had also developed a fondness for old musicals, especially those of Gene Kelly. Folk songs too, found their way into his music. Sirius, skeptical at first that music could really be magic, became a believer the first time his godson called up the magic and wove it into his song. He simply sat in awe as Geryon glowed with a soft golden aura. That year the summer theater decided to perform Cats, and even though all the important parts were for adults, it didn't stop three hooligans from clamoring for a part from their Uncle Corey. It seemed that the name their mother had given the trio when they were very young children had stuck. So much so that in the program the parts the three were given were listed as the Three Hooligan Kittens. The intricate dance routines required for their parts were literally like child's play to the trio, thanks to their training in court dancing and martial arts. They were able to keep up with the rest of the cast and were highly praised by the choreographer for their efforts. Opening night was always so magical. Tonight was no exception. Magic, both Phi and bardic, filled the old 200-seat wooden building, causing the very building itself to shimmer. Sarah smiled as she took her reserved seat in the audience, feeling the magic swirling around her. Carefully, she began to take in her surroundings and the crowd around her. She frowned slightly, counting under her breath. Over half the seating section around her was occupied by Phi, both high and low court. She hoped that Jareth and Corey could quell a feeding frenzy if Geryon's bardic magic went into overdrive tonight. Is this seat taken? Sirius asked with a smirk, as he plopped down beside her. Thank the gods, he wasn't performing in this play. He really couldn't sing or dance his way out of a paper bag, she mused. Leaning over, she whispered softly, Sirius, there may be a problem tonight. He looked over at her as she continued, I've counted about 25 Phi. I'm sure there are more I can't tell. I just hope that Geryon doesn't lose control tonight. I'd hate to see my son mobbed, or worse kidnapped by the Phi. Sirius paled and muttered a few choice words under his breath. Quietly, he inched his way out to check in with Corey. True, they had been training Geryon more and more on how to ground and center his magical core. Now, he could add to the forming node of magic under the theater. However, that left a huge problem. It attracted magical creatures of all sorts, light and dark. He's really come a long ways in his training, she thought with a smile of pride of her son's accomplishments. Returning, Sirius plopped back into his seat and leaned close to her ear. All taken care of, the wizard said softly. The count is 28 Phi of both courts, 5 wizard couples, 3 vampires plus their mates and a partridge in a pear tree. He grinned as he sang the last part, before turning serious once more. Corey is locking down the note as we speak and sent word to Jareth. Don't worry, you're pretty head about it. Sarah gave him a glare as he continued, Geryon is in full makeup and looks adorable as a marmalade kitten. He won't be recognized. Sarah made a shushing noise, looking around nervously. He continued to smirk. Silencing charms are wonderful things. Not even the Phi can listen in. He grinned at her glance of annoyance as he removed the charm. Shish. The performance is starting. The Goblin King looked down from his perch in the rafters. He scowled as he noticed Sirius whispered into his queen's ear, his anger flaring when he couldn't hear what was said. For the moment, he had other things to deal with. The irritating wizard would have to wait. It was more important that they locked down the node. He wanted to send a clear message to all that they were in his territory and they would respect his wishes. The lights dimmed and the orchestra started the first refrains, breaking into Jareth's thoughts. He was more worried about the wizards than anyone else. Wizards were the parasites of the magical world, and the theater reeked of magic. They would try to leech it dry. Then there was the likelihood that if they knew that their precious savior was here in cat costume, there would be absolute pandemonium. A goblin appeared at his feet. All is set, sire. No one will get to the young sirs. We will protect them, as always. Very good, the Goblin King purred softly. Stepping off the rafter, he transformed into his owl form and flew off. The play was over and had been a huge success. Garion sat in a corner backstage playing his acoustic guitar softly. The roar of the applause still ringing in his ears, however, it wasn't the accolades that were making him uneasy. It wasn't just the magic alone but overload of all the released emotions from the audience as well. It was a serious overload and it was making him hyper. He felt as if ants were crawling over him, tickling him and making him itchy. He couldn't help it, raw magic did it to him. He needed release or he was going to do something destructive. A hand rested on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw his father's concerned gaze. Ready, my son, we are alone. Garion nodded and stood. With a rueful look, he made his way to center stage where old Deuteronomy sat for most of the performance. Making himself comfortable, he began to play. At first, he just played the tune, Memories. His clear angelic voice sweetly rang through the empty theater. Memory. All alone in the moonlight. I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. I remember the time I knew what happiness was. Let the memory live again. Every street lamp seems to beat a fatalistic warning. Someone mutters, and the street lamp gutters, and soon it will be morning. Garion forgot about his father standing off stage. He forgot he had been doing this sort of cleansing magic for only a few months. Slowly the melody shifted as the magic took hold. He stopped singing and simply played his guitar. The magic showed him that several conduits were in place as well as several wizarding blocks. Wizards. How stupid can they get? Just because they were paranoid that non-magical people would see, let alone touch magic, they think they have the right to block it. Stupid parasites. Magic must be free to all. Swiftly, like a surgeon, the blocks were sliced away as ribbons of shimmering power swirled to his call. The conduits were next. The Fae were notorious for seeking nodes. When they find them, they coveted them greedily and tap into them, siphoning the power to their realm. He noticed that most were not authorized by his father or Uncle Corey. These too were sliced away. Only the main conduit, the one that led to the labyrinth and his father's domain, remained. The music picked up. The ribbons of magic caressed his skin as the magic flowed around him like a soft summer breeze. It warmed him as if he was lying out in the sun. He gathered up all the rainbow of ribbons in the theater, pulling them closer, carefully feeding them to the node. At last, the wild music and the raw magic faded. When the last note echoed in the darkness, only then did Garion took a deep breath. They're done. For now. Hopefully, I don't have to do this again tomorrow night as well. Opening nights can be such a ch, he sighed as his father came up to him, breaking into his thoughts. Looking up, Garion gave the Fae a tired smile. I'm proud of you, my son. You are growing in power and getting better at control. Father. Do I have to go to Hogwarts this fall? Garion whined. Wizards are such pricks. Do not let your mother heard your language, my little goblin, Jareth said, raising an eyebrow. You know what happened last time. Garion shuddered and nodded. Sorry father. That's better. And yes, you do. The timelines will converge soon. You know the laws that govern time. Reordering it is exhausting and dangerous. We have to be careful. Yes, father. But that doesn't mean we have to follow them that closely, Jareth said with a smirk, giving his son's shoulder a comforting squeeze. You are allowed to have fun this time around. Come, it's late and you need your rest. That's better. And yes, you do. The timelines will converge soon. You know the laws that govern time. Reordering it is exhausting and dangerous. We have to be careful. Yes, father. But that doesn't mean we have to follow them that closely, Jareth said with a smirk, giving his son's shoulder a comforting squeeze. You are allowed to have fun this time around. Come, it's late and you need your rest. Ooh. In a sun-washed stone office sat an elderly man wearing purple robes, with long white hair and an even longer beard was contemplating the stacks of papers and rolls of parchments that littered his cluttered desk. The sounds of him munching on rock candy echoed through the office. A brightly colored phoenix perched nearby was preening his plumage. Fox, the old man muttered, where could he be? The bird trilled as if to shrug. The old man sighed again, popping another piece of candy into his mouth. A soft knock broke into the thoughts of the pair as an older woman with gray hair and feline grace stepped into the office of Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. Hello Minerva, my dear. What brings you to my office this bright day? The old man asked, Blue's eyes twinkling merrily. Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress, quietly made herself comfortable in an easy chair across from cluttered desk eyeing the chaos before her. In her hand was a stack of envelopes ready to be posted. I am getting ready to post the letters for the first years and I thought I would inform you that Harry Potter's letter is among them, but there is no address on it. Her stern voice broke into the quiet of the office. Have you any idea where he could be? Albus' twinkle faded a bit as she brought up the puzzle that he was pondering before she walked into the room. He had personally placed the young Potter child with his mother's sister after the fateful night of his parents' murders. When he had returned the next night to finish tying the blood protection in the wards, Harry wasn't in resident and hadn't been seen since. Can I see it? He asked, holding out his hand. He frowned as she passed him the letter. She was correct. There was no address under Harry Potter's name. Interesting, he thought as he stood, taking the Book of Hogwarts, Students' Registry from the shelf behind him. He opened it to this year's first year's listings. Thumbing down, his eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. Harry Potter address unknown, don't ask again. You'll see him on sorting day. Minerva took the letters up to the Ollery to be posted, still bemused by what the book had said. Hogwarts always seemed to know what's going on. This was just another example. Attaching the letters one by one, she failed to notice that the letter addressed to Harry Potter was among them, nor did she notice that the owl she attached it to had mismatched eyes. She watched as the owls disappeared into the distance. Albus is right. I'm afraid this will be a very interesting year, she sighed heavily. The day was sunny in the labyrinth as the owl bearing Harry's letter circled the castle beyond the Goblin City. On the balcony of the king, the owl transformed into Jareth. The letter in one hand as he tapped it against the other, a smirk played on his lips. The wizard fool still hadn't warded the Ollery against him after all these centuries. Music drifted up from the rose maze. His boys were in fine form. He was going to miss Garion. The boy had been a joy and a treasure beyond belief. Sarah will be crushed. Maybe it was time to consider more children. The hooligans were finishing up their last number. Who's that I see walkin' in these woods? Why, it's Little Red Riding Hood. Hey there Little Red Riding Hood. You sure are looking good. You're everything a big bad wolf could want. Listen to me, Little Red Riding Hood. I don't think little big girls should go walking in these spooky old woods alone. Garion leered at his mother Sarah as he mimicked the big bad wolf, twirling a make-believe mustache. Sarah was trying her best not to laugh. What big eyes you have. The kind of eyes that drive wolves mad. So just to see that you don't get chased. I think I ought to walk with you for a ways. What full lips you have. They're sure to lure someone bad. So until you get to Grandma's place, I think you ought to walk with me and be safe. I'm gonna keep my sheep suit on. Until I'm sure that you've been shown that I can be trusted walking with you alone. The boys were in fine form as they howled the chorus. Garion moved closer, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Uncle Snuffles was doubled over with laughter. One look at the wizard and it was clear whose idea this song was. Little Red Riding Hood, I'd like to hold you if I could. But you might think I'm a big bad wolf so I won't. What a big heart I have the better to love you with. Little Red Riding Hood even bad wolves can be good. I'll try to be satisfied just to walk close by your side. Maybe you'll see things my way before we get to Grandma's place. Little Red Riding Hood, you sure are looking good. You're everything that a big bad wolf could want. I mean bah, bah. When the song was done, Garion felt an ominous presence behind him. Arching a bit as he leaned backwards, he looked up into the serene face of his father looming over him. Oh hello, father. Garion greeted cheekily as Jareth raised an eyebrow. His brothers giggled as they grabbed their instruments and ran. Sirius suddenly remembered he was needed back at the theater and disappeared. Jareth snorted at the rats leaving the sinking ship as he gazed over to his laughing soulmate. Then again, maybe 3 were enough. Garion, the Goblin King said, returning to the matter at hand. Your letter. He held up the letter. It's time. Ah, father. Do I have to? With the letter clasped between his thumb and fingers, Jareth looked down at the young man that he and Sarah had raised. His face was unreadable as only a Phi can be, waiting for the boy to take the next step in his destiny. Garion sighed as he reached for the letter in his father's hand. Then in his best Han Solo voice, he said, Luke, I have a bad feeling about this. As he opened the letter welcoming him to Hogwarts, he muttered under his breath, I guess it's showtime. Might as well make it interesting. Bill Weasley was intrigued by the sound of music wafting from a small ante-room off of the main foyer of Gringotts Bank. Following the intriguing melody, he found a small youth with black hair that seemed to defy gravity. The boy, lost in the music he was playing, was unaware of the picture he created in his green poets, shirt and black jeans with a pair of dark, reflective shades perched on the end of a pert nose. Bill leaned against the door jamb listening. The youth seemed to have something in his ears as Bill could see black cording running down from them to a small flat object clipped to his belt. He's so intent in his playing, he thought. Bill Weasley, a human wizard who worked for the Goblin Run and owned Gringotts Bank, had worked for a couple of years now as one of their curse breakers. Harry, sweetheart, where are you? Came a woman's voice. She looked around then turned and followed the music, stepping into the ante-room. Bill blinked in surprise. The door she stepped out of led to the office of the bank manager. Ragnarok. Then he blinked again. The woman before him had warm hazel eyes and a cascade of shining black hair below her shoulders. It wasn't that which held him mesmerized, however. It was regal grace and poise as she moved that held his eye. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Here, Mom. The youth hopped off his chair and turned to place his guitar into its case as an elderly but obviously high-ranking goblin stepped into the room. Bill tried to ease out of sight as the trio spoke rapidly in gobbledygook. He caught a few words here and there, but only a few words that he understood. Most of what he heard made no sense. It seemed to be a more formal dialect than he learned for his job. Ah, Mr. Weasley. Come, join us, Ragnarok said, noticing the red-haired man. The Lady Sarah and her son will need an escort while they shop for his school supplies. Your time will be compensated. Bowing slightly, Bill turned his attention to the youth before him and froze. He was staring into the brightest green he'd ever seen, and then his gaze found the half-concealed scar on the boy's set forehead. Hello. I'm Harry Potter, the boy said in a quietly respectful tone. Bill stared briefly, then realized what he was hearing. Harry Potter spoke with an American accent. And this my mother, Sarah. Nice to meetcha. Bill was a bit dazed as he followed the pair through Gringotts. Ragnarok escorted them through the bank, giving the young wizard several instructions about billing and credit needs. As they moved through the bank though, Bill got the strangest impression. All the goblins seemed to be in awe of them. He was catching odd whispers of, it's the lady and the young sir. It just didn't make any sense. The trip through Diagon Alley was uneventful. Lady Sarah seemed impressed with the hustle and bustle of the crowds and the many shops available, whereas the boy, Harry, seemed bored. Bill studied him whenever he could do so unobserved. Harry seemed to be a puzzle to him, one every bit as fascinating as the curses he usually worked with. Harry pushed back his John Lennon shades to hide his green eyes and appeared to be lost in his own world. The boy seemed to almost blend in with the world around him. Lady Sarah leaned over and pulled one of the earplugs, tapping him lightly on the head. Honestly, sweetheart, you need to pay more attention. We have lots to do and little time to do it in. We're meeting your father for dinner at 5 and I, for one, don't wish to keep him waiting. Bill watched as Harry rolled his eyes, adjusting the music case strapped to his back and sighed. Yes, Mom. Ooh. Harry was bored. He hated shopping even in a magical place such as Diagon Alley. Oh. He'd heard of the place from Uncle Snuffles, but it was still shopping. Mother had his list of supplies, why was he even needed? That man, the redhead, Bill who's it, kept staring at him. Oh right, this is fun. I'm Harry Potter, the bloody boy who lived. What a stupid title. Wonder who was brainless enough to come up with that moniker, they oughta be shot. Harry snorted, which brought his mother's attention back to him. She's having trouble remembering to call me Harry. He grinned. The bookstore was Dullsville. The apothecary was smelly and the loose magic in the air was driving him crazy. Although he was heavily shielded, he could still feel the magic dancing on his skin like ants. Today's just getting better and better. The trio walked into Madame Malkin's robe shop. Great, just frickin' great. Harry snorted petulantly as Bill ushered them in with a bow. His deference was not lost on Madame Malkin and she hurried to assist. Right here, young sir, she indicated a stool next to B. Own boy about his own age. He stepped up with a resigned sigh. Harry looked at his neighbor and whined, if wizards are supposed to be male, why do I have to be fitted for a dress? It's indecent, immoral and just plain wrong. The B.O. snorted and gave him a look of disgust. You must be a muggle born, he sneered. Only they would make such comments about our ways. Harry looked over, pulling down his shades to peer over them, yeah right. What's wrong with tunics and tights? Harry struck a He-Man pose in front of the mirror. We're men, manly men. We're men in tights, after all. Sarah hid a chuckle behind her hand. Harry was on a roll as he moved on to quote Hamlet, what a piece of work is man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties. In form and moving, how express and admirable. In action how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world. The paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Harry placed the back of his hand to his forehead and sighed heavily. Having said his piece, Harry pulled up his earplugs and turning on his CD player and disappeared back into his world of music, trying to ignore his stunned audience. Bill looked over at Sarah who rolled her eyes and shrugged. Ooh. Bill recognized Draco Malfoy and his mother and was a bit worried that he would recognize Harry. Of course, when Harry went off on his rant, the Malfoys were distracted, puzzled by the Muggle references. Even he couldn't make out what the boy was going on about. Sarah stood, shaking her head, looking a bit amused. You have to excuse my son. He has a flair for the dramatic. I never know what will spew out of his mouth at any given time. I think that was Shakespeare. What play? I'm not sure. He has most of them memorized. She watched as the sneering B.O. young man left with his mother, both thankfully ignored her. He really needs to work on his sneering. That was very pathetic, she said with a chuckle. Bill almost choked. One didn't insult the Malfoys and live to regret it. Looking over at Harry, he noted that the boy seemed accustomed to posing on a stool to be measured and pinned. Oh dear, came Sarah's concerned voice as Harry jumped off the stool and strutted over to her. Bill noted the mood change between mother and son. Okay, he thought. Did I just miss something? What's going on? Removing his earplugs, Harry looked up. Mom. Are we done yet? I'm really getting twitchy. Do I really have to go to this Hogswart? He whined. Hogwarts, Bill corrected as maneuvered the pair out of the shop, after Sarah arranged to send the bill and the finished robes to Gringotts. What's wrong with it? My youngest brother will be in your year. He can't wait. Harry rolled his eyes. Whatever. As promised for Harry's good behavior so far, Bill took them to Fortescue's ice cream shop. The wizard was a little confused when Harry searched out a quiet corner by some shrubbery and pulled out his guitar. Sarah placed a hand on the wizard's arm. Don't, she said quietly, keeping the wizard from intruding. Watch. After Harry checked the tuning, he started playing softly. Then his sweet youthful voice rang out. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream. Waits at the window, wearing a face she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong? Father Mackenzie. Writing the words of a sermon that no one will hear. No one comes near. Look at him working, darning his socks in the night when there's nobody there. What does he care? All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong? Ah, look at all the lonely people. Ah, look at all the lonely people. Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Father Mackenzie, wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong? Bill watched in awe as Harry sang. The boy's voice seemed to draw swirls of magic around himself. Then the swirls coalesced into one shimmering strand that disappeared into the earth as the music came to an end. Oh shit, he thought. And I can't say anything about this, if I want to keep my head in my job. Just who are these two and why did they make the goblins so nervous? Ooh. Albus Dumbledore was sitting at his desk at Hogwarts contemplating a stack of paperwork as well as the mystery of one young wizard when a dazed-looking red-headed young man stepped out of his fireplace flow. Albus. I saw Harry today, Bill Weasley said, a bit wild-eyed. He was getting his school supplies. My boy. Tell me everything you know. Albus Dumbledore was sitting at his desk at Hogwarts contemplating a stack of paperwork as well as the mystery of one young wizard when a dazed-looking red-headed young man stepped out of his fireplace flow. Albus. I saw Harry today, Bill Weasley said, a bit wild-eyed. He was getting his school supplies. My boy. Tell me everything you know. Ooh. Sirius sat grinning at Harry as the boy told of his boring shopping trip to Diagon Alley. After displaying his wand, Harry whined, why do I need this stupid stick, Uncle Snuffles? I can do things a lot better without it. The older wizard pulled out his own wand. I believe you're Uncle Corey and I have something that will help you get accustomed to using your wand. Going over to Harry's music case, Sirius tapped it with his wand. William Tell Overture, full concert, original version. The sounds of blaring trumpets suddenly filled the room. Harry grinned at his music case, sweet. What else does it do? Well, it's been charmed to play any music known. You have to tap it with your wand, give composer or band name, or state, original music, before title, then you must decide if you want full concert, background accompaniment and singers with or without original lead singer. So if I want to sing a Beatles song, I just tap my wand to the case and say, Beatles, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, backup, and it'll play the song but I'll be Lennon's part. Sirius nodded and grinned. Right-o. And we also made the case bottomless with featherweight charms so you can pack all your instruments, books and supplies in it almost like a trunk. You'll be able to carry it around Hogwarts like a book bag. Awesome. Harry grinned. Just then Uncle Corey walked in. Harry, I have something for you as well. Garion winced at being called Harry. He had been Garion even since he could remember. Everyone was calling him Harry now to get him used to his birth name. Yes, Uncle Corey. The Phi held up a gold filigree chain necklace with an emerald pendant. This will help you. Jareth and I have been discussing your growing strength. Before you were wished away and in the other timeline, you had managed to block most of your gifts. Quote. Pulling Harry closer as he fastened the necklace around his throat, he continued. Sirius, Jareth and I have charmed this so that the trapped leftover magic in the wizarding world won't affect you as it has. It will collect the magic around you until you're able to ground and release it. Also, Harry, it will shield your magic from prying old coots who will want to test your strength. All that will be seen as the power level of an average 11-year-old wizard. Garion, or rather Harry, rolled his eyes. He was well versed on Dumbledore and his meddling ways. The old wizard meant well but he was slipping. Old age does that to a person. He fingered the emerald pendant before saying, won't someone notice the charms on this? Nope. Sirius said. That's the beauty of it. It's loaded with both Phi and wizard magic. Wizards will only see it as a normal parental protection charm. Only you and your father can remove it. Now scat, imp. You have to finish packing for the express. Yay, yay. Right. Harry closed his case with a snap, killing the music. Pip pip and cheerio. Hi-ho silver. And away. He smirked giving an English toffing off the cap salute, ducking as he ran out the door. Ooh. 4 adults gathered in front of a huge, widescreen television. The only woman of the group was hushing the males as she got comfortable on the love seat. 2 of the males handed off drinks and popcorn. Shish. He's on the train. We don't want to miss this. Jareth sat by his lovely wife Sarah and with a wave of his hand, the screen revealed a red-haired youth playing a keyboard alone in a train compartment. The youth was quite skilled as his fingers moved on the keys. He was playing a classical piece. That can't be Garion. He isn't a redhead. Sarah shrieked, scattering a handful of popcorn. He promised to behave. Jareth muffled a snicker as he dodged flying popcorn, causing Sarah to give him a glare. Sirius laughed. That's our Harry. He's dressed as some anime hero he's taken a liking to. Said it fit his mood. Corey shushed them all before a full-scale argument erupted. Shish, Jareth, turn up the volume. Ooh. Indeed, on the screen, Harry appeared, wearing a purple dress shirt and white slacks. An angry cross-shaped scar marred his left cheek. The keyboard was magically tuned to his music case and music filled the compartment. He knew as soon as his Uncle Corey dropped him off with instructions on how to board the Hogwarts Express that the Uncle Snuffles and his parents would tune in to watch his performance. Of course, he couldn't disappoint them. Lost in his music and thoughts, he didn't hear the door slide open and a body slip in. Nor did he hear the polite question being asked. "Hello mate, mind if I join ya?" Harry looked up and smiled. "Oro. Sorry I was lost in my own world." "Sure." The red-headed young man swallowed nervously, his eyes going to the red cross-shaped scar. "Wow, how did you manage that?" Harry rolled his eyes. He knew everyone would be staring at the scar. With people's weird fascination with things out of the norm, he had decided to take it to extremes. Thus the get-up. He did wonder if anyone would recognize it for what it was, a disguise. "Himura, Kenshin Himura, and you are?" Harry asked with an innocent look, wide-eyed look. "You a wizard too?" Just then, the door opened and a bushy-haired girl stuck her head in. "Has anyone seen a toad? It's Neville's pet, Trevor, and he lost him." Harry watched with a strange look on his face as she looked around on the floor. A song lyric popped into his head. He just couldn't resist and his fingers hit the chords as he sang. "Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said. But I helped him drink his wine. And he always had some mighty fine wine. Singin', joy to the world, all the boys and girls, now. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me." Smirking at their stunned expression when the music finished, he placed the keyboard into his music case. "Hello. No, we haven't seen it. Have you tried, Accio Trevor?" he asked as he pulled out a guitar. "Bloody hell, mate, what was that?" asked the redhead staring at the music case. The girl looked up and said in a huff, "Why didn't I think of that?" Her eyes widened at the scar. "Where did?" She blushed then said, "I have to go." She slammed the door shut. Harry checked the tuning of his guitar. "What was what?" he asked, turning his attention back to his captive audience. The redhead said, "Sorry. I'm Ron and that's a bloody awesome case you got. What all you have in it?" Harry shrugged. "Oh this, that and whatever." He tapped his case and said, "Monkeys, theme song from the Monkeys, backup accompaniment, personalized." When he said personalized he meant this was one of his and his brother's filked version of said song. He usually sang lead. Music erupted from the case as Harry started to sing. "Here we come, walkin' down the street. We get the funniest looks from everyone we meet. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. And people say we monkey around. But we're too busy singing to put anybody down. We go wherever we want to, do what we like to do. We don't have time to get restless. There's always something new. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. And people say we monkey around. But we're too busy singing to put anybody down. I go wherever I want to. Do what I like to do. I don't have time to get restless. There's always something new. We're just trying to be friendly. Come and watch us sing and play. We're the young generation. And we've got something to say. Anytime, or anywhere. Just look over your shoulder. Guess who'll be standing there? Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. And people say we monkey around. But we're too busy singing to put anybody down. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. And people say we monkey around. But we're too busy singing to put anybody down. We're just trying to be friendly. Come and watch us sing and play. We're the young generation. And we've got something to say. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. Hey, hey, we're the hooligans. You never know where we'll be found. So you'd better get ready. We may be comin' to your town." As the last notes faded, their compartment door slammed open and the bushy-haired girl staggered in. Her face pale and tear-streaked. "See, can I stay here with you?" Harry hemmed for a moment as he continued to play his guitar softly. Unknown to the pair, he was sending out quiet bardic magic to calm the girl down. He had to be careful to not overdo it, as bardic magic is powerful and if he messed up, he could put her into a coma. "I'm sorry," the girl said after a moment, "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." Just then, the compartment door opened and a bone-headed boy said, "I heard that Harry Potter might be on this train." Anyone seen him? Oh, it's you, the mudblood. He sneered arrogantly. Ooh, Sirius hissed at the television screen. Anyone can see that he's a Malfoy. I bet $5 that Harry decks him. You are on, Corey said. Quiet you two, Sarah said, from her comfortable spot, cuddled beside Jareth. Giving the back of Sirius' head a tap with her foot, she went on. I think this was the boy at the robe shop. Garion wasn't too impressed with him. OWW. Sarah. Shish. Ooh. Harry ceased playing and gently set his guitar aside. He noted the way the girl flinched away from the bee, and a frown crossed his face. Who wants to know? Harry replied with a haughty lift of his chin. And you will refrain from insulting a lady in my presence. Malfoy smirked. Lady. Why, she's no more than a filthy mud. He took a half step back, bumping into the two hulking figures behind him as Harry lunged to his feet to confront him. Anger, barely controlled, turned Harry's voice hard. What gives you the right to use such language in front of a lady? He demanded coldly. As I've already pointed out, she's got filthy blood, the bee. Own spat in contempt, she's nothing but a muggle-born mudblood. Not fit to be in the same school as purebloods like me. Harry stood ramrod straight. Ah yes, a noble house of a pure blood. The last word said with a sneer, I've heard about them. Harry spat with contempt. However, from your behavior here I see you have no idea what true nobility compasses. Harry's eyes raked the bee, owned with scorn. True nobility is courtesy, honor and chivalry, none of which you have shown this day. I find your presence here offensive, an affront to myself and my companions. You are neither welcome nor wanted here. Magic seemed to shiver in the compartment as Harry spoke. The feeling of power was almost tangible and Malfoy's face paled. Leave us now. Harry's last words held a command that, while quietly spoken, carried an almost physical blow. Malfoy stumbled back abruptly, almost tripping on his two companions in his haste to be gone. Ooh, Corey grinned at the disgruntled Sirius. I do believe you owe me. Pay up. Shish. Honestly you too. Sarah chided them. Ooh. Harry closed the door and turned to lean against it as if he was the real Kenshin Himura. He allowed his red bangs to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Ron looked at Hermione then back at Harry and shouted, what the bloody hell just happened? I thought Malfoy was going to faint. Harry, still looking down at the floor, smiled, and started quoting, Ferengi rule of equestrian number 85, never let the competition know what you're thinking. Rule number 69, the Ferengi are not responsible for the stupidity of other races. My favorite is rule number 192, never cheat a Klingon, unless you're sure you can get away with it. Hermione giggled as she wiped away the traces of her tears and added one herself, mine is rule number 273, don't waste your breath arguing with a Klingon, save it for the running you may have to do, I memorized them as well and that one is my favorite. Ron looked confused. I don't get it. Why did Malfoy run like a scared rabbit? Harry picked up his guitar and started to play softly. Simple, listen. Taking out his wand, he tapped his case, Kenny Rogers, the Gambler, accompaniment. On a warm summer's evening, on a train bound for nowhere. I met up with the Gambler, we were both too tired to sleep. So we took turns a-starin' out the window at the darkness. Till boredom overtook us, and he began to speak. Harry smiled and winked at Hermione as he played, who seemed to blush. He said, son, I've made a life out of readin' people's faces. And knowin' what their cards were by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't mind my sayin', I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. Hermione looked at him, startled, then started laughing much to Ron's puzzlement. So I handed him my bottle and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet, his face lost all expression. He said, if you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sittin' at the table. There'll be time enough for countin' when the dealin's done. Music filled their compartment, easing tension and drawing a warm cocoon of peace about the three of them. Now every gambler knows the secret to survivin'. Is knowin' what to throw away, knowing what to keep. 'Cause every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. And the best you can hope for is to die in your sleep. Harry gazed into their eyes and wondered briefly if either would pick up the hidden meanings to his song. So when he'd finished speaking, he turned back toward the window, crushed out his cigarette and faded off to sleep. And somewhere in the darkness the gambler, he broke even. But in his final words I found an ace that I could keep. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sittin' at the table. There'll be time enough for countin' when the dealin's done. As the last strains of the song died, Harry, still in bardic mode, looked over at the girl and smiled. I trust you're feeling better now, milady. As the last strains of the song died, Harry, still in bardic mode, looked over at the girl and smiled. I trust you're feeling better now, milady. Ooh. Jareth was livid at his son. The boy was going to ruin everything with his cheek. This is not like him. What role is he playing at? I don't frickin' believe it. Sirius stood. Anger, disbelief and murder marred his face. That traitor. I gonna murder him. Jareth looked over at the screen and saw the redhead boy trying a spell on an old obese rat sleeping on his lap. Closing his eyes for a moment as he remembered the timelines. Damn, the mutt could ruin everything. Moving faster than the wizard, Jareth pinned Sirius to wall and through clenched teeth, hissed, if you wish to return to your quaint little cell in Azkaban, I can arrange it. I will not have the timelines disrupted any more than they already are. The rat stays where he is. Sirius growled a bit then whimpered as the phi magic washed over him. He was no match for the enraged Goblin King. Baring his neck in submission, the mutt tried to appease the owned phi. Jareth for his part, eased his choke hold but didn't step back. Remember, I freed you and you took an oath. What I gave I can take away. The timelines although do not have to be exact but they have to be followed as closely as possible. The Harry of old and the Harry of now are two different persons and yet the same. The old Harry wasn't as powerful as this one as he was stunted and abused by everyone including the wizards. I allowed his powers to grow and I could take them away. Remember, Wizard Mutt. Harry was given more in this timeline for a reason. But it hurts to see that rat so near to Harry, Sirius whined. And do you want a little cheese with that wine? Corey asked, coming up to stand by his uncle. Do you not think it hurts us as well? He is ours now and to give him to those parasites to be used as their weapon is more painful than you can imagine. Release him Jareth. They are almost to that school. Jareth stepped back, allowing the wizard to sag against the wall rubbing his sore neck. Sarah was sitting on the couch, tears running down her face as her mate pulled her into his lap. He's so young, she whispered. They are going to do terrible things to him. I just know it. Shish. My love, Jareth comforted her. He'll be fine. The wizards can't keep the goblins out no matter what kind of wards they put up. They play in the shadows and will watch him closely. Sirius grumbled softly under his breath. It wasn't fair. The rat Fink was too close to his pup and he couldn't do anything about it. When he gave his oath to Jareth, he would have done anything to get out of that hellhole. These years with Harry had been bittersweet in many ways. First, to see James in Harry had been very painful at times. Secondly, he had fallen in love with a woman that was so much like Lily they could have been sisters, and lastly, worst of all, he couldn't tell anyone including Moony about all of this. It hurt that his former friend and marauder thought that he had betrayed James and Lily. He looked over at Sarah being comforted by Jareth and felt empty. He needed a drink, several in fact, but he couldn't, not until Harry was sorted. He just hoped that the boy didn't end up in Slytherin, but that would mess things up too much. Jareth would not allow that to happen. I wonder if Jareth knew the founders. Naya. I just don't want to go there. Harry was playing his guitar when he heard his father's voice above the music. This masquerade is over. You will do what must be done. Harry shivered slightly at the sternness of his father's voice. He didn't sound very happy, he sighed. Damn, I was having fun, being wild and crazy. Putting his guitar away, Harry remembered his nightmares about his old life. In them, he remembered being very young, frightened and very clueless. He remembered being in awe of the wizards and magic. He remembered being friends with a girl and a boy and wondered if it was these two in front of him. If so, he needed to move very carefully and get to know them. His father is right, the events must play out as close to the timelines as possible, but there is no way he could be that timid, neglected child as before. He was too well loved and trained. This is going to be the performance of my life. Why me? He sighed. Well, I guess I need to ditch the costume and makeup soon, he mused. It didn't work as well as I hoped. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. I wonder if I could still act up a bit at the sorting. I did promise Snuffles some laughs, after all. Guess not. The Ghostbuster bit would have been funny. Maybe when father isn't watching so close. The rest of the trip was spent discussing the upcoming school year, Quidditch and pranks with Ron while Hermione sat with her nose buried in a book. A loud voice was calling for first years as everyone stepped off the train. Harry, Ron and Hermione made their way to a very large black-haired man that was calling for all first years. He led them to a fleet of small boats. The ride across the dark lake was uneventful until a huge tentacle rose from the black waters and waved, causing several loud ear-piercing shrieks from the young soon-to-be students. Harry had been forewarned by Sirius about the ride and wasn't really too impressed with the awe and splendor as the castle came into view. Granted, it was cleaner and more splendid than the castle beyond the Goblin City, but then there aren't that many goblins and chickens here. Plus the castle wasn't surrounded by a magical maze either. Oh well. It's going to be home for the next 10 months. Lucky me. Well, time to play my part as the boy who lived. Harry melted into the background. He had to remove the makeup and wig. With care, he removed the make with a small kit he had secreted in his robes from the train. He hid the kit and red wig in his robes but left on the cross-shaped scar. Being in the back had some advantages. He was still small for his age. Walking into the great hall behind a stern-faced witch that had introduced herself as Professor McGonagall, Harry put on his glasses. Harry Potter had finally arrived at Hogwarts. It is show time. The sorting seemed to go on forever. Sirius had told him about the hat. The song had been interesting, though. Potter, Harry. About bloody time. Harry walked to the stool. Voices were commenting on the cheek scar as he sat down. He heard comments about wasn't the scar supposed to be a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry smirked as the hat came down on his head. Ah, young Harry Potter, or rather Prince Garion. Shish. No one is supposed to know that. Cunning, charm, ambition, acting skills, intelligence, courage, loyalty. And what do I see? Ancient teachings and bardic skills. I haven't seen your like since the founders. Now where should I place you? You would do well in all houses, especially in Slytherin. You would great things there. I see you've been sorted before. Well, I can't disrupt the timelines as you well know. You know as well as I that I was wished away. Indeed. And you are correct. However, when the timelines are satisfied, you can be resorted, if you wish. Gryffindor. Standing, Harry reached up and peeled off the cheek scar as it had served its purpose as he placed the hat on the stool. Smiling, with a bit slay of hand, he pulled out a red rose. Hast spoken right, 'tis true. The wheel is come full circle, I am here. For you, Professor. Stepping back from her, he bowed slightly, then he turned to face the head table. Raising one hand, he did a sweeping theatrical bow amidst the cheering from the Gryffindor table. Standing, Harry reached up and peeled off the cheek scar as it had served its purpose as he placed the hat on the stool. Smiling, with a bit slay of hand, he pulled out a red rose. Hast spoken right, 'tis true. The wheel is come full circle, I am here. For you, Professor. Stepping back from her, he bowed slightly, then he turned to face the head table. Raising one hand, he did a sweeping theatrical bow amidst the cheering from the Gryffindor table. All was quiet. The feast was long over with and all the students were safely tucked in their houses under the watchful eyes of their prefects and head of houses. Well, all except for one young first year, that is. Garion aka Harry had managed to sneak out of the common room and through the portrait by using a bit of goblin magic undetected by the denizens of the castle. Fingering the crystal that hung around his neck, Harry was too wired to sleep and a bit homesick. He kept waiting for a goblin or two to pop in to check on him. As of yet, no luck. Quietly he roamed the halls looking for a bit of fresh air and a hidden nook or alcove to play. He couldn't quite leave the castle, that would have set off too many alarms. He hadn't wandered far from the Gryffindor common room when he found what he was looking for. A small out-of-the-way spot with a window seat that seemed almost too perfect. The moonlight shining through the window cast a silvery glow on everything it touched. Perfect. Harry pulled out his acoustic guitar and tuned. He leaned against the window frame composing his thoughts, allowing the magic to flow around and through him. The crystal was almost full and the overflow was starting to make his skin crawl. He had to ground the magic or he'll never get any sleep. If the crystal filled this fast, he would have to do this about every night. Just peachy. He'd never make it to the end of the school year like this. His fingers strummed the opening chords on the guitar as he thought about what song he should be playing. His fingers started on the tune, Somewhere Out There. Soon he was singing, somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight. Someone's thinking of me and loving me tonight. He called to the magic in the crystal forth. As he sang, the released magic joined tendrils of the free magic within the hall. Soon the tendrils were dancing around Harry in a swirling rainbow vortex of colors. He lost himself in song and concentrated on sending the magic back to the underground pool. Lost in the moment, Harry didn't realize that he had an audience. Out of the shadows, the goblins and house elves crept close to listen. Harry's voice rang clear and sweet as only a young boy's could. When the last fading note died, Harry was brought back to the present by the sound of many voices releasing their breath in awe. Goblins and elves looked at each other in surprise, then back at Harry. Harry blinked. What the? Where did you all come from? Ooh, Filch and Mrs. Norris were patrolling the hallways looking for rule breakers when they heard music. Music. This late at night. However, as they drew nearer, something stopped them. The sounds of giggling caught his attention. The music could wait. He had better fish to fry. Taking off in the darkened hallway, the caretaker and his cat, intent on finding the miscreants, never noticed the trio of goblins hiding in the shadows. It's the first night of school and the little cretins are at it already. More giggles echoed further down the hallway, luring him onward. Filch never realized that the castle had been invaded by goblins. Dumbledore sat in his office after the feast, pondering what he had witnessed. Harry Potter wasn't what he expected. The boy seemed a lot like his father, and yet, there was something different. Something more. Where were you, my boy? Who raised you? That mystery as well as many other questions circled in his mind without any solutions. Thankfully the boy had been sorted into Gryffindor. He would shudder to think if it had been in any other house. The boy seemed well versed in the classics. That quote he gave to Minerva was from Shakespeare and that bow. It told him that the boy had been given training in proper pure blood etiquette. That could cause problems down the road, if his attitude towards muggles was the same as many purebloods. Will he be ready to face his destiny? What does he know? Deep in his thoughts, the old wizard failed to notice the shift in the ambient magic of the castle. He never noticed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Nor did he notice the alert posture of his phoenix, Fox. He broke out of his reverie when Fox started to trill. Unbeknownst to the old wizard, Fox was harmonizing to the music that Harry was playing. Harry returned to his bed a bit dazed. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he'd find a following at the castle. He knew that the goblins could go anywhere if there were shadows to hide in. However, to find house elves, that was something different. They were nothing like the elves underground. He would have to find out more about them. Thankfully, they seemed to like him and his music. They might make great allies in the future. Sleep came easily after that. Clearing the crystal helped. His dreams were filled with music and his brothers. However, he was still a tad homesick. He had never really slept away from home before. This castle didn't make all the right sounds like his father's did. A soft giggle erupted under his bed. So he wasn't truly alone after all. His goblin playmates would watch over him. When he awoke the next morning, it was still quite early. His fellow roommates were still sleeping soundly. Grabbing his music case, he would be carrying it with him from now on as it doubled as a book bag. He hurried to the Great Hall. It was just starting to get light when he wandered down to breakfast, after getting lost a bit first. Setting his case aside by the Gryffindor table, he looked around. He was alone. The first one down for breakfast. Perfect. Going up to the head table, he stood on the dais, facing the house tables. Last night, he had noted sheer vastness of the hall. He really wanted to test the acoustics. He would bet that they would be awesome. Looking around carefully as he really didn't want to get into trouble, he squared his shoulders and tightened his diaphragm before letting out a clear bell-toned "Go." A smile spread across his face as the note floated across the hall, echoed off the walls in its pure bell-like clarity. Now what song to sing? He wanted to test the clarity, and music would only get in the way. He could quote Shakespeare. Hamlet came to mind. He was feeling a bit like the Danish prince at the moment. Nah, more like Puck, he thought, looking up at the vaulted ceiling. Ah, yes. he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Squaring his shoulders, he raised his chin and eyes to the heavens as the dulcet tones of Ave Maria spilled forth. Ave Maria Gratia Plena, Maria Gratia Plena, Maria Gratia Plena, Ave, Ave Dominus, Dominus Tecum. Outside the doors, Severus Snape stood enthralled. He had been all set to burst in on Potter when he had watched the boy enter the great hall and step up on the dais. He was sure that he was up to no good, just like his father and friends. What he hadn't expected was Potter singing like an angel. Severus, my boy, what a way to start the morning. Who is that singing? Albus Dumbledore asked. Something within the potion master seemed to stir just for a moment, then fell silent. Potter. Outside the doors, Severus Snape stood enthralled. He had been all set to burst in on Potter when he had watched the boy enter the great hall and step up on the dais. He was sure that he was up to no good, just like his father and friends. What he hadn't expected was Potter singing like an angel. Severus, my boy, what a way to start the morning. Who is that singing? Albus Dumbledore asked. Something within the potion master seemed to stir just for a moment, then fell silent. Potter. As the last vocal tones died away, Harry smirked. Awesome. However, his thoughts were interrupted by unexpected applause. Wonderful. Wonderful, dear boy, came the headmaster's voice as he stepped into the great hall. Harry was nonplussed at being found out. He did what any normal person who grew up in the theater would do and took a sweeping bow, which caused the headmaster to laugh and clap some more. Sorry sir, Harry said as he stepped away from the head table. But I just had to test the acoustics of the hall. It is rather sensational, don't you think? Why, my boy, I couldn't tell you. Most people are more amazed at the enchanted ceiling. I think you are the first person to wonder about the acoustics. Severus Snape lurked in the shadows. Never in all his life had he heard such perfection in a youthful voice. Something deep within him that he never realized was there, stirred. Something about Potter's voice had called to him, and he felt something deep within him answer. He didn't like the feeling. It frightened him. How was he going to teach this boy if his body kept reacting to him? He didn't think it was say.ul attraction. No, not say.ul, the feelings were wrong. Something else was calling to him. The question was, what? And for the life of him, he just didn't know. The boy looked just like his father. Maybe if he focused on that. With that plan, the potions master swept out of the shadows and back to his dungeon. He'd return later in the morning. Albus Dumbledore was at a loss on how to deal with Harry. The boy was nothing like his parents. He didn't seem overawed by the situation, as was the case of most Muggle-born or Muggle-raised children. It was as if he'd had a pure-blood upbringing, but how? He would have known. Secrets like that couldn't have remained hidden from him for this long. Then where did the boy grow up? Harry had a British accent, or was it American? He couldn't tell. Harry, my boy, he began. How did you sleep? Harry shrugged. Albus, eyes twinkled. A typical teenage non-verbal answer, to say the least. Harry, tell me about yourself. I like to know my students, he said in his most grandfatherly voice. Harry shrugged again. Well, what do you want to know? I grew up with my parents and have 2 younger brothers. I have 2 favorite uncles. You know, the normal, average. Childhood. I like singing and Shakespeare. You know. Frustrated by the generic answer, Albus hid a sigh. But who raised you, child? What were their names? Harry giggled and shrugged. Why, mom and father, of course. If you'll excuse me, I would like to grab some breakfast before class. He moved past the headmaster and practically skipped to his spot at the Gryffindor table, leaving a very bemused wizard behind him. How in Merlin's name did this child get into Gryffindor? That was the most Slytherin answer I've ever heard, Albus thought, almost grinding his teeth in defeat. Sirius woke to a bright day with the birds singing, the sun shining, and the sound of building of new sets in the background. Why had he gotten drunk in the first place? Oh, that's right. Harry was now at Hogwarts and he had been sorted into Gryffindor. Yay, raw team. He grunted and groaned. Damn, I shouldn't have mixed fire whiskey with elven mead. Where did I put that hangover potion? He vaguely remembered the argument between him and Jareth. He so wanted to be back in Scotland with Harry. Damn Phi magic. All he could do was watch via mirror magic. At least, he still had his teaching position with the twins. It wasn't much, but between them and helping around the theater he was at least busy. Who am I kidding? I already miss the pup. I need to thank Jareth and Corey for setting up the mirror in the entertainment room so we all can keep track of Garion. I can't wait to see what he does to Snivelus. Sarah was working on her latest book when a goblin popped in. Nice lady Sarah. Ei's got a letter from the young sir. Hesha said to make sure Yaus got it. The creature handed over the note and popped out. Sarah blinked a bit surprised, but looking at the note, she recognized Garion's handwriting. Dear Mom, as you probably saw, I made it safe to Hogwarts. I already miss you all very much. The castle isn't anything like Father's. It doesn't even have chickens running around. It does have house elves that Uncle Snuffles was always talking about. You should see the Great Hall. It's awesome. The acoustics are to die for. Here Sarah snorted as her son's enthusiasm over something theatrical instead of the business at hand. Tell Father that the headmaster is going to be a pain in the keister. He's already asking questions about you and Father and where I was living. Don't be surprised if he sends you a letter asking for a meeting. But you know, he sort of reminds me of Jeremy Hillary Beep in the Yellow Submarine. It's like he's a real nowhere man. Sarah laughed. Trust Garion to throw in a movie reference even in writing a letter to her. I'm handling the magic just fine. The crystal helps, but it looks like I'll need to clear it just about every night. I predict I'll be getting a lot of detentions for breaking curfew, but it can't be helped. Thankfully, the castle wards will let goblins in. The sneaky little snots have no problems and like living under my bed. Their giggling is about the only thing that reminds me of home. I'll write more later. I have to get to class. Give my love to Uncle Snuffles, Uncle Corey, Garrett and Jared, and of course to Father. Your son, Garion. Sarah sighed as she read the letter. She knew he had been given to her, on loan, but he was still her son. She missed him already. Feeling strong arms going around her waist, she leaned back into her husband's warm embrace. A note from Garion. He misses us, she whispered, holding up the note for him to read. Sarah, Sarah, my pet, he said softly, burying his face into her hair. You knew this day would come. He wasn't ours to keep. I know. But that doesn't make it hurt any less. At least we can watch him from time to time, she said. Then, as if she remembered something, she looked up at him over her shoulder. Just what did he do that made you so angry? Jareth sighed and came around to sit beside her, leaning his back against her desk as he faced her. Garion was acting too much the clown. He needs to stay focused. Perhaps he thought now that he was so far from home, he could act up. So much as riding on his return, not just the above ground but underground as well. But love, that is a very heavy burden for a child, Sarah replied. Jareth reached up to pinch his nose and thought. Yes, my pet, but he is better prepared this time around. We have made sure of that. Sarah leaned against him. How much more time do we have before his destiny is fulfilled? Will he be able to handle what is coming? Will he live to come home to us? I can only reorder time, Sarah. I am not a god. I don't have all the answers. His arms pulled her closer as she cried. Jareth reached up to pinch his nose and thought. Yes, my pet, but he is better prepared this time around. We have made sure of that. Sarah leaned against him. How much more time do we have before his destiny is fulfilled? Will he be able to handle what is coming? Will he live to come home to us? I can only reorder time, Sarah. I am not a god. I don't have all the answers. His arms pulled her closer as she cried. Sarah was working in the theater office when she again felt the tug on her pant leg. Nice lady Sarah. Another note from the young sire, said a small goblin. Thanking the goblin, Sarah opened the letter. It had been a few weeks since Garion left for school. He was good about keeping them informed. Dear Mom, guess what? I made Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team without even trying out. I'm sure Uncle Snuffles will be pleased. He goes on and on about how wonderful the game is. I still can't see it. I do like flying though. Mom, I have a problem. I don't know what to do about a professor. I know that he and my father James didn't get along, but does he have to take it out on me? It's Professor Snape who teaches potions. He's always on my case about my celebrity status in the wizarding world, and he's always calling me names. I mean, really Mom, the guy needs lessons from Father about insulting people if he wants to get under my skin. He's constantly taking points off of my house for trivial stuff. And I don't do anything. He doesn't take points off Malfoy and his friends for sabotaging my work. It's the opposite, he takes points off of me for their foolishness. And the worst of it is, I know how to make everything we are brewing. I am so bored. Quote. Sarah stopped for a moment, closing her eyes. And we all know a bored Garion is a bad thing. Her mind went to the many times Garion had gotten bored and proceeded to find his own entertainment. She sighed, feeling a headache coming on, as she picked the letter back up. Mom, tell Father and Uncle Snuffles to watch me tomorrow night. I have detention with Professor Snape. I have plans. If I'm going to get detentions for stupid stuff, then I'm going to make it worth my time. Besides, there's something off about the good professor. Something in his voice that makes me think he has a touch of bardic gifts. Maybe Father could tell. Quote. Sarah blinked and reread that paragraph again. Oh my. This isn't good. That's it for now. Oh, before I forget, old Dumbledore's still after me about where I was raised and he wants to meet with you and Father. He has asked me to forward a note to you. I burnt it instead. It had a couple of weird spells on it. Tell everyone I miss them. Love ya, the top hooligan G. Sarah frowned as she finished Garion's letter. Weird spells. Maybe if Jareth had Garion forward all his mail to Gringotts, that'll take care of all of the spells on his correspondence. Although, sending his personal mail via Goblin to me has been working perfectly. I better warn Jareth and Sirius about that detention, she thought as she headed for her cottage. Sirius was overjoyed to hear how well Harry was doing at Hogwarts. Better than he and James ever did. He was a bit worried about Harry not having any friends yet, but then it was a bit early for concern. Harry had no trouble relating to people his own age as well as adults. Seeker is a first year. James would have been so proud of him. Lily would have had a fit and harp on his grades, he thought as he poured himself a glass of fire whiskey. Damn, I'm proud of the little snot. I can't wait to see what he does to Snivelus. I hope he doesn't piss Jareth off too much. That Phi is already upset that Harry is messing with the timelines as it is. Checking his watch, Sirius gulped down the last of his whiskey as he headed to the entertainment room. It wouldn't do to be late for this one. Harry walked down the darkened corridor of the dungeons heading for Snape's office. He knew that he was going to have to play his cards right if he was going to pull this off. Father is going to be royally pissed if I go overboard. What music should I use? He thought. Then as if a light bulb went off over his head, he grinned evilly. I know. Snape's office door was closed, but from the faint glow of light under it, Harry could tell that someone was there. Knocking, he took a deep breath. Show time. Come in, Potter. Snape growled. Harry stood in front of Snape's desk taking in the wood-paneled office. Snape was grading essays. You're late. Harry glanced at the clock. Yeah, right. 30 seconds late, he thought, then said, sorry sir. I thought I would knock first before barging in. 10 points from Gryffindor. I will not tolerate your cheek, Potter. I want you to come with me. Snape stood and led the boy to a door that took them to the potions classroom. I want you to scrub all these cauldrons without using your wand, Snape sneered with his deep silky voice. Harry smiled slightly and bowed. Yes sir. I shall do as you command, sir. No wand, but do you know that for every chore there is an element of fun? Find the fun and snap. Harry raised an arm up over his head and snapped his fingers. The job's a game, and every task you undertake becomes a piece of cake. A lark, a spree. It's very clear to me. Potter. Just get on with it, yelled Snape as he stood by the door. Harry saluted and snapped his fingers again at a scrub brush which came to life as he continued singing the Mary Poppins tune. The sink filled with hot soapy water as cauldrons started to line up to be cleaned. He was ignoring Snape as he orchestrated the washing up. That a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down wound. The medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. In a most delightful way. Harry turned his back to the cauldrons as he snapped his fingers at another scrub brush. It rose to do Harry's bidding. Severus Snape in all his years had never seen a display of wandless magic like this. Of course, it would be the Potter brat. Just what is he trying to prove here? I already told him no magic, damn. I said no wand. He was jolted out of his stupor when Harry said to a brush, You missed a spot. The brush turned to look at Harry as if to argue the point, turned back to the cauldron and dove for the spot in question. No magic spell can do that. Snape thought, not realizing he spoke aloud. Magic doesn't work that way. Ah, but Professor, Harry said as he looked up. I'm not doing magic. Not wizarding magic anyway. Picking up a mop, Harry switched songs. Disney always did. Have the best songs when it comes to chores. Disney. Who or what the bloody hell is Disney? Snape snarled. Harry smirked and started to dance with the mop. The mop became a willing partner as Harry started to sing again. Salagadula mechika bula babidi babidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Babidi babidi boo. Snape plopped into a chair as he watched Harry dance his way to a clean floor. Potter. That's quite enough. Harry jumped. Yes sir. I quite agree. Everyone stop. He snapped his fingers and everything returned to its own place, clean and ready for use. Sir, you don't look so well. Harry inquired politely. Can I get you a glass of water? No Potter, just leave. Detention is over. Snape closed his eyes, pinching his nose in frustration. His other hand waved the boy off. Just go. Oh Professor, I'm sorry but please keep what I did a secret. I would get into serious trouble if my father found out, but I am tired of getting blamed for things I don't do. Harry's voice took on an undertone of command. If you are going to give me detentions for Malfoy's pranks, then I'm going to make it fun. Harry headed for the door. Just as he left, he stopped and looked over his shoulder at the befuddled man. And Professor. Do you ever sing much? You have the voice for it. No Potter, just leave. Detention is over. Snape closed his eyes, pinching his nose in frustration. His other hand waved the boy off. Just go. Oh Professor, I'm sorry but please keep what I did a secret. I would get into serious trouble if my father found out, but I am tired of getting blamed for things I don't do. Harry's voice took on an undertone of command. If you are going to give me detentions for Malfoy's pranks, then I'm going to make it fun. Harry headed for the door. Just as he left, he stopped and looked over his shoulder at the befuddled man. And Professor. Do you ever sing much? You have the voice for it. Harry was cursing himself every which way as he made it back to his bed in the Gryffindor Tower. His father was going to kill him. He wasn't supposed to show off like that but damn it. Snape had pissed him off. He just didn't quite understand why the man had it in for him. Sure, he and Uncle Snuffles had gotten into it when they had gone to school but why take it all out on him? Man, he really hated bullies. Closing his bed curtains, Harry pondered for a moment before taking out a bit of parchment and started to write a letter to his father about what he had done. After all, the deed was done, now was time to do damage control like he had been taught to do. He only prayed that his father was in a forgiving mood. A week passed since he wrote the letter and no word from his father. Harry was now walking on eggshells. He had gotten a note from Uncle Snuffles and Uncle Corey but nothing from his parents. The silence was deafening and the anticipation was nerve-wracking. Halloween was just around the corner. He hoped by then he had been forgiven. Dear Ms. Williams, we regret to inform you that Harry Potter has been injured. We are aware from Gringotts that you are the custodial guardian on record and as such you are the person to be notified should any problems arise. We wish to assure you that although Mr. Potter has been injured, his injuries are minor and not life-threatening. However, we are bound by law to inform you that he is in hospital here at the school. If you choose to visit, arrangements can be made. Again, let me reassure you that Harry is fine and will be fully recuperated in a few days. Madame Pomfrey is highly skilled in her profession as our school's Medowitch. The headmaster wishes to express his deepest concerns that such an incident has occurred. He is also disappointed that you have yet to contact him for a visit as per his request. Many questions have arisen as to Mr. Potter's history and safety while away from school. He had hoped that you could dispel any concerns in this matter. We look forward to your reply. With regards, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Head Mistress, Head of House Gryffindor. Moonlight streamed through the windows of the infirmary as a young man laid sleeping. His unruly black hair cast a deep shadow against the white of the pillow. His countenance was a bit troubled as he seemed to be suffering from a nightmare. All this went unnoticed as there was no one sitting with him. A silver and white owl ghosted through the hallways and into the infirmary to land near the sleeping lad. The owl morphed into a tall regal man with white blonde hair wearing a Victorian waistcoat, breeches and high knee-length boots. The man gazed down at the young patient, his face unmarred by any discernible expressions. "Garion, son, awake. The man placed an hand on Garion's forehead in an almost loving carcass. Harry Mo.net a bit as the last of the potions left his body and awareness settled in. F.A. father? He asked in a small shaky voice. Jareth, the Goblin King and adopted father to Harry Potter, sat on the cot looking down at the sleepy-eyed lad. Yes, Garion, I am here. Sorry, sir. Harry moved to sit up. Jareth reached down and pulled him into his lap. I messed up, didn't I? Jareth placed a light key on the top of Harry's head before saying, yes and no, my son. I have been disappointed in that you could not contain yourself, but you have managed to keep the timeline going. Harry snuggled against Jareth, closing his eyes for a moment. I'm sorry. Tightening his grip a bit, Jareth forgave his son. Did you learn your lesson? Yes, sir. Never fight a mountain troll without backup. For you are crunchy and munchy and go good with ketchup, Harry muttered, cheekily into his father's shirt. Jareth snorted, trying hard not to laugh. I cannot stay long. The castle wards are aware that I'm here and will soon sound the alarm. Resting his chin on the top of Harry's head, he continued. Your mother is worried about you, as well as your uncles and brothers. Also, you are right about your professor, he does have a touch of the gift but it's faint. Harry snuggled closer to his father, trying to absorb the love and comfort that the Phi is giving off. Then they felt it, the wards were going off. Do you really have to go? Harry asked in a small voice. Jareth sighed as he lowered Harry back into the bed. I must. The headmaster is on his way even now. Remember that we do love you, Garion. He whispered as he tucked the boy back in. Be well, my son. As the headmaster Dumbledore entered the infirmary with his wand in hand, a silver and white owl ghosted past him unheard and unseen. All that was before him was a sleeping student in an otherwise empty room. Dear Professor McGonagall, thank you for apprising us of Harry's condition. However, my husband and I are not able to travel at this time. We were under the impression that when we allowed Harry to attend your school that it was the safest place in Britain. And yet, my son has had to face a troll on school grounds. Just how did such a thing happen? Where were the teachers? Don't you have wards to protect the students? To say I am disappointed in your ability to assure my child's safety is an understatement. My husband and I are considering pulling Harry out of this school if you cannot guarantee his safety. As far as the issue of Harry's safety while away from school, I can assure you he has never had to fight for his life while at home. Would you could say as much? Harry has led a full and active life under very strict tutelage. Also, as for a meeting between the headmaster and myself, please be advised that we have no wish to meet with him at this time. Also, I am sending a copy of this letter to the Ministry of Magic. Yours in concern, Ms. S. Williams, C.C., Minister of Magic. Dear Uncle Snuffles, I know how to irritate a mountain troll. Stick a wand up his nose and tell him, sit and spin. Hey. Boy, did they get mad, and those clubs really hurt. The good news is I've made friends. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Ron is a bit of a clueless dork but really nice sometimes. He can sure eat though, but he can't top you in the hot dog eating contests. You would win. Hermione is such a geek. She always has her nose buried in a book so deep all you can see is her bushy hair over the book cover. I swear she can give Mom a run for her money in that department. I keep trying to tell her that there's more to life than books and not everything written is gospel. She doesn't believe me. Father came and visited me in the infirmary and was almost caught. I miss you guys. I wish I was home. I can't wait for the holidays. I'm sure that old Dumblebeak will try to keep me here out of spite. That old F.A. Sorry keeps dropping hints that I will be staying here for Christmas, where it's safe. Yeah, right. If you believe that, I have some swamp land near the bog for sale real cheap too. I bet it's all a gimmick to meet Father and Mom. Too bad it won't work. You know, these people really need to get a clue. Well duh. Sure, I'm famous, but I rather have my parents back. Honestly Snuffles, they celebrate Halloween different here. Sure it's the death of some evil psycho nutso, but it's also the night I lost my parents. Well, duh. People get a clue. Would you celebrate the day your parents were murdered with parties? And as far as me being the savior of their effing world, what kind of crap is that? I'm just a kid. They are the adults for freaking sake. I'm getting pretty tired of everyone staring at my forehead, too. It's a scar people, live with it. Gotta go. Sorry for the rant but geez oh Pete, Snuffles, this is getting old very fast. Love your favorite hooligan G. P's. Don't show this letter to Mom. You know she doesn't like it when I use bad language. I don't want her to go ballistic on me. Albus Dumbledore was one very unhappy and frustrated wizard. The monthly staff meeting was winding down. Every teacher there either sang the praises or complained bitterly about one student, Harry Potter. McGonagall and Flitwick were thrilled that Harry was doing so well in his lessons. Snape and Trelawney complained that Harry was very cheeky in their classes, refusing to give them the respect they thought they deserved. Quirrell said nothing, which didn't surprise anyone. Albus didn't know what to think about his Dada professor. Something seemed off ever since the man had returned from his summer vacation. My friends, surely you must know that this is a time of adjustment for Harry. We really don't know how he was raised. We need to remember that his history is unknown. Every attempt to get in contact with his supposed family has failed. Not even the ministry has a clue as to where Harry has been for the last 10 years. All we do know is he was raised with some knowledge about magic, but for the most part he was, it seems, Muggle-raised. Albus, what about all his talk about music? And his quoting Muggle authors? It's unnerving, Minerva asked. I never know what he'll spout next. And that rose. It hasn't faded yet. Snape snarled. What do you expect from the son of James Potter? My complaint is he's very disruptive in class. He and Longbottom are going blow up the school one day, if we aren't careful. Snape started to say something else, but stopped. Albus watched as an almost glazed look washed over his potion master's face. What's wrong, child? Snape shrugged and looked away, not meeting anyone's eyes. Nothing, headmaster. Albus leaned back, closing his eyes in contemplation. I don't think we should allow Mr. Potter to leave Hogwarts for the Christmas break. Albus, we can't. Unless Mr. Potter signs up to remain, Minerva interrupted. He has a right to return to his family. Then perhaps we should send a professor with him on the train to meet his parents and explain our concerns for his safety. Yes, I think that would be for the best. The object of everyone's concern was hidden away in that little alcove, practicing his music and emptying his crystal. A frown marred his youthful face as he tried to draw and funnel the ambient magic swirling in the castle. For some reason, it seemed extremely difficult to do what was once second nature to him. Something was interfering with his magic. Goblins and house elves dotted the hidden places and shadows nearby. They had gotten used to protecting Harry as he played. Their magic hid him from prying eyes, for which Harry was extremely grateful. Harry couldn't wait to go home for the holidays. He was sure Dumbledore had done something. His magic had never been this hard to use. At least, his music was still working even though it didn't seem to hold the magic it once did. The feeling of magic crawling on his skin was getting worse. Whatever was interfering was also interfering with the charm that Uncle Snuffles gave him. He just knew he was going to do something crazy soon. He hoped it wasn't something too embarrassing or dangerous. As the Christmas break drew nearer, Harry was still clueless about the plans the headmaster was making. He was getting more and more fidgety. He was almost positive that the charm was being blocked. The leaving feast was noisy and chaotic. Setting by Harry was his music case. Seamus Finnegan, who sat across from Harry, tossed a bit of roll at the young bard. Harry, sit still. You are making me tired just watching you, boyo. Let's have wee bit music since you brought your case down. Harry looked at the head table, then back to Seamus. Here, why not? You're not afraid, are you, boyo? The gauntlet was thrown. Harry got a wicked gleam in his eyes. Here it is. The challenge. The breakout he had been dreading was upon him. I'll play if you dance. He smirked. Seamus paled and countered. I'll be dancin' if you'll be playin' somethin' Irish, Seamus said, his lilt grew more pronounced. Deal. Harry pulled out an Irish fiddle from his case and grinned evilly at the Irish Gryffindor. The rest of the table was stunned into silence as they watched this byplay. Have you ever heard of Riverdance, me boyo? Harry smirked as he tuned his fiddle. I'll be playin', let's see your feet a-flyin'. Harry quipped with a slight lilt. Fiddle music caused the great hall to fall silent as all eyes turned towards the Gryffindor table. Seamus moved to stand in the center of the hall away from the tables. He paused for a moment to catch the beat. His feet started moving to the rhythm of the Irish melody. Someone started to clap in time. Then Katie Overlay from Ravenclaw glided up to join him. With a flick of her wand, she transformed their shoes into proper tap shoes as he linked an arm with her. Their bodies remained stiff and expressionless as their feet beat a swift tattoo in the ancient tradition of Irish step dancing. It wasn't long before they were joined by other dancers. Harry fiddled like a madman as the music demanded the dancers step faster and faster. He ran through, reel around the sun, and swung into fire dance seamlessly. Music flowed faster and faster as Harry played. Then he gave a signal only the dancers seemed aware of. For as suddenly as he had started, he stopped. The dancers stopped in mid-step like proud statues. Applause erupted from Muggle-born and those half-bloods that were aware of Muggle dancing. Those of pure blood were too stunned to react. Pulling out his wand, Harry hit his music case and commanded, "Riverdance, finale, full orchestra." Stepping up to Seamus, Harry smirked, as the case started to play. "Ready for round 2, boyo. Can't have you have all the fun, now can we?" Seamus grinned. Katie moved to stand between the two. Turning her head from side to side, she glanced flirtatiously at the two. Meantime, the professors at the head table were stunned by the display. Never in all their years of teaching had they seen such a wanton display. Although dancing wasn't forbidden, this was hardly what the wizarding world would consider proper. The students weren't quite touching each other and yet the frenetic movement was somehow disturbing. Before anyone from the head table could stop the students from restarting their display, Harry and Seamus were at it again. This time, they seemed to be challenging each other like two young bucks circling each other warily as the Ravenclaw seemed to be encouraging the challenge. Albus, with his eyes twinkling madly and a bemused smile on his face, watched as house rivalry was ignored. Students from different tables joined in the revelry. Some didn't really know the style but they seemed to be able to pick it up quickly. The only ones not joining in were the Slytherins. They were sneering at the beak display. However, if one looked beneath their table, several pairs of feet tapped in time to the music. Snape felt something pull at him. There was some kind of magic flowing within the music that seemed to be calling to him. He couldn't quite catch it. It kept slipping out of his grasp and as it did, it hurt. McGonagall, the Scotswoman that she was, wondered at the boy's talent. "I wonder if he could play the pipes. I haven't heard a good piper in ages." Quirrell had disappeared as soon as the music started, his face deathly pale. It seemed as if something in the music didn't agree with him. As suddenly as the music had started, it stopped. Again, the dancers froze in mid-step. Breathing heavily from their exertion, they smiled and bowed to Harry, then to the head table as they returned to their seats. Albus stood, clapping. "That, my boys, was magnificent. What a way to end a school term. 50 points to Gryffindor and 10 for each dancer who joined in. Now it is getting late and you must be up early for the train. Good night and happy Christmas to you all. And Mr. Potter, could I see you before breakfast in the morning?" Harry met the headmaster in his office, first thing in the morning. He wasn't sure why he had been summoned but he knew it couldn't be good. Last night had been fun and it had helped calm him. At least, it hadn't been too embarrassing. Seamus sure could dance. It was fun playing for an audience again. He really did miss his brothers backing him up. Wonder what the old coot wants now. "Ah, Harry, my boy. I glad you are here," Albus said, ushering the boy into his office. "I need to tell you that I'm sending Professor Snape with you on the train. He is to meet with your parents. We are a bit concerned about your safety away from school. We can't be too careful, my boy." Harry looked a bit confused. "Are you doing this for every student or just me because of my bloody scar?" Albus blinked a bit taken back. "Language, Harry. And in a way it is about who you are. We have no idea who raised you and we are a bit concerned where you live away from school. You are very important to us. We must know that you are safe and protected." Harry smiled. "That's all right, sir. Thank you for your concern but Professor Snape must have more important things to do than babysit me. I'm a big boy and can take care of myself." "Oh, he's more than happy to do this service, Harry," Albus reassured him with a twinkle in his eye. "I would never forgive myself if anything happened to you." Harry almost snarled at the old interfering coot. "Yay, right. You were the one that left me on a door stoop like a bottle of milk or the early edition of a newspaper. That's no way to treat a baby that just lost everything important in his life. So can we say fat chance?" Instead Harry smiled and left. When he got to his dorm, he finished packing and waited until everyone had left. Calling for a goblin to take his trunk, Harry placed a note on his bed. Dear Headmaster, thank you for your concern, but I find I really don't need an escort as my father has already provided one. I will see you when the term starts next year. Have a holly, jolly Christmas and a happy new year. Harry. There, that should settle their hash. Time to blow this popsicle stand. He stepped to a floor-length mirror and ran his finger around the frame, watching as the glass turned to swirling clouds of mist. Stepping through, he never noticed that the tracking spell that Dumbledore had placed on him slid off, unable to pass through. As soon as Harry disappeared into the mist, the mirror returned to normal. Dear Headmaster, thank you for your concern, but I find I really don't need an escort as my father has already provided one. I will see you when the term starts next year. Have a holly, jolly Christmas and a happy new year. Harry. There, that should settle their hash. Time to blow this popsicle stand. He stepped to a floor-length mirror and ran his finger around the frame, watching as the glass turned to swirling clouds of mist. Stepping through, he never noticed that the tracking spell that Dumbledore had placed on him slid off, unable to pass through. As soon as Harry disappeared into the mist, the mirror returned to normal. Oh! Jareth laughed as he watched the headmaster grind his teeth in frustration at the disappearance of one Harry Potter. Like Harry, the Goblin King felt that the old wizard deserved everything Harry had dished out. His concern over Harry should stop with school unless there was evidence that Harry was being abused. Jareth snorted. He didn't do it last time. In fact, he encouraged it. Father. Garion's voice echoed through the castle halls, breaking Jareth's train of thoughts. The tall Phi stepped out of his study just as his son ran up to him. Father and son hugged each other as if they hadn't seen each other in ages, even though it had only been a couple of months. Welcome home, my son, Jareth said softly as he pulled back to get a good look at the boy. He frowned. So Dumbledore couldn't keep from interfering after all. Anger radiated off the Phi as he said, how dare he block your magic. I know I cannot intervene just now, as the timeline must be protected. However, I will repay his meddling. With a wave of his hand, Jareth called up a crystal and broke it over Garion. The shower of fairy dust fell onto the boy's head, removing the block Dumbledore had on Garion's magical core while making it seem like it was still obstructed, thus deceiving anyone that read his aura. Garion shrugged. I'm not surprised, Father. I've been having problems channeling my magic. You think he did that while I was in the infirmary at Halloween? It would seem so. He also placed a tracking spell on you. It failed to go through the mirror, Jareth smirked. You did leave your professor waiting at the entrance. I am very proud of you, my little hooligan. Garion beamed. Thank you, Father. I do try. Christmas in the labyrinth and in New England as well, was magical in a non-magical way. Snow gave everything a crisp, clean look that was reminiscent of a Currier and Ives print. Sarah and her staff had been baking non-stop. Uncles Corey and Snuffles kept the boys busy between Christmas decorating and outdoor activities such as snow fights and sleigh rides. Play rehearsals filled the theater with music and laughter as the play for the holiday was A Christmas Carol. With his magic back to what it was before his stint with the troll, Garion wholeheartedly embraced his time with his family. He was quite sure that his father would do something about Dumbledore's interference. If only to keep the old codger from blocking Garion's magic again. The day before Garion was to return to Hogwarts, a package arrived. The note attached read, "This belonged to your father. I was keeping it in trust for you. Uses wisely." Inside was a silvery gray material. Well, I wondered if he was going to give that to you or not, Sirius told Garion as the boy held up the strange material. That was your father's invisibility cloak. Garion looked from Sirius then to his father, who commented, "It is as it should be." Garion returned to Hogwarts and once more became Harry Potter. He refused to comment on where he had been and who he had been with. He endured the questions as best he could. The months between Christmas and spring was filled with study and adverter for Harry. Dear Father, I found the strangest mirror. Didn't you once tell me about a mirror that had gone missing in the labyrinth that showed people's desires? I think I found it. After I did, Dumbledore moved it. He seemed afraid for some reason. I thought you might like to know. I'm not sure if the headmaster will allow me to come home for Easter or not. He's being a bit of a flake. Plus the professors are assigning a lot of homework. Your son, dear Uncle Snuffles. Guess what? Hagrid tried to raise a baby dragon he got over Easter break while I was visiting home. Thankfully, Ron and Hermione were able to send it to Ron's brother, Charlie. Man, did we get into a lot of trouble over that, but it was worth it. You were right, though, the guy's a nice guy but very clueless on what's cute and cuddly. We really should introduce him to Ludo. At least, rocks aren't as dangerous as a fire-breathing dragon. Or worse, we could introduce him to the Fireys since he seems to have a thing for fire. Got to run. Your favorite hooligan. Gee. Dear Miss Williams, we wish to inform you that your son Harry Potter was given detention for fighting with another student. Professor R. Hagrid gave Mr. Potter plus 3 other students the task of helping with finding an injured unicorn when he was injured. Although Mr. Potter wasn't seriously harmed, it is my duty to inform you of the incident. What happened during the detention isn't very clear, however, Harry did receive minor injuries and had to spend the night in the infirmary. We pride ourselves on protecting our students, but in this case we failed. We assure you that Harry has not sustained any permanent damage and we will continue to monitor him carefully to see that he comes to no further harm. M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts. Sarah barged into Jareth's study, waving this latest communique. We have do something. They aren't taking care of Garion like they said they would. Jareth pulled his wife and soulmate into his arms. Shush, my Sarah. We've been through this. He has to fulfill his destiny and that includes suffering from the manipulation of the wizarding world. We can't interfere, as we would like to. He is a survivor. We have given him every advantage to help him get through this. Shish. He'll be home soon for the summer. Harry stood in front of the mirror of Arised with Quirrell standing behind him. He had a choice to make. He could step through with the stone and disappear into the underground or stay and fight him. Either way, he knew it was a no-win situation. Something would be revealed to his enemy and he wasn't sure he was ready to do that. However, the decision was made for him when Quirrell attacked him, revealing his mother's protection, thus killing the timid professor and setting Voldemort once more free to raise havoc at a later time. Of course, Harry found himself back in the infirmary with Dumbledore trying to use magic on him again along with Ron, Hermione and Madame Pomfrey trying to smother him with their concerns. He seriously wished the year was over with and he was back with his family. The end of the year feast was a bit much in Harry's opinion. Dumbledore cheated with the house points. It really wasn't fair if you asked him. Sure, he loved the fact that Gryffindor had won the cup, but did he have to add all those ridiculous points? Come on. Before everyone left the Great Hall, Harry decided to give his own warning to everyone. Would they get the message? Listen, children, to a story that was written long ago, about a kingdom on a mountain, and the valley folk below. On the mountain was a treasure, buried deep beneath the stone, and the valley people swore they'd have it for their very own. The Great Hall grew silent to hear what he was singing. He wove his magic within the song. He was giving them a warning, especially to the adults. Now the valley cried with anger. Mount your horses, draw your sword, and they killed the mountain people. So they won their just reward. Now they stood beside the treasure. On the mountain, dark and red, turned the stone and looked beneath it. Peace on earth, was all it said. Go ahead and hate your neighbor. Go ahead and cheat a friend. Do it in the name of heaven. You can justify it in the end. There won't be any trumpets blowing. Come the judgment day, on the bloody morning after. One tin soldier rides away. When the last note ended, Harry stood and walked away with his guitar in one hand, his music case in the other. Behind him, the Great Hall was silent as everyone sat stunned by the power of the message behind the music. When the last note ended, Harry stood and walked away with his guitar in one hand, his music case in the other. Behind him, the Great Hall was silent as everyone sat stunned by the power of the message behind the music. The train ride back to King's Crossing was almost anticlimactic. Harry couldn't wait to get back to his parents. He had been instructed not to go through the mirror after the feast but to Gringotts where he would be met. Harry wondered if Dumbledore got the message behind the song. Probably not, he mused. The man looks for meanings within meanings but never notices the simple truths. When they got off the train, Ron's parents were there to meet them. Harry sighed. Bet old Dumbledore arranged this. Honestly, the man needs a hobby. Harry, dear, it is wonderful to meet you. Ron and the twins have told us so much about you, Mrs. Weasley said. Who's meeting you today? Harry smiled. Well, I'm to take a taxi to the Leaky Cauldron and be met there. Nonsense. A boy like you shouldn't be gallivanting around London alone, she replied. We wouldn't dream of allowing it. Oh, I don't mind, Mrs. Weasley, Harry protested politely. I'm not a child. In the end, Mrs. Weasley wouldn't hear of it. Harry fumed all the way to the Leaky Cauldron. He was sure that Dumbledore was behind it all. He made idle chit-chat with Ron and the rest of the Weasleys, but told them nothing about his guardians. Honestly, these people need lessons in subtlety. How obvious can you get? He thought, trying not to roll his eyes. Once inside the Leaky Cauldron, Mrs. Weasley offered to wait for his guardians. Harry smiled and shrugged. I have to use the restroom. If you'll excuse me. Of course, Harry never came back. Once he get away from the sea of redheads, he made his way out the back and into the alley. There he quickly made his way to Gringotts and Ragnarok. He was home free for the summer. Summer looked to be fun and busy. Harry was now Garion. He had missed his family, as they, him. After he made his report to his parents of his studies and adventures, he was filled in on what they had planned for him: more studies in Elven and Bardic magic along with physical training. And of course, the theater was doing South Pacific, and The Tempest, for summer stock. There would be parts for him in both. That was until a tiny being known as a house elf made his presence known. The poor little guy wasn't used to being surrounded by goblins and high elves. He found his mission difficult to accomplish as he tried to convince Garion not to return to Hogwarts. Fat chance. Father would never allow it. All because of the bloody timeline. Garion thought, shaking his head. Well, no matter. He wasn't going to allow anyone or anything to spoil his summer. All too soon it was time go get his books and supplies at Diagon Alley. Harry. Garion sighed. He had hoped for a quick in and out. Turning around as he adjusted his music case, he spied Ron and Hermione running up to him. Thankfully, his mother wasn't along, however his father had made it clear that he would not be alone. He was even more thankful not to see the over-exuberant Mrs. Weasley. How have you been, mate? Mum was livid when you snuck out like that. She calmed down when you sent that box of roses to her. She couldn't stay mad, Ron said, almost out of breath. He had hoped to remain Garion a while longer. Looks like his father had been right, after all. Oh well, the show must go on, he shrugged. Sorry, mate, she was cramping my style and I had places to go and things to do, he smirked. Don't get me wrong, but your mother came on too strong. Hermione started to pull her two friends towards the bookstore. She went on about the new book list. I can't believe they got Gilderoy Lockhart as the new Dada professor. Have you read his books? She gushed. Harry and Ron rolled their eyes. Core, even Mum fancies the git, Ron leaned over and whispered to Harry. A crowd had gathered in front of Flourish and Bots. A flamboyant wizard was holding court inside. Harry groaned as he watched his friends worm their way into the crowd. He just knew something bad was about to happen. Shaking his head, he followed them. Inside, a tall bee-owned wizard was working the crowd like a con man selling snake oil. Why, if it isn't Harry James Potter? The boy who lived. Harry froze for a split second before his arm was grasped and he was hauled into the spotlight. What a marvelous coincidence. The two of us together. Simpered the showy bee-owned. Harry snapped out of his stupor. He was now in his element. If the man wanted to work the crowd, he would be more than happy to oblige. When in doubt, fall back on Shakespeare. Unhand me, foul varlet. Harry sneered loudly. I know you not. Thou debauched fish, thou. Why, Harry, my lad. Don't you know me? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your new professor in defense. We'll be seeing a lot of each other come the new school term. Harry raised an eyebrow, jerking his arm free. Again I say, release me, sir. I do begin to have bloody thoughts. Thou knave, thou rogue. Thou bragging popinjay. True fame needs no herald. But, Harry sneered. No sir. Begone. He gave a wave of dismissal. I know you not. As an underage wizard, I could have you arrested for accosting me. I will not have you writing on the coattails of my name. Someone in the crowd snapped a photo. Harry turned around. Sell that and my parents will sue you and whoever prints it for everything they are worth. Remember, there are underage privacy laws. I know my rights. Harry was beyond furious and the ambient magic in the air wasn't helping. In fact, it seemed to be fueling his anger. Thankfully, he still had enough control to contain it. "Haremr. Potter," Gilderoy Lockhart stuttered, his face a bit pale. "Let's be reasonable. The public has a right." Narrowing his eyes, Harry said in the calm, cold voice that his parents and brothers had come to recognize as the warning sign to duck and cover. "Professor Lockhart, and I use the title loosely, you're the adult. Please act like one." A burst of gasps and murmuring broke out as Harry stepped away from the wizard. "Very nicely done, Mr. Potter," came the dark, cultured voice of Lucius Malfoy. He and Draco were standing next to shocked Mr. Weasley and Ron's sister, Ginny. "Oh Harry," Hermione came up behind him. "Did you have to make the man look foolish? He is to be our professor this term. You should show him the proper respect." Harry rolled his eyes. The man made himself look the fool. Still channeling Shakespeare, Harry sighed dramatically, placed a hand to his forehead and stared up at the ceiling. "Lord, what fools these mortals be! That he's mad, 'tis true, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true." Hermione sputtered as Harry quoted from two Shakespearean plays out of context. Harry smiled, offering an arm to her. "Come fair maid. Our shopping isn't done. Onward." As he escorted Hermione past the older wizards, he bowed slightly. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse us. It would be rude to keep a lady from her shopping." Late afternoon, after Harry finally escaped his friends, he stopped at Florine Fortescue's for ice cream, and to ponder the day's events. Pulling his guitar from his ever-present case, he quietly practiced a piece he had been working on. The magic swirled around him, however this time, he was better protected by the crystal he wore. His thoughts were on the dark magic he had felt around the older Malfoy. It seemed malevolent, much like the dark magic that radiated off of Snape's arm. "You must let the events unfold, my son." Harry stopped playing. Standing in the shadows, stood his father. "You were watching, father." The Goblin King bowed slightly. "Indeed. I will always watch over you, my guardian." Late afternoon, after Harry finally escaped his friends, he stopped at Florine Fortescue's for ice cream, and to ponder the day's events. Pulling his guitar from his ever-present case, he quietly practiced a piece he had been working on. The magic swirled around him, however this time, he was better protected by the crystal he wore. His thoughts were on the dark magic he had felt around the older Malfoy. It seemed malevolent, much like the dark magic that radiated off of Snape's arm. "You must let the events unfold, my son." Harry stopped playing. Standing in the shadows, stood his father. "You were watching." The Goblin King bowed slightly. "Indeed. I will always watch over you, my guardian." "Dear mother." Ron didn't get in too much trouble for missing the train. He did however get into a lot of trouble for stealing his dad's flying car and crashing it into the Whomping Willow. "Boy," his mother can yell. The howler she sent lasted a very long time. "I thought I would go deaf. I'm glad I was able to get a goblin to help me when the barrier closed up." Was father very upset with me? I have the feeling I was supposed to have gone with Ron on his mad dash. The year just started and already it's going to be an interesting one. That dip Lockhart pulled a good one today. Remember the time the twins and I let loose several pixies in Snuffle's ditty bag so that they would fly out when he opened it? Well, Lockhart topped that by letting loose several times that many pixies, and then the coward left us to clean up his mess. Man, I wished I had Hoggle's spray canister. It would have made the job so much easier. Mom, you wouldn't believe that Lockhart made us take a quiz on himself personally. I'm enclosing a copy of the test. Can you believe it? We were actually graded on this. And this is supposed to be defense class. Nowhere in the test did it cover anything remotely relating to it. Come on Mom. Corey taught me more this past summer than I'll learn from this twit at this rate. And to top it off, I have a stalker. Colin Creevy keeps following me around with a camera. The paparazzi should take lessons from him. I can't even take a shower without worrying that he's going to take a shot. Lockhart wanted me to pose with him for a photo shoot. Mom, the man's a menace, a nutcase. Can I wish both of them away? Do you think father would take them and drop them into an oubliette together for me? Here's hoping. Gotta run Mom. Your top hooligan G. Harry rolled his eyes as he plopped down at the desk. School hadn't even started and he's already in detention with Lockhart no less. He really wished his mom would have allowed him to wish the S. Kerr away. Damn his luck. Now Harry, Lockhart simpered. Fame has its drawbacks. You'll be helping me sign these photos. Harry rolled his eyes. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. I feel, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. That the headmaster should have allowed one such as you to teach in these hallowed halls is incredible. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit? Quote. Lockhart gave Harry a look of pure confusion. Just what are you going on about, Harry? I'm just giving you a lesson on fame and the price we that are famous must pay. We can't have the boy who lived get a swell head from all the media attention, now can we? Again, Harry rolled his eyes. You sir are the one going on about fame. I'm just an honest puck. Fame is fleeting in a dream. 'Tis true. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Standing, Harry smirked. If this be my hour of punishment, then good sir, just being in your presence is punishment enough. Lockhart blinked. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Harry stood in front of the man, with his arms crossed, waiting. Well sir, he knew everything he had just said had gone over the man's head. Oh, he just loved confusing this arrogant popinjay of a man, calling him a wizard would have given him too much credit. He could tell he had the man thoroughly confounded. I swear, Lockhart has nothing between his ears but air, he thought, hiding a snicker. Giving himself a shake, Lockhart sighed, trying to regain some control of the detention. Harry, I only have your best interest at heart. No sir, you don't. Harry, now bored with dealing with the asinine professor, glared. His eyes glowed slightly as he called up a bit of his magic. If you'll excuse me, sir, I really would like to leave. I am sure we are done for the night. Yes, quite so. We both need out beauty sleep. Harry shook his head as he picked up his case and left. The man was an idiot and a half. Inwardly, he smiled. He hadn't signed one photo. Damn, he was good. Dear Uncle Snuffles, something isn't right. I'm hearing something in the walls. Before I can get a fix on it, it's gone. And no Snuffles, it isn't goblins or elves. It has me worried. It isn't one of your own pranks, is it? Did you ever hear anything whispering in the walls when you went to school here? I received an invitation from nearly headless Nick for his death day party. Any idea what kind of a gift I should take? I mean, the guy's dead. He did do me a favor and distracted Filch when I tracked Mud through the castle. A little help here. Your favorite nephew and junior prankster. G. Dear Ms. S. Williams, I assure you that Mr. Lockhart is a very qualified instructor, or I would not have hired him. I am not sure what Harry has told you, but I did do a thorough background check. The man has excellent references and is a published author on the subject of defense. I do want to take the time to assure you that Harry's complaints are groundless. As I am writing this, I also wish to take the time to inform you that Harry seems to be landing himself into difficult situations. He has received several detentions with various professors. I would like a chance to discuss Harry's behavior with you in person. He seems most reluctant to talk about his home life and his family. This concerns me greatly, as he is a wizarding child of Great Britain and the child of a prestigious family. As headmaster, I have an obligation to ensure his well-being. I must say that Harry is a well-read child, but his behavior has been vexing. I fear I must insist that you meet with me and my staff. I await your answer. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry sat in his alcove. The night held a feeling of dread. It was getting close to Halloween. Uncle Snuffles had been no help with gift ideas for Sir Nick. Mother had written to the headmaster about his concerns about that fool Lockhart, but he hadn't heard the outcome of that yet. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. It hung in the air like a fog. Looking down at his crystal, he sighed. It was full, again. More and more, he was finding himself sneaking out of the dorm to empty it. One of these nights, he was going to get caught. Murphy's Law and all that. Tonight, he was playing a banjo. He was in a Kermit the Frog sort of mood. The song, The Rainbow Connection, just seemed to fit. Have you been half asleep? And have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. The lovers, the dreamers, and me. Professor Severus Snape roamed the hallways. He was following the trail of music that seemed to be echoing through the corridors and wasn't about to be deterred. The music had a melancholy quality to it tonight. A boy's voice sang of a magical dragon named Puff, and the adventures they had. Indeed, what dragon would tolerate a name like Puff, of all things? He sneered as he came closer. However, the music caught him. A dragon lives forever, but not so little boys. Painted wings and giant rings make way for other toys. One gray night it happened, Jackie Paper came no more. And Puff, that mighty dragon, he ceased his fearless roar. His head was bent in sorrow, green scales fell like rain. Puff no longer went to play along the cherry lane. Without his lifelong friend, Puff could not be brave. So Puff, that mighty dragon, sadly slipped into his cave. Oh! A lone tear slipped down his cheek. Suddenly, he was reminded of his own lost childhood. Turning around, the fearsome bane of all Gryffindors strolled back into the shadows, blending in with the dark hallways as the last refrain slowly died in the distance. Maybe he'll catch Potter next time. Harry sat in his alcove. The night held a feeling of dread. It was getting close to Halloween. Uncle Snuffles had been no help with gift ideas for Sir Nick. Mother had written to the headmaster about his concerns about that fool Lockhart, but he hadn't heard the outcome of that yet. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. It hung in the air like a fog. Looking down at his crystal, he sighed. It was full, again. More and more, he was finding himself sneaking out of the dorm to empty it. One of these nights, he was going to get caught. Murphy's Law and all that. Tonight, he was playing a banjo. He was in a Kermit the Frog sort of mood. The song, The Rainbow Connection, just seemed to fit. Harry stared at the destroyed diary, clutching his wounded arm. Ginny was starting to stir. Finally, it was over with. He had destroyed the basilisk that had been roaming the halls most of the year. The soul that had inhabited the diary was gone. He shuddered briefly as icy cold shivers raced through his body from the basilisk venom. He didn't notice the gold and red flash of Fox's arrival nor the white and gray flutter of an owl. He was only half conscious as Fox leaned over, crying into his wound, and two strong arms cradled him from behind. Dazed, Harry stared up into familiar mismatched eyes. "Father," he breathed. "Harry." "Who?" Ginny asked, groggily as she started to revive. With a wave of his gloved hand, Jareth caused Ginny to fall into a healing slumber. "Don't worry about her, my son. She'll be fine, as you will be soon. I am very proud of you," the Goblin King said, giving both children a concerned look. "You fought the beast and won. That's all that matters." Harry looked down at his healed arm. It was all over with. Summer halls would be starting soon. Since Christmas he had been pounding into the heads of any who would listen that he wasn't the Slytherin heir. Maybe they'll listen now. "For now, father," he agreed. "You know Dumbledore will once again try to block my talents." "Let him try, my son," Jareth sneered. As the Phi helped him to his feet, Harry's thoughts went back to just before the Christmas break. The Great Hall had been buzzing with speculation on what happened the night before during the dueling club meeting. The Christmas halls would be starting soon, and frankly, Harry just couldn't wait. Between the nitwit for a Dada instructor and hearing a whispering voice in the walls was starting to wear on him. Breakfast was just starting when Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table. An eerie silence fell when the other students noticed his arrival. Setting his guitar case down beside him, Harry reached for some toast. A couple his fellow Gryffindors flinched away. Feeling his ire rising, he stood. What followed was a series of snarls, growls, grunts and hisses that seemed to echo through the dead silence. There was a strangled gasp from the head table. "Mr. Potter, we do not tolerate such language in this school," shouted Professor Flitwick. Harry looked a bit abashed at being understood. He had burst out in a venomous stream in gobbledygook and Trollic. He had forgotten that the tiny professor was half goblin. Oops. 25 points from Gryffindor for language unbecoming of a student, Mr. Potter. Care to explain why you felt it necessary? The tiny professor asked, standing on his chair and leaning over the head table. Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go. He noted the fear and disgust in many of his fellow students and knew he had to defuse the situation. Well, once into the breach as it were. Personally, I'd rather key a Wookiee than deal with this right now, he thought. Pasting a contrite expression on his face, Harry took a deep breath, bowed to the elder half-goblin and said in high gobbledygook, "Forgive me, esteemed elder. I had forgotten that there was one here that could understand this noble language. However, it should be noted that few humans would understand my usage and therefore my frustration. Trollic and gobbledygook lends itself so well to swearing, don't you agree, esteemed elder? That is as it may be, Mr. Potter, Professor. Flitwick replied in gobbledygook, trying to be stern. However, in English, he continued, nevertheless, it is inappropriate language for this school. Harry, Hermione cut in. Just how many languages do you speak? Harry laughed as he started to think out loud. Let's see. I can speak gobbledygook as well as some Trollic, which is great for swearing. Then there's High Elvish, Common Elvish, I can read Druidic better than I can speak it. Of course, Welsh and Gaelic. Harry ticked off each language on his fingers. I also can speak 5 human languages, English, French, Spanish, Latin and German. I do know a bit of Japanese, but I'm still working on it. Blimey mate. Ron piped in. Harry shrugged. So I guess I now have to add Parseltongue to the list. I honestly don't see the reason for being upset about it. It's just another language. Just another language. But it's Snake, Ron sputtered. Harry sighed as he came out of the memory. Just another language. Who would have thought that beast speaking would be frowned on in the wizarding world, he thought as leaned against his father. Now that he had killed the great monster and the diary that was the real culprit, maybe things would get back to normal. Well, normal for him. I want to go home, but I can't yet, can I? He looked hopefully up at his father. No, my son, you must finish the term. And it's no use wishing. I would not grant it, Jareth said, with a slight smirk. His hands tightened a bit on Harry's arm. Frack, what have I told you about swearing? Sorry. Sorry for the delay. Summer is such a busy time for Frau and me. Hopefully, with it almost over, we can get back to writing and completing several stories. We do try to make longer chapters, but we let the story tell us when it's time to end the chapter. It's just how it is. We decided to try something a bit different this time. We hope it works. As for the reviews, you people are awesome. As for Dumbledore finding out, you'll just have to wait and see. We do try to keep the story moving and as canon as possible, but it isn't always easy. Our Harry is so much different than the one in the books. Now that he had killed the great monster and the diary that was the real culprit, maybe things would get back to normal. Well, normal for him. I want to go home, but I can't yet, can I? He looked hopefully up at his father. No, my son, you must finish the term. And it's no use wishing. I would not grant it. Jareth said, with a slight smirk. His hands tightened a bit on Harry's arm. Frack, what have I told you about swearing? Sorry. Harry sat on the train totally disgruntled. He hadn't managed to ditch Dumbledore's pet stooge this time around. The man had stayed with him from the time he woke up to the time they had to leave for the station. The man had even followed him into the dorm's bathroom Lou, for pity's sakes. To make it even worse, Snape boarded the train with him and even sat in the same compartment. Dumbledore wasn't taking any chances this time. Ron and Hermione didn't look too pleased either. Thankfully, he still had his guitar case with him. He could lose himself in his music, ignoring Ron's sour looks and wordless mutterings about slimy Slytherins and greasy gits. Hermione lost herself in a book. She was no help. Harry sighed as he remembered a song from South Pacific. Catching Ron's eye, he began to play. You've got to be taught to hate and fear. You've got to be taught from year to year. It's got to be drummed in your dear little ear. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught to be afraid of people whose eyes are oddly made, and people whose skin is a different shade. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught before it's too late. Before you are 6 or 7 or 8. To hate all the people your relatives hate. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be carefully taught. Snape snorted, peering over the potion magazine he was reading. Harry caught the look and rolled his eyes, before going into another song. They managed Toga to King's Crossing without killing each other. As the train rolled to a stop, Harry wondered who would be waiting for him, Mother or Uncle Corey. He shuddered at the thought of Snape speaking with his mother. He didn't want to even think about the fallout or the pool of goo if Mother decided to pour on the charm. Ick. That was just plain wrong. Potter, bid your little friends goodbye and come along. I would like to return to Hogwarts sometime today, Snape sneered at the trio as they started for the barrier. Bye, Harry. Don't forget to write. Yay, mate. I'll let you know what Dad has planned for this summer. Maybe we can get together or something. See ya, mate. Harry waved as his friends disappear into the station with their families. Suddenly a beefy hand clamped on his shoulder, almost knocking him to his knees. Looking up, Harry saw the fattest, ruddiest man he had ever seen in his life. This wasn't a man, it was a walrus on 2 feet. "Potter, you'll be spending the summer with us. The headmaster of that freak school has it all arranged," the walrus grunted. Shaking off the hand, Harry moved away. "Just who are you? I don't know you, mister. Get the heck away from me." Harry's voice started to raise in volume. "Mr. Potter, language. The headmaster has arranged that you should spend time with your relatives," Snape interjected. "Well, no one's told me," Harry cried indignantly. "I've never seen this man before in my life. Is there a problem here?" Came a voice from behind the trio. Harry turned to find a station bobby, peering inquisitively over his shoulder. "Yes, sir. I don't know this man and he wants me to go with him," the boy whined, moving closer to the bobby as if seeking protection. "For all I know, he's some sort of beeper, child beeper." Harry was livid at this change of events. No way was he going to go with this walrus. Time to put all those years of summer stock to good use. Oliver. "Please, sir, can you help me?" Harry asked, flashing his best innocent look. The bobby's eyebrow raised at Harry's statement. Looking from the walrus man to the greasy bat man. "Right. I need some ids." Harry snuck a look at Snape and almost burst out laughing. The man was struck dumb. "Yes. Snuffles owes me, big time. Now see here. I am Vernon Dursley. I am the boy's uncle. I was contacted by the boys' school to take him for the summer," Vernon huffed, turning redder by the moment. Snape sneered. "I am Professor Severus Snape. I teach at Hogwarts, School for the Gifted. The headmaster requested that I escort Mr. Potter to his uncle. And that would be me. Uncle Corey," Harry shouted with relief as he ran to embrace a tall and elegantly dressed man, who had just appeared. "And what is going on here?" Corey asked, imperiously as he moved to protect Harry from the others. "I was given the impression that students were safe from this type of harassment at this station. I was just addressing that, sir," the bobby stuttered. Harry hid a snicker. Uncle Corey strikes again. Fire, gotta love it. Vernon was now the ugliest shade of purple Harry had ever seen on a human being. "Now see here. I was told to pick the boy up. It's no loss to me where he goes. I was doing the headmaster a favor taking the freak in the first place. Always knew that my wife's sister's family were nutters." "Some favor," Harry grumbled. "I don't even know this guy." "Right-o." The bobby, now getting a picture of what is going on, spoke. "You two, come with me. There are laws about pedophiles, you know. Now see here." Both Snape and Vernon roared at the same time. Harry turned away. It was hard to stay in character. He didn't dare to look at Uncle Corey or he was sure he would have lost it. The bobby spoke into his mic clipped to his shoulder. Corey looked down at a shaking Harry who was hiding his face in Corey's arm. "Can't you stay out of trouble for 5 minutes? You haven't even made it home yet," he whispered. Harry just shrugged. Catching the bobby's eye, Harry whimpered, piteously, "Excuse me, sir. Can I go home now? I want to see my mum." Severus Snape stormed into the castle and up to Albus' office. Never had he spent a day like today. First he had to tail Potter all the way to London so that he could turn the brat over to his relatives. The train ride itself had been mildly entertaining as Potter played his guitar for most of it. However, never in his wildest dreams would he imagine that he would be accosted by the station's security force for pedophilia. And Potter, all sweet and innocent. Butter wouldn't even melt in his mouth. How in Merlin's name did he get sorted into Gryffindor? The brat was more Slytherin than Salazar himself. "Albus, I know you were in there." Snape raged as he entered the headmaster's office. "Severus, my boy, did Harry get picked up by his relatives?" Severus growled under his breath. "Which one? Whatever do you mean, my boy?" Albus looked up. "I arranged for Harry to stay with the Dursleys. Lily's sister and her family. Your plan backfired, old man. Vernon Dursley was arrested for pedophilia and almost took me with him. Didn't you stop to think that you should have introduced Harry to his uncle before meeting at the station?" Albus sighed, stroking his beard. "What happened? Vernon Dursley is what happened. The man was the size of a beached whale and twice as revolting. He's the worst sort of muggle. I wouldn't leave a flobberworm with him, let alone a child." Severus paced back and forth, still ranting. I had to obliviate the Muggle Bobby and Dursley just to get away. Your precious Potter walked away with his other uncle, who showed up. Both of them left as if they didn't have a without a care in the world, Snape snarled, pacing the headmaster's office. Never again, Albus. Find someone else to deal with your little problem. I'm going to my rooms. I wish to not be disturbed, for any reason. That night, Harry had his family in stitches as he reenacted the train station scenario. You should have seen Snape's face when I played poor little Oliver Twist. All alone and scared of the big bad beeps. I think both would have strangled me, if they could have. Uncle Snuffles was rolling on the floor. Good one, Prongslet. Poor ol' Snivelus. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Sarah reached over and thwapped Sirius in the back of his head with a rolled-up newspaper. Really? Stop encouraging him. Garion has to return to school next fall and face that man in class. This won't make it any easier for him. Indeed, Jareth said, coming into the conversation. Although, I would like to know what the headmaster hoped to gain by involving the Dursleys. He must know that we would not stand for any interference in Garion's life. Father. Yes, my son. I am glad that you and mother raised me. That man was, Garion shuddered. The hate seemed to roll off him. Why would Dumbledore put me there in the first place? Although Garion was trained in many magical disciplines, he was only a boy of 12 and still coping with the memories emerging from his past life. Jareth closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Opening his eyes, he looked solemnly down at his adopted son. Dumbledore is misguided in his use of the old magic. He fails to completely understand the consequences of his actions. He felt that the loving sacrifice that your mother made would carry over to her sister, your aunt, through their shared blood. However, he was wrong. For the ancient blood magic to work, there must be love and a sense of family. Your aunt disowned Lily and wanted nothing to do with her world. This broke all blood ties and made the magic ineffective. Garion was pulled into Sarah's arms. For all that he has been made to go through, Garion knew that he was loved and had been loved. He would be forever thankful that he'd been wished away. Sorry for the long hiatus. Real life caught Frau and myself off guard. Well, we are back. Sorry there was no scene with Dobby. We did mention that we weren't going to rehash the books but highlight certain scenes. So assume that the scene with Dobby happened. We can't believe all the reviews this story is getting. We're told it's even was giving a recommendation on another forum. Thank you. Sorry about the flashback confusion. It'll be edited soon, we hope. Master Alban, his white-haired elven sword master, wasn't too pleased with his student. Well, at least you are still alive, young prince, for all the foolishness you displayed with your schoolyard battle with a basilisk. Did you think I would not hear of your adventure? Warm up and then we'll see just how much of my training you allowed to let slide these last months. Garion groaned. He was in for it now. He was going to be sporting bruises tonight. And the day wasn't over with yet. After this, he had dancing lessons, voice lessons, and tonight he had to sit in on the choreographing of Annie. He had a bit part, one scene. Big deal. Since it was only one scene, his instructors decided to pour on other lessons. Garion groaned. It was the last week of his summer halls and he was miserable. His brothers were laughing at him. In fact, they were rolling on the floor in mirth. Garion was in pain, physically and emotionally. Sword Master Alban had decided to give Garion as many bruises as he could so that he wouldn't forget his lessons this time around. On top of that, there was a summer fete that he just couldn't get out of attending. Damn elves and their endless need for parties. Elves tend to party for days on end and Garion was just a poor young human who just didn't have their stamina. Being royalty isn't all it's cracked up to be. This was the reason behind his brother's mirth. Garion had just been informed that the three of them would be performing. While that wasn't a bad thing in and of itself, they each also were required to escort a fair young thing to the dance. Ew. Girls. Yuck. He wasn't ready to do the social thing just yet. Aw, come on bro, said Jared. It can't be that bad. Father would never pair you up with some old crone. Yeah bro. Father does have good taste in women, Garrett laughed. He did choose mother after all. Garion rolled his eyes at his brothers. Some help you are. I'm too young to be leg shackled like this. For all his aches and pains, Garion was ever the courtly gentleman. His tutors had made sure of that, if not, his father would have something to say about it. At least his date was a fair maiden of impeccable lineage, of course. She had a winning smile and shimmering golden hair. If Garion was a few years older, he would be thinking about how lucky he was, but right now, he was just thankful she wasn't as old as stone-faced. Professor McGonagall. The fete was being held in the labyrinth's rose maze, Mother's favorite garden. The night was perfect as always underground. The fairy dust caught the moonlight in shimmering sparkles. Rippling streams of silver seemed to cascade from fountains, adding a melodious harmony to the pageantry. Hundreds of white roses in full bloom added their delicate fragrance to the mood. A stage had been set for Garion and his brothers. Bardic magic was always a hit at any elven gala. Not many humans were gifted with bardic magic, and when one was found, as was in Garion's case, they were highly cherished. Human bards could create magic from nothing but their own imagination, whereas elves could only recreate it. Garion and Sarah were both bards in their own right. She with words and he with music. Tonight, the hooligans were going to play Geespy and Celtic music. Always a crowd pleaser, in the young bard's mind. They started out with the wild Irish jigs and songs and finished with a new song by Kate Price that they had been practicing. His brothers faded into the darkness as Garion sat center stage with an Irish harp. Garrett accompanied him in the darkness on a hammer dulcimer. Jared added his clear tenor as a counterpoint to the vocal melody. Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy, hand in hand. For the world's more full of weeping than you can understand, where the wandering water gushes, from the hills above Glen Car, in pools among the rushes, that scarce could bathe a star, we seek for slumbering trout, and whispering in their cars, give them unquiet dreams, from ferns then drop their tears. Garion's choir boy voice filled the night, weaving in and out with music of his harp. It drew a picture in the minds of all who heard of unwanted human child claimed by the fairies. Sorrow and hope wove themselves into the last refrain as it echoed into the night. Tears glimmered on every face. Jareth was holding tightly to Sarah. After all, he was the one that took the unwanted and the unloved when asked. In essence, this was Garion's song. Garion lifted his angelic face up into the night sky as he sang. Glowing fairies encircled his black hair, adding to the ethereal effect of the song. For he comes, the human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy, hand in hand. For the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. A brief silence hung in the air when Garion bowed his head, his fingers stilled the harp's voice. The silence was almost deafening until Jareth started clapping. That broke the spell as a wave of thunderous applause broke over the garden. Garion looked up as the little fairies scattered back to the rose hedges in a flurry panic. He gave a slight smile to his parents as he stood to take his bow. Garion and his brothers had been allowed to sleep in, and equally thankful was that underground ran on a different time scale than above. Time was so screwy that Garion could spend an hour underground and have several days or years pass by above, or vice versa. Which was why Garion couldn't live underground like his brothers. He was human after all, and they weren't. Sirius came bounding over to Garion when everyone was at the luncheon table. Garion, we need to talk, pup. Garion looked up at his godfather and smiled. What's up, Uncle Snuffles? The changeling at Azkaban has faded away. They are looking for me. Suddenly, Garion's appetite died. Closing his eyes, he had known this day would come. He had been preparing for it for years. That means you have to go back with me, doesn't it? Afraid so, pup. Your father wants to talk to you. Time has a way of getting away from you, even underground time. Uncle Corey escorted Harry to the Leaky Cauldron 2 days before he had to leave on the train. He had arranged for them to meet up with his friends to buy school supplies. Harry, mate. Harry found himself surrounded by red-haired Weasleys and squeezed to death by a bushy-haired whirlwind. Arthur managed to get Corey and Harry apart from his family to warn that Harry had to be careful as Sirius Black was on the loose. Don't worry, sir, Harry said. I know all about Mr. Black. My parents explained things to me. I'll be careful. Harry wished he could protest that Sirius was innocent of all charges, but his father had been very clear on the matter. No trying to learn more than he should. No trying to clear Sirius. The timeline must be preserved. All things in their time, no matter how much Harry wanted to change things. Events had to play themselves out as close to the original timeline as possible. Dear Mother. The welcoming feast was as overdone as ever. We have a new Dada professor, Remus Lupin. Yes, the same one that Uncle Snuffles likes to go on about. The train ride was interesting. I met Professor Lupin for the first time there. We were sharing a compartment together along with Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Neville, also a new girl, Luna. She's interesting, Mom, to say the least. She acts more Phi than the Phi do. I think she may be part Phi. We were talking about the crumple-horned Snurkak, driving Hermione nuts. I couldn't figure out how Luna knew about them as they don't live above anymore. The train ride was interrupted by Dementors. Professor Lupin said that they were searching for Sirius Black. I was just about ready to dismiss them back to the dark side of the labyrinth when he used a spell called Expecto Patronum and drove them off. Oddly enough, they seemed to recognize me and were about to leave. I think I'd rather face a nightmare than a Dementor any day of the week. Dementors are scary and smell worse than the bog. Uncle Snuffles is hiding nearby. The castle goblins are keeping an eye out for him and trying to keep him fed and out of trouble. Oh, I almost forgot. You know that crazy house elf that tried to keep me from going to Hogwarts last year? The one I managed to free. Well, he's here at Hogwarts. My life just became more complicated. I don't know if he's more loyal to me or to Dumbledore. House elves tend to babble more than they mean to, unless their masters tell them not to. So I'm not sure what Dumbledore knows. Another thing, I'm pretty sure Dumbles was the one that sicked the Dursleys on me last summer. I know we talked about it over the summer. The headmaster was giving me such looks at the feast tonight. My little allies tell me that Dumbles has been corresponding with them on a regular basis. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to meet with me soon about my summer. He is determined to learn who you are. Again, have I mentioned that I'm very glad that you are my parents and I'm not staying with the Dursleys? I must go. All right, soon. Love, G. First let me say, that I am sorry if I snapped in a couple review replies. I didn't mean to. Also, sorry about taking so long to update. Every time Frau and I wanted to work on this chapter, something came up. I know I got a couple of comments about the Dursley. It was fun to write and maybe a little improbable, but still. Dumbledore could have set it up that way. He has the means and the magic. As for Snape and Harry, well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? Oh, I almost forgot. You know that crazy house elf that tried to keep me from going to Hogwarts last year? The one I managed to free. Well, he's here at Hogwarts. My life just became more complicated. I don't know if he's more loyal to me or to Dumbledore. House elves tend to babble more than they mean to, unless their masters tell them not to. So, I'm not sure what Dumbledore knows. Another thing, I'm pretty sure Dumbles was the one that sicked the Dursleys on me last summer. I know we talked about it over the summer. The headmaster was giving me such looks at the feast tonight. My little allies tell me that Dumbles has been corresponding with them on a regular basis. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to meet with me soon about my summer. He is determined to learn who you are. Again, have I mentioned that I'm very glad that you are my parents and I'm not staying with the Dursleys? I must go. All right, soon. Love, G. All too soon Garion was caught up in school work, dodging Professor Lupin's queries about his life outside of Hogwarts, and trying to keep Sirius from being seen. Just a typical day's work for a young prince from underground. Yeah, right. Garion thought back to what happened the other day. Bored and really didn't want to start on his homework, Garion was acting a scene for Shirley Temple and Bo Robinson's The Little Colonel. He was tap dancing up and down one of the moving staircases, humming to himself. Just innocent fun, really. He hadn't realized he had garnered an audience. When the stairs moved, he kept up the tempo without missing a beat. They never did that in the movies. Harry James Potter. Just what do you think you are doing? Screamed Hermione, with her hands on her hips. Why are you going up and down those stairs? Can't you make up your mind? You are blocking it for the rest of us. Several students groaned at the Gryffindor's screech, covering their ears. With a startled, deer-caught-in-headlights look, Harry hesitated for a moment before tapping his way to the top of the stairs, where he turned to give a gracious sweeping bow to his audience below, much to Hermione's displeasure. With a smile, he skipped merrily down the hall, his tap shoes beating an interesting tattoo which echoed from the stone floor. Honestly, Hermione really needs to lighten up, he thought as he came out of the memory and began to compose another letter to his mother. Dear Mother, school is so boring this year. The same thing day in and day out. I already know all this stuff. Well, most of it anyway. I will say that Professor Lupin is a much better instructor than Lockhart ever was, even if he is a with W. Shish. I'm not supposed to know that, but Uncle Snuffle let his slip once. Anyways, in the first class Professor Lupin let loose a boggart. Neville's fear was Professor Snape and Ron's was a spider. Mine was father. It was really bad until the boggart did something strange. When the spook realized who I was, he bowed, asked my pardon and walked back into the box without me uttering the counter spell. Floored everyone in class, it did. Strange, huh? Malfoy is such a doofus, mother. He was very rude to a hippogriff in COMC class and was attacked. Well, duh. What an idiot. Now he's milking his injury for all it is worth and his father is demanding that the hippogriff be put down. Poor Hagrid. Well, gotta go. Quidditch practice. Hug everyone for me. Gee. Remus Lupin was confused and confuddled when it came to one Harry James Potter. The boy was an enigma in and of himself. Harry was brilliant in class, polite and outgoing. The stunt with the stairs, from what Remus could learn, was one of many of the boy's quirky behaviors. Harry tended to quote from Shakespeare, as well as odd movies and Muggle sources that the pure bloods couldn't understand but the Muggle-born did. Harry was also often seen playing one musical instrument or another. Neither Lily or James ever showed the type of talent that he knew of. Who had raised this child? Harry was a fine and gifted young wizard. He was quite sure that if James or Lily had raised Harry, he would never have shown such talent. James, even as an adult, only ever cared for pranks and family, and Lily only her research. Would they have recognized such talents in Harry? Would they even encourage him to pursue them? A knock on the classroom door broke Remus' thoughts. Severus Snape entered holding a steamy goblet. That time of month again, Wolf. Severus, Remus said, taking the goblet. If you have a moment, I would like to ask you your opinion of Harry. You should concern yourself with your condition, not his. What do you mean? If you haven't noticed, Potter is insane, Snape sneered. Whoever has been raising him, has their hands full. Even Albus is at a loss on what to make of the boy. He has no discipline. It's all fun and games. Any clue on who raised him? Remus drained the goblet and handed it back. Not a one, and the boy is being very tight-lipped about it. However, if you have time one night, I will show you where he can be found after curfew. Dear Uncle Snuffles. Help. I'm being held hostage by Hermione. She has this great need to study. Study. And more study. She's insane, I tell you. Insane. She won't even let me play my guitar. She's killing me with books. On to other matters. I can't go to Hogsmeade like we originally planned. They are afraid that the evil Sirius Black will creep up on poor innocent me and slit my throat. Honestly, these people need to get a life and stop trying to live mine. I hope you are all right. Did I tell you that Mooney is the defense professor? He's as cool as you said he would be. But he is as nosy as Dumbles. I caught Snape bringing a goblet to him the other day. So it seems that the wolfsbane is working. By the way, you are right, Scabbers is missing a toe. Be careful. Ron takes the rodent everywhere with him. I think he's planning on leaving him behind for the Hogsmeade weekend, though. Be careful and don't get caught. Father won't be pleased. I can't wait for the holidays. I miss everyone. Love, G. Harry came to once more in the infirmary. It was very late. The torches created interesting shadows on the wood stone walls. What just happened? Oh right. Quidditch and Dementors just don't mix. A hand carded through Harry's hair. Turning, he gave a tired smile. Father. Garion, my son, the Goblin King whispered. You will be fine. Why did the Dementors attack me? I don't know, my son, but I will find out. Sleep now. The goblins will watch over you and I am just a heartbeat away. Harry closed his eyes, giving a slight nod. He never saw the White Owl leaving the room as Dumbledore entered. Remus was now even more confused. Harry seemed more concerned about losing his broom than his life. And those guardians, weren't they concerned about Harry's well-being? They never replied to the letter that was sent informing them of Harry's near death. Harry hadn't seemed too concerned by their silence. Once the child had been released from the infirmary, it was business as usual. Severus Snape escorted Remus to a small alcove near the Gryffindor common room. Making a shushing sign with his finger across his lips, the potion master faded into the shadows, pulling the werewolf with him. Guitar music floated on the air as soft scuffles could be heard. Remus peered around the corner to see Harry in the distance, sitting on a bench beneath a window with a guitar in his lap. It felt like there were many eyes watching the werewolf, waiting, judging him. One wrong move, and he would be ejected from the alcove. He watched in silence as Harry looked out the window as the first refrain filled the hallway. Beneath this snowy mantle cold and clean, the unborn grass lies waiting for its coat to turn to green. The snowbird sings a song he always sings, and speaks to me of flowers that will bloom again in spring. Remus was entranced. Harry had a well-trained riveting voice. Never had he heard such music before. Then he sensed it. Magic crackled in the air, swirling around Harry. He had never seen magic respond to anyone like that. Just how was he doing it? Spread your tiny wings and fly away. And take the snow back with you. Where it came from on that day. The one I love forever is untrue. And if I could, you know that I would fly away with you. Yeah, if I could, you know that I would fly away with you. As the final haunting echoes faded away, Harry sighed and looked out into the darkness, lost in his own thoughts. His fingers stilled on the guitar strings. Your guess is as good as mine, Wolf, Severus whispered in Remus' ear, motioning the two of them away. I would not recommend you even try to get close to him right now. Severus gave cautious look around. Remus gave the man a questioning look, then, he heard tiny feet and tittering surrounding them in the shadows. He couldn't see who or what, but he could feel their eyes on him. That's why, Wolf. Potter is protected for some reason. As much as I want to give the brat a detention, I am unable to get near enough, Snape said in frustration. Besides, Lupin, you are too easy on the boy. You have never had the brat for a detention. You just don't know what he is capable of. Snape shuddered, remembering. Potter seems to go out of his way to turn detentions into some sort of song and dance. Literally. As I keep saying, Potter is insane. Why, thank you, Professor. Both men jumped. Looking around, Potter was nowhere to be seen, yet his voice whispered eerily down the hall. I see my reputation is at stake, my fame is shrewdly gored. Lord, what fools these mortals be. That's why, Wolf. Potter is protected for some reason. As much as I want to give the brat a detention, I am unable to get near enough, Snape said in frustration. Besides, Lupin, you are too easy on the boy. You have never had the brat for a detention. You just don't know what he is capable of. Snape shuddered, remembering. Potter seems to go out of his way to turn detentions into some sort of song and dance. Literally. As I keep saying, Potter is insane. Why, thank you, Professor. Both men jumped. Looking around, Potter was nowhere to be seen, yet his voice whispered eerily down the hall. I see my reputation is at stake, my fame is shrewdly gored. Lord, what fools these mortals be. Dear Snuffles, thanks for the firebolt. I just know it was from you even if the note wasn't signed. Too bad that McGonagall took it away. She can be a real meanie when she tries. She claimed it was to make sure that it wasn't cursed, but I have the feeling she wants to test drive it herself. Shish, don't tell anyone. They wouldn't believe me anyways. I hope I get it back soon for the next Quidditch match. Moony was ill again. Snape has him convinced I'm insane. Hey. If they only knew. Too bad I can't tell Moony I know all about his furry little problem and how you and Dad used to help him when you were in school together. Oh well. Anyways, onto other news. I finally learned the Patronus charm from Moony. It really works. My Patronus is a stag just like Dad's prawns. Malfoy is really after Buckbeak. Too bad I can't sneak him underground. The flock could use some fresh blood. I just know he'd have a harem the moment he joins. Miss you, Snuffles. Stay safe, and for the goddess, Sake, try to stay out of trouble. The Dementors are being very restless. I don't know how much longer Father and I can keep them away from the castle. Gee, dear Snuffles, did you have to scare the fat lady that badly? Poor Neville got a howler from his grands because of it. If you had wanted the password that badly, I would have given it to you. You got to stay out of trouble and hidden more. I can't keep trying to cover for you, and maybe the Dementors would be called back from the castle if you weren't seen so often. Speaking of Dementors, did you see us against the Ravenclaws? We creamed them, and scared off the Dementors as well. Double score. But seriously, Snuffles, pun intended, never get on the wrong side of Hermione. She has a mean left hook. Just ask Malfoy. She flattened him when he insulted Hagrid and bragged about getting Buckbeak killed. She has a temper just like mother. Boy, I never want her page D at me. Gotta run. Stay safe. Gee. The night was young and the moon wasn't up yet. Harry knew things were coming to a head. Even his little goblin allies seem aware of something in the wind. Stepping out of Shrieking Shack with Snuffles, Remus, Ron and Hermione, Harry froze. The full moon was rising. Swearing under his breath, Harry knew he had to do something, fast. But, before he could, he was knocked to the ground by Snape as Moony started to shift. "Professor, get them out of here," Harry cried as he struggled to his feet. "I can hold him off." "You," Snape sneered as he started to push the children back towards the castle. "Move." Sirius had changed into Padfoot and was trying to keep the werewolf busy. "Yes, me," Harry said, taking a regal stance. He turned his face to the dark menacing forest and summoned. "Fie of the forest heed my call." A gentle breeze stirred restlessly as faint whispers echoed on it. "We hear. We listen. What is your will, O Prince?" Harry threw an arm up into the air as if he was conducting some strange ethereal dance. Up and down, o'er hill or dale lead, this were a merry chase until the sun floods the vale. Taunt and tease but do no harm and leave him safe in slumber's arms. Harry glowed as he called the night fie to him. It was as though time stood still. We hear, a game for the night, till the sun doth shine bright. High-pitched laughter echoed as the breeze picked up strength. By now, Moony had brushed off Padfoot, growling menacingly at the children. He advanced with hackles raised and his amber eyes glowing with madness. With each stalking step towards his prey, the strengthening breeze lifted fallen leaves and grass off the meadow's floor. Whorls of the debris mixed with sparkling lights as they danced around the werewolf, distracting him from the humans. Buzzing fairy wings and high-pitched giggling spun round and round the head of furious creature. His powerful jaws snapped vainly at the air trying to catch his tormentors as they lead him away into the dark forest. "What the hell just happened?" shouted Ron as the glow around Harry faded. "Potter," Snape snarled as he grabbed the boy by his collar. "Would you care to explain what just happened?" "Harry, how did you call the fight to you?" "They don't answer to anyone," Hermione sputtered. Sirius straightened, holding his injured arm carefully. "Damn, the rat got away again." Ducking out of Snape's grasp, Harry turned and took a deep breath, but before he could say anything, two Dementors floated by. Throwing up an arm again, Harry commanded. "Begone, foul beasts, else face my father's wrath. You have been warned once before. I and this man have the Phi's protection. He is not your lawful prey." "Harry Potter, what the hell?" Sirius smirked as the Dementors bowed and left. Harry sighed when they were once more alone. He really didn't want to do what he knew he had to do now, but Father had been very specific about not letting anyone know he had command of bardic magic. With deep regret he took a calming breath and chanted softly, "The words I spoke you have not heard. Memory's quest be blank and blurred. What has passed is but a dream. Things were not what they seemed. Be at peace, all is well." Sirius Black looked down at his chained wrists. He was once again on his way to Azkaban. Snape, the rat Fink, had stunned him right after Harry took away his friend's memories of last night's events. It was too dangerous for Snape and the two students to know just how powerful or how well taught Harry really was. At least Moony hadn't harmed anyone. It had been quick thinking on Harry's part to get the Phi to help out, and Moony was no worse for it. Pissed. Snuffles. Stepping out of the shadows, Harry smirked. "You didn't think I would leave you here, did you? Harry, you can't be seen here. Your father would." "Nah, it's all arranged," Harry said, waving the man to be silent. "Buckbeak is just outside waiting for you to take you both underground. Father said in the old timeline that I and my own helped you escape, but this time, it's just little old me." The chains fell off as Sirius stood. "Great. Thanks, kid. Do me a favor, Snuffles." "Sure, Garion, what?" "Make sure Buckbeak is introduced to the flock back home." Sirius smiled as he escaped out of the window and onto Buckbeak's back. A saucy salute from Sirius as Harry slapped the hippogriff's rump. "First shadow to your right and straight on until morning," Harry called after them. All the students were getting ready to leave for the summer. The train was due to leave in an hour. Chaos reigned as students hurriedly filled the carriages for the station. Everyone knew that Sirius Black had escaped once again. But this time, several people knew that the man was innocent. One of them was Remus Lupin, another was Severus Snape. Headmaster Dumbledore lingered by the doors of the entrance hall. He seemed pleased that Sirius was innocent and had escaped. He just didn't know how he pulled it off or if Harry had anything to do with it. And Harry wasn't telling. Stroking his beard, Dumbledore lost himself in thought. Speaking of the boy, he was going home again. Going to the Dursleys was out. By now the Blood Wards were gone along with all the extra ones that he had put up last year. Just where Harry was spending his summers was still a mystery. Severus refused to accompany the boy or get involved again. He'd had enough. No amount of manipulation would get the potions master anywhere near that boy in the train station. Remus Lupin seemed to have disappeared also. Just as well, parents weren't too pleased to discover that a werewolf had been teaching their children this past year. Remus was very upset to learn that Sirius was innocent all this time and nothing had been done to free him or to prove his guilt or innocence. He blamed Dumbledore for not insisting that Sirius be tested under Veritaserum. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Being a headmaster and supreme mugwump just wasn't the fun it used to be. Bested by a 13-year-old boy who just can't do what he is told. He wasn't used to having his decisions called into question. He can't afford to have any more adults second-guessing his choices. Headmaster, headmaster, called a bushy-haired witch, breaking into his musings. Dumbledore groaned, rolling his eyes. He never got a coherent story about what happened the night of the full moon. No one seemed to remember, and even Legilimency couldn't make sense of the whole episode. To make it worse, Harry wasn't speaking to him. Headmaster, Harry isn't in his dorm and his trunk is missing. Is he already on the train? Ron said as he and Hermione stopped by the headmaster. Not again, he thought, head in hands. Well, maybe next year I'll get to the bottom of things. Headmaster, headmaster, called a bushy-haired witch, breaking into his musings. Dumbledore groaned, rolling his eyes. He never got a coherent story about what happened the night of the full moon. No one seemed to remember, and even Legilimency couldn't make sense of the whole episode. To make it worse, Harry wasn't speaking to him. Headmaster, Harry isn't in his dorm and his trunk is missing. Is he already on the train? Ron said as he and Hermione stopped by the headmaster. Not again, he thought, head in hands. Well, maybe next year I'll get to the bottom of things. Remus Lupin arrived at the Blacks' townhouse at number 12 Grimmauld Place with mixed feelings. He was still kicking himself for believing his best friend was guilty all these years. The evidence had been so overwhelming, but now that he thought about it, it was all circumstantial. If only Dumbledore had done the right thing and just insisted that Veritaserum be used, none of this would have happened. He sighed, shaking his head as he entered the bleak house. Moony, old pal, old buddy, come in, shouted Sirius from the kitchen. Suddenly a loud shriek filled the house. Get out of my house. Blood traitors. Filthy werewolf. Shut up, you old hag, I'm sick of your screaming. Sirius shouted back, then muttering under his breath, wait until Harry gets here. He'll fix your wagon. Turning back to Remus, he said, never mind her. She's just my mother's portrait. I can't unstick her, so I just have to live with her. Remus allowed himself to be led to the kitchen. Why wait for Harry? What can he do? Sirius grinned as he poured 2 cups of tea and held up a bottle of scotch. Tea. Remus nodded, holding out his cup for a bit of liquid courage. Continuing on, Sirius grinned. Oh, Harry has his ways. He's a true son of the Marauders. Just how powerful is Harry? And why is Snape convinced that Harry is insane? Remus asked, taking a sip of his tea. Oh, don't get me wrong, Sirius laughed. Harry is just Harry, but he's been raised by 2 very loving and very powerful people. Because of this, the type of power that Harry commands has left its mark on him. I can't tell you everything, because of an oath I took. All I can say is Harry is something that hasn't been seen since the days of Taliesin. Harry is a bard adept. Lucy, I'm home, came Harry's voice in a very fake Cuban accent. When are we leaving for the underground? Did Buckbeak make it there all right? In here, Ricky, Sirius called back in a saccharine falsetto. Remus sputtered into his cup. Just what was going on? Blood traitor. Filth. Mudblood. Get out of my house. Sirius held up a hand to silence Remus as they moved to overlook the front hallway. There they saw Harry pulling out his guitar. He then tapped his book bag with his wand. Remus couldn't quite make out what he had said as background singers and music started playing, drowning out Mrs. Black's shrieks. Harry faced the portrait as he sang. La la call. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. The lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. The lion sleeps tonight. Imboob. Inganyama ifile. Inganyama ilele. Thula. The hair on his arms prickled as Remus felt the underlying magic swirling through the music. He remembered the few nights he had listened to Harry play at Hogwarts. It had sent shivers down his spine then as it did now. He then noticed the portrait's eyes widen. Her mouth moved but no sound came out. Near the village, the peaceful village. The lion sleeps tonight. Near the village, the peaceful village. The lion sleeps tonight. Inganyama ilele. Hush, my darling, don't fear, my darling. The lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, don't fear, my darling. The lion sleeps tonight. He, ha helalamama. Oh hi boob. Harry stood in front of the portrait in a regal pose cradling his guitar as the music faded, never taking his eyes off Mrs. Black. Remus, eyes widened in shock as Mrs. Black bowed her head while painted tears fell from her eyes. My lord, she said in a calm soft voice. It is an honor to have you in my home. Forgive my lapse. My only excuse is it has been many ages since someone of your gift has graced this house. Harry smiled as he gave her a slight bow. My lady, I do bid you ponder my words. What's gone and what's past should be past grief. I shall, my lord, she said, closing her eyes. What just happened? Remus whispered serious. The dog Animagus smirked, pushing both of them through the doorway. Told you that Harry would take care of her. Hi Professor Lupin, Harry said as he placed his guitar back into his case. How? Remus asked, pointing to the now sleeping portrait. Come Moony. Let's finish our tea, and I'll explain, Sirius said, putting an arm around his old friend. Harry you coming? Sure thing. But I want a Coke. A Coke, my kingdom for a Coke, and that's no joke, Harry said, clutching at his chest. As they sat around the kitchen table, Sirius said, Harry, is your crystal full? Do you need to discharge it? Naya. Did that last night. I'm good until I get home, Harry said, pulling the softly glowing crystal charm out of his shirt. Bear in mind, Moony, old pal, Sirius said, turning solemn. Dumbledore isn't to know anything you learn here. He only sees Harry as a weapon and wants to manipulate his life to that end. If he ever finds Harry's parents, Sirius paused giving a slight shudder, he would do his best to control them. Barring that, his only thought is to separate them from Harry. But that crystal, it's not what you think it is, Remus. It's a battery that gathers ambient magic around Harry and pulls it in. Without it, Harry would be climbing the walls, literally. Harry is very sensitive to the magic around him, thus making him very hyper. You mean more so than what I've seen at Hogwarts? Remus exclaimed, not really believing his friend. Sirius and Harry nodded. Could you just see Dumbledore trying to control a very hyper Harry? Hogwarts wouldn't be left standing. The old man has already placed several blocks on Harry's magic but thankfully, his parents removed them. They're pretty upset with the headmaster as it is. Harry rolled his eyes. That's an understatement, if ever I heard one. Hey Uncle Snuffles, are we taking the professor with us? We need to get going. You know how father can be and he's very adamant that the timeline must be maintained, Harry said cryptically. Sirius and Harry nodded. Could you just see Dumbledore trying to control a very hyper Harry? Hogwarts wouldn't be left standing. The old man has already placed several blocks on Harry but thankfully, his parents removed them. They're pretty upset with the headmaster as it is. Harry rolled his eyes. That's an understatement, if ever I heard one. Hey Uncle Snuffles, are we taking the professor with us? We need to get going. You know how father can be and he's very adamant that the timeline must be maintained, Harry said cryptically. So this was where Harry grew up. Remus was in awe of the quaint New England cottage just behind the theater. It reminded him of something out of a fairy tale. Well, he shrugged. Anything is better than the Dursleys. He remembered Petunia from his school days and she was a harridan back then. He shuddered to think what she is now, married to that piggish husband of hers. It's no wonder Harry couldn't be found, he mused as he walked up the stone path. The wards and spells here are extremely powerful. I don't recognize any of the magic used to create them. Pausing at the door, he heard a woman inside, humming to herself. And as for his adoptive parents, he shuddered, remembering the childhood tales his mother used to tell. He could hear her saying, "The Goblin King will get you if you don't behave." He shuddered again. Shaking his head as if to clear it, he reached up to open the door. The summer halls had been very interesting, to say the least. Remus would have never imagined Sirius on stage, but seeing was believing. James always did say that Sirius was a ham. How in Merlin's name he and Harry had been able to keep from being spotted by anyone, I will never know, he mused. Magic, in his opinion, could only do so much. Sunlight filtered across his face, pulling Remus from sleep. He cursed as he pulled a pillow over his face. Now I know why Padfoot so graciously offered me the larger, east-facing guest room, he growled to himself. He hugged his pillow closer, knowing that he would never get back to sleep now that he was fully awake. Mangy mutt. Hey, Moony, called Sirius, bounding in, landing on the bed. You'll never guess what. What? Remus snarled through the pillow. Speak of the devil, he's right on cue. Dumbledore is interviewing bands for a Yule Ball, Sirius said, bouncing as he pulled at the pillow. He sent a notice to the hooligans. Can you believe that? Remus groaned, clutching the pillow tighter. That's just what we need. Harry and those brothers of his at Hogwarts. They would give the whole thing away. Naya, Sirius scoffed, finally pulling the pillow away. They'll never know what hit him. Mangy mutt. Give that back. Remus howled, grabbing for the pillow. I was using that. But it's time to get up. Much to do and too little time to do it in. Don't care. Gimme. And go away. Gee, I forgot, Moony. You're no fun without your first cup of coffee in the morning. Sirius bounced off the bed, heading for the door, pillow in hand. Remus threw his other pillow at the retreating back. Close the door on your way out. He snarled. Harry sat on one of the upside-down steps in the Escher room, strumming his guitar. Summer was almost over and he had to return to Hogwarts. He didn't want to go. His dreams had so far updated him on his past life outside this timeline. Those memories hadn't been very pleasant. Sure, he had some great times, but they had been few and far between. He was supposed to go to the World Cup and be best friends with Ron Weasley this summer. Somehow, this time around, he was glad they were just casual friends. Comparing the two set of memories, he could see that Ron wasn't really much of a friend in either timeline. Hermione wasn't much of a friend either, as she tended to put too much stock in books and authority figures. Nor did she much care for his antics. She played the little mother to the orphan boy card too frequently for his taste. He chuckled softly, suddenly remembering that when he could get her to loosen up, she was great fun. Garion, my son. Garion looked up, or was it down, as he was after all upside down. His father was standing in the center of the room in his white owl cape. Oh, this can't be good. Father's being official. Come here. Yes sir. Garion hopped down, doing a flip, righting himself. Motioning Garion to join him sitting on a step, Jareth started to speak. You know what you must do this year? I've had flashes of it in my dreams, father. Must I really go through with it? You must, my son. You know what is at stake. Dumbledore is an ass, isn't he? Jareth smirked as he tapped his son on the back of his head. Language, my son. Do not insult such a noble animal. Garion ducked slightly. Yes father, he snickered. Nevertheless, my son, the old wizard will do his best to drag you into whatever he has planned. Make no mistake, he knows what goes on in his castle. Except the castle likes me and likes that I'm cleaning out the stagnant magic. True my son. For that, the headmaster has no clue what you are or what you've been taught. You must be careful this year and not show your true talents openly, Jareth counseled. You'll be there for me, won't you father? Garion asked, suddenly sounding very young and vulnerable. I mean. Jareth stopped him, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. I have always been with you, Garion, and that will not change. Garion leaned against his father, sighing in relief. With everything he's faced in his life, his adoptive parents and Sirius have been the only constants. Given his alternate life of having no adult he could turn to, he wouldn't trade this one for anything. What are your thoughts, my son? Garion sighed again as he moved to look at his father. Thoughts on what, father? Are you ready for this year? It will be your hardest to date. We have prepared you and trained you to face anything that comes your way. I know, father. He will make a bid to come back, won't he? Yes. I have it. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light, Garion quoted softly as he took comfort by moving closer to his father. Jareth closed his eyes, resting his chin on the top of his son's head. No truer words have you spoken, my Garion. We of the Fae will stand with you in your fight against this great evil. You are not alone, this time. Are you ready for this year? It will be your hardest to date. We have prepared you and trained you to face anything that comes your way. I know, father. He will make a bid to come back, won't he? Yes. I have it. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light, Garion quoted softly as he took comfort by moving closer to his father. Jareth closed his eyes, resting his chin on the top of his son's head. No truer words have you spoken, my Garion. We of the Fae will stand with you in your fight against this great evil. You aren't alone, this time. That summer flew by for Garion and his uncles. Sirius wanted to take him to the World Cup, but Garion wasn't as Quidditch obsessed in this timeline. He was busy with the summer production of Fame. He played the part of Bruno, the musical prodigy, while his brothers had parts in the chorus. Remus decided to go as he had been invited by Arthur Weasley to help chaperone his brood, and of course, he had to take his dog, Snuffles, with him. On the train ride to Hogwarts, the talk was all about the World Cup and the Death Eaters. Garion was now glad he hadn't gone. Holed up in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and several other Gryffindors, Harry listened to Ron's play-by-play description of the game and the DE's appearance. Harry and Ron weren't as close friends as they should have been according to the original timeline. Harry found it difficult to deal with Ron's continual jealousy and envy. Ron, for his part, couldn't understand all the literary references that Harry spouted, nor could he understand why Harry needed to play musical instruments all the time. Music wasn't much use in the magical world in Ron's opinion. This time around, it seemed they little to nothing in common. Hermione wasn't as close a friend either. She was always the one that tried to rein in some of his wilder antics and off-the-wall humor and grew frustrated when she failed. She was a very controlling person. However, he did like how she was one of the few that could put chapter and verse to his quotes. Harry was bored silly. Pulling out his keyboard, he started to work on a tune he was composing, thus losing himself in the music and ignoring the talk around him. He never heard the sarcastic snort from Ron or the rolling of eyes from Hermione. Dear Snuffles, the first week of Hogwarts is the same old same old. The only interesting news was old Dumbledore's cancelled Quidditch for the year, which almost caused a riot. He announced that there was going to be a thing called a Tri-Wizard tournament with 2 other schools. Guess that's why it's a Tri-Wizzy thing, duh. The most scary thing was old Dumbledore's hired an old friend of yours to teach Dada. Remember ol' Mad Eye? Yeah. He's as paranoid as ever, if not worse. Did you know he decided to teach us the 3 unforgivables? Poor spiders. Got to go. Give ol' Moony a scratch behind the ear for me. Gee. Dear Remus. Old Dumbles is so clueless it's scary. I mean, doesn't the guy know when unforgivables are being used in his school? Ol' Mad Eye tried to use an Imperious curse on me. As if I couldn't slough it off with all my training, get real. I mean, really, Moony, I'm supposed to be his golden boy. Wouldn't you think he would want to know everything that happens to me, in his school? Anyways, both schools have shown up, and tomorrow a flaming goblet will announce the names of the champions. Everyone thinks I should enter. I tell them to get real, or stuff it, or go away. I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I know who and what I am, and they can very well key my grits. Did they honestly think that I want to compete in a hot and sweaty competition that could kill me before I had a chance to fulfill my destiny? If my name does come out, be assured, I did not put it there. You can take that to the bank. Got to go. Make sure that old Padfoot takes a bath. You know how he gets. Harry. The evening was quiet now that everyone had left the Great Hall. Harry remained sitting at his place at the Gryffindor table. He looked over at the goblet and sighed. Well, he wasn't looking forward to the tasks, but like the original timeline, his name had been tossed out of it. He'd been praying hard that it wouldn't, but both he and his father knew it would. His only companion now in the Great Hall was a small owl with mismatched eyes perched on the back of a chair. With his guitar in hand, Harry's fingers strummed listlessly. Then, with more purpose, his fingers started to pick out the chorus of Fame, and the words soon followed. Fame, I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna learn how to fly. Hi. I feel it coming together. People will see me and cry. Fame, I'm gonna make it to heaven. Light up the sky like a flame. Fame, I'm gonna live forever. Baby, remember my name. A hand came to rest on his shoulder, startling him out of the song. Harry turned a teary-eyed glance to the ethereal bee-owned girl sitting beside him. So sad, she said in a dreamy voice. The Nargles are dancing to your song, Harry. Harry took a deep breath and gave her a smile. Hello, Luna. You know as well as I that things must be played out, she said. Giving her a surprised look, he replied, I know, but I don't have to like it. No, but then who else will the Nargles dance to? Potter. Snape snapped at him, interrupting them. Arrogant as ever, I see. Singing about your fame, Potter. Just how big will your head be before it explodes? He gave the pair a sneer. Miss Lovegood, shouldn't you be in your common room? 5 points from Ravenclaw for being out after curfew. Harry looked sadly at the professor. What a waste of a beautiful voice, he said, placing his guitar back into its case, giving a slight nod to Luna. The headmaster wants to see you in his office, Snape ordered. Come along, Potter. See you later, Harry. Watch out for old mumblies. They like to fly upside down and up people's noses, making them do crazy things. They like lemo drops, you know, she waved as she skipped away. Night, Professor. Sleep tight and don't let the Grable bugs bite. The owl took flight, barely missing the potions master's head with its wings as the girl skipped from the hall. He snarled, glaring at the bird. Bloody bird. Go to the Ollery where you belong. The headmaster wants to see you in his office, Snape ordered. Come along, Potter. See you later, Harry. Watch out for old mumblies. They like to fly upside down and up people's noses, making them do crazy things. They like lemo drops, you know, she waved as she skipped away. Night, Professor. Sleep tight and don't let the Grable bugs bite. The owl took flight, barely missing the potions master's head with its wings as the girl skipped from the hall. He snarled, glaring at the bird. Bloody bird. Go to the Ollery where you belong. Harry stood with the rest of the champions. He may have to participate in this barbaric tournament, but it didn't mean he had to do his best. However, he would give them a show the like of which they would not forget. So the first task would be with dragons. He recalled what his first tutor had once said about dragons. They are an ancient race which, unlike the dragons that had remained underground, had, over time, regressed to a more primitive state. Harry rolled his eyes. He was sure they could still be reasoned with. He only knew a few words in Draconian and he rehearsed them mentally as he waited. He prayed to the goddess that this dragon could understand High Elvish, or he was a cooked goose, literally. When it came time for his turn, he walked up to the dragon with his guitar slung onto his back. He bowed to the fearful beast who was guarding her eggs. She poised alertly, ready to breath fire on him if he got any closer. Greetings, noble lady, I mean you no harm, he called before switching from the Old Tongue to High Elvish. I am a young bard trained in the old magics, forced as are you, to participate in this barbaric trial. Please, wilt thou allow me to play for thee? He sat on a nearby rock well away from her fangs and claws. The rock would serve as a shield should she take offense to his presence. The crowd behind her roared for him to do something, but he ignored them. He focused on his audience of one as he adjusted his guitar. She would be his greatest critic to date, and only if he could convince her of his bardic neutrality would he then be allowed to approach her nest. He strung the opening chords and poured his magic into the song. I've been alive forever, and I wrote the very first song. I put the words and the melodies together. I am music and I write the songs. I write the songs that make the whole world sing. I write the songs of love and special things. I write the songs that make the young girls cry. I write the songs, I write the songs. She paused, settling gracefully around her eggs, her eyes half-lidded and calm as she listened intently. To those watching from the stands, she seemed like a great green-scaled cat dozing in a patch of sunlight, but woe be a mouse that happens by. My home lies deep within you. And I've got my own place in your soul. Now, when I look out through your eyes, I'm young again, even though I'm very old. Harry finished his song and stood. He was every inch a bard of the old magic in his stance. He peered up at the resting dragon and gave a graceful, sweeping bow. Great lady, forgive my poor use of the old language, he said in High Elvish. Thou hast, in thy nest one that serves as a cuckoo's egg. 'Tis not of thy body, but put there for this trial. If it please you, may I take the one that be false? Even so, I will go and trouble you no more. The dragon sorted through her eggs and rolled out the golden one. She rumbled something to him and he smiled. Forgive me, great lady, but my knowledge of thy noble tongue is only fleeting, he continued in High Elvish, picking up the egg. And take my thanks for your help. I bid you fair skies and strong nestlings. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Though I wish I could spend more time with thee in sweet discourse, my trial forbids it. Until we meet again anon. He gave one more gracious bow to her before backing away. She rumbled a loud reply and belched flames, but not at him, rather into the air, signaling her farewell, startling an outcry among the spectators. He was greeted by the stunned silence of the crowd. Holding his egg in front of him, he presented it with a smile. I have concluded your puerile task. Here is the prize. Harry walked away slowly. His time wasn't the best, placating an angry dragon took time, but what did it matter if he came in first or last? Dear Snuffles, it is assured that hooligans will be playing at the Yule Ball. I got a note from Garrett stating that old Dumbles had hired the hooligans, sight unseen, as backup for the Weird Sisters. Won't he be surprised? I did find myself in a bit of a sticky wicket though. Professor McGonagall informed me that I needed a date for the ball. And just how am I supposed to perform and deal with a date at the same time? Well, got to run. Gee, dear G, have you ever thought of being the ultimate gentleman and asking Minerva if you might be her escort? Snuffles, Snuffles, are you out of your ever-lovin' mind? She's old. G, dear G, so, at least she doesn't have girl cooties anymore. Christmas came too soon. Harry had diligently avoided the subject on who he was taking to the dance. When asked, his only response to all questions pertaining to the ball was an enigmatic smile. In reality, he hadn't asked anyone. There was no way he could perform and attend chivalrously to a date. It just wouldn't be fair for either of them. The night of the Yule Ball finally arrived. The Great Hall was decorated in a winter wonderland theme. Huge decorated pine trees dotted the corners while boughs of fir and holly laced with ribbons hung from the rafters and windows creating a winter garden. Tiny fairy lights danced among the greenery and from time to time tiny bell-like giggles could be heard. The enchanted ceiling showed a starry night as magical snow fell, disappearing before it hit the floor. Where the head table once stood, a large stage had been erected. A dark curtain draped behind the instruments, creating a backdrop for the music. On either side of the stage were two huge Scotch pines decorated with fairy lights and magical ornaments. The stage was pre-charmed for lighting effects and sound. It allowed everyone in the Great Hall to see and hear the music perfectly. The lights dimmed and all conversation ceased as two beautiful, dark blonde-haired young men with mismatched eyes strolled onto the stage. Both were dressed in matching crushed black frock coats with silver trim. They also wore silver-gray stretch spandex with knee-high black leather boots. Thank you all for inviting us. I am Garrett, Garrett said as he did a quick riff on the keyboard. I play keyboard and brass. My brother Jared is on the drums. A quick flourish on the drums greeted his words only to be lost in the screams of the girls. And lastly, playing guitar is our lead singer, Harry Potter, and together, we are, the Hooligans. Harry walked out on stage to a stunned audience. He was dressed like the twins, except his frock coat was a deep emerald green velvet and his spandex were black. He nodded to the twins as they struck the opening chords of We Are the Champions. If anyone had happened to look over at Albus Dumbledore just then, they would have seen a very unhappy headmaster. The normal twinkle in his eyes had dimmed to a faint flash of anger that gave way to conniving speculation. However, no one noticed. Without missing a beat, in the middle of the song, Harry jumped off stage, continuing to sing. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting, till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers. 'Cause we are the champions of the world. Harry, with the sonorous on himself, strolled through the dancing champions and their dates, heading straight for Professor McGonagall. When he finished the vocal portion of the song, he signaled to his brothers to continue the music. With a slight bow, he held out his hand to his head of house, silently asking her to dance. At first the aged professor looked as if she would refuse, but he kept his hand out towards her and she accepted. His brothers gave Harry and the professor time to do one turn around the dance floor before bringing the song to an end. Harry keyed at the back of Professor McGonagall's hand as he bowed slightly. With all the charm instilled in a Prince of the Fae, He said, "Thank you, my lady professor, for the gracious gift of your company. I regret I was unable to follow your edict in securing a partner for this evening, but none here can match your elegant grace, and tea would have been unseemly for a student to request your company for the whole evening." Minerva McGonagall curtsied and smiled as a faint blush graced her cheeks. In her soft Scottish brogue she replied, fanning herself, "Och, get along wi' ye, Mr. Potter. Ye've a tongue to charm the birds fra the trees." The sparkle in her eyes belied her words. The highlight of their set was their medley dedicated to several members of the staff by the hooligans. For Professor McGonagall, they sang, "Everyone Wants to be a Cat." Professor Dumbledore was serenaded with, "The Candy Man." Professor Flitwick was, "Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious." Professor Sinister was, "Second star on the left," for Hagrid, "Drive." Doolittle, and lastly, for Professor Snape, "You are a mean one, Mr. Grinch." Of course, with the last chorus, Harry let it slip, "You're a mean one, Mr. Snape," to the enjoyment of all, except for the snarky potion master who glared at the trio on stage. Until the hooligans came to their last song of the night. The stage lights dimmed and one spotlight fell on the stage. Harry came out alone, bringing with him a bar stool and his guitar. He sat quietly until silence fell over the great hall. Taking his guitar in hand, he played the first few bars of a song many of the Muggle-borns recognized. It was an old classic made famous by Bing Crosby, "White Christmas." As soft white flakes of magical snow began to drift once more from the ceiling, Harry began to sing, "I'm dreaming of a white Christmas." Several couples ventured out onto the dance floor, swaying slowly to the haunting rhythm of the tune. Many of the pure blood stood rapt, caught by the beauty of the soft ode to the holiday that Harry brought to life through his music. The rest of the dance went smoothly. The Weird Sisters were a hit as usual, however, many were still talking about the unusual music played by the hooligans. Many of the half-bloods and Muggle-borns had to explain some of the songs to their peers. After they had put away their instruments, Harry and his brothers joined the other students on the dance floor. None of the boys lacked dancing partners. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore stood in the shadows stroking his beard in contemplation as high in the rafters, a grey barn owl watched over all. The rest of the dance went smoothly. The Weird Sisters were a hit as usual, however, many were still talking about the unusual music played by the hooligans. Many of the half-bloods and Muggle-borns had to explain some of the songs to their peers. After they had put away their instruments, Harry and his brothers joined the other students on the dance floor. None of the boys lacked dancing partners. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore stood in the shadows stroking his beard in contemplation as high in the rafters, a grey barn owl watched over all. To many of the students, the Yule Ball had been a big hit. Harry and his brothers were the topic of conversation for a long time. Some hadn't realized that the boy who lived had been adopted or that he had brothers. Christmas gave way to the New Year and the New Year gave way to the new school term. The students' focus turned to their studies and the second task, which was scheduled in February. It took Harry just one examination of the egg to identify the language that blasted out of it. Since he was a student of languages, he recognized Murtung when he heard it. He didn't know much, but he knew enough to figure out that the task had something to do with the lake. He dreaded the idea. Ever since he broke his legs in that stunt diving when he was a kid, he was terrified of deep water. Well, he thought, there was nothing I can do about until it's time, so why worry about it? Maybe I should talk to Professor Flitwick. Merlin knows McGonagall would be no help. The day before the task he overheard Moody and McGonagall talking about the properties of gillyweed. Well, that cinches that, Harry thought, rolling his eyes as he headed for class. They couldn't be less obvious if they tried. Wizards just don't do subtle. The night before the second task, Harry noticed Hermione was missing. She'd been missing all day and it wasn't like her to skip classes. And hers wasn't the only absence he had noticed. He'd been expecting a visit from his brothers. After the Yule Ball, they had expressed a desire to see him perform in the second task and even gone so far as getting permission from their father to attend. However, neither Garrett or Jared showed up that night. When he asked a goblin to check with his mother, Harry received a note back that the boys weren't home either. It wasn't like them as father was strict on letting him know where they were at all times. Harry frowned. When he checked with the house elves, they seemed nervous, avoiding his gaze and slipping away as soon as they could. Even Dobby was a bit vague. A clear sign that the headmaster was involved. When Harry queried his little goblin friends, they informed him that the princes were sleeping, and were unharmed, but they couldn't get to them as the room had no shadows for them to hide in. They must go and tell His Majesty about this and hope he wouldn't kick them. Harry closed his eyes to calm himself. "O wretched fool, that lovest to make thine honesty a vice," he whispered into the night. "If you have done what I think you have and used one of my brothers, you don't know what forces you are toying with." Harry knew his father would, and could, level Hogwarts, and nothing any wizard could do would stop him. Harry shuddered. He doubted even magic itself could stop the Goblin King's wrath if harm came to one of his sons. The day started out bright and chilly as everyone gathered in the stands around the lake. Harry stood with the rest of the champions waiting for their task to begin. A sinking feeling weighted his stomach as he peered into the deep, dark water before him. A cold shiver ran up his spine. He couldn't do this. Each champion had a professor standing nearby for support. Harry had asked Professor Flitwick to stand by him, much to McGonagall's chagrin. "You are to retrieve someone precious to each of you," Bagman announced. "You will find them chained at the bottom of the lake, and you have only 1 hour to find them and get them out safely." Harry's eyes widened. They didn't. They couldn't. "Oh Danu! Oh Merlin! The fools!" He started to swear in gobbledygook. "Mr. Potter," Phileas Flitwick scolded sternly. "Now isn't the time for such language." Harry turned to the diminutive professor, his eyes glowing. Still speaking in the language of the goblins, he said, "They used a son of the Goblin King in this task, and I can't swim. There is no way I could manage this task without getting both of us drowned." Quote. Turning to the judges, Harry quoted solemnly in English, "Oh, what men dare do. What men may do. What men daily do, not knowing what they do." The small professor's eyes widened as his skin paled. He started to swear as well as he ran to Dumbledore and the task committee. "Albus," Phileas shouted, "what in the 7 hells were you thinking? You used a non-student for this task. And without parental permission. You've doomed us all." Dumbledore turned to his frantic professor and smiled, his eyes twinkling merrily. "Oh my dear Phileas, why do you say that? All Harry has to do is enter the lake and retrieve his brother, and no harm will come to either of them. I have great confidence in the boy." "That's just it, Albus," Phileas sputtered. "Harry can't swim. He has a deep fear of water. He told me himself in our talks. He had a swimming accident as a child and almost died. He is deathly afraid of deep water." Albus' eyes stopped twinkling. "Then Harry isn't going to go into the lake," Phileas snarled at his employer, "even to save the life of his brother. It would serve no purpose if both of them died. Now, do you have parental consent or not?" Albus looked sheepish. Phileas swore again in gobbledygook, then switched back to English. "Albus, you fool. You better pray to whatever deities you hold sacred that nothing, and I mean nothing, happens to that child, or you will have wakened the fury of forces that are best left undisturbed." "But the child is a muggle." "There was no need to get consent," Bagman interjected, with a sneer. "Muggles have no say in our world." Before Phileas could protest further, a grey owl screeched in rage overhead before it dove into the lake. Everyone stared in shock. Owls do not dive into water. Harry pressed close to Phileas, shivering and muttering in gobbledygook so low that not even Phileas could understand him. All the tiny professor could do was comfort the boy and pray that the Goblin King's wrath was focused on those that were responsible rather than everyone here. A few minutes later, a large spray of water shot upward like a geyser. The champions, along with their precious cargo, erupted out of the spray, landing on the shore in front of the judges. As soon as the water settled, a very irate merfolk clan chief appeared, shaking his trident and screeching at Albus. Few could understand what he was saying, but his actions spoke for themselves. Madame Pomfrey was going over the champions and their partners, checking for injuries. "Albus," she screeched, when she discovered one was missing. "Where is Mr. Potter's partner? Who did you use?" The night was finally quiet. The students were asleep, but the professors and task committee were still frantically searching for the missing boy. Harry was silent on the subject. Harry's 2 brothers were never found, and when Harry was queried on their disappearance and the owl that dove into the water, all the boy would say was, "Father came for them, and you better pray that mother manages to calm him down." Personally, I'd rather play patty cake with Voldy shorts than be in the headmaster's shoes right now. Undaunted, Albus and the judges finally managed to calm everyone's fears. The task was deemed a draw and would not be rescheduled. No points were awarded or subtracted. No one noticed the gray owl that seemed to hover in the shadows. The next morning, Albus Dumbledore came down to breakfast, looking like he hadn't slept at all. "Are you all right, Albus?" Minerva asked, as she fixed her morning cuppa. The aged headmaster rubbed his forehead gingerly, flaring his nostrils a bit. "I had a nightmare, that's all." And he had, all night long, he sighed as he reached for a pastry. "It was the same nightmare over and over again. I dreamed I was suspended on a single fraying rope over the vilest, smelliest, the most disgusting bog that could ever be imagined. The rope that held me was breaking, strand by strand, and when it finally broke, and I started to fall, I would jerk awake. The most horrible part of the whole damn thing is I can't get the stench out of my nostrils. Even my lemo drops have a nasty taste to them," he whimpered with a shiver as he took a bite of the pastry, only to gag on the taste. It tasted like the bog of his nightmare smelt. Phileas snickered into his teacup. The man deserved it. He wondered how long the king deemed sufficient for Albus' stupidity. The next morning, Albus Dumbledore came down to breakfast, looking like he hadn't slept at all. "Are you all right, Albus?" Minerva asked, as she fixed her morning cuppa. The aged headmaster rubbed his forehead gingerly, flaring his nostrils a bit. "I had a nightmare, that's all." And he had, all night long, he sighed as he reached for a pastry. "It was the same nightmare over and over again. I dreamed I was suspended on a single fraying rope over the vilest, smelliest, the most disgusting bog that could ever be imagined. The rope that held me was breaking, strand by strand, and when it finally broke, and I started to fall, I would jerk awake. The most horrible part of the whole damn thing is I can't get the stench out of my nostrils. Even my lemo drops have a nasty taste to them," he whimpered with a shiver as he took a bite of the pastry, only to gag on the taste. It tasted like the bog of his nightmare smelt. Phileas snickered into his teacup. The man deserved it. He wondered how long the king deemed sufficient for Albus' stupidity. Sarah sat staring at her computer screen. She was drawing a blank on how to continue the scene she was working on. She had never given up her writing, in fact Jared had encouraged her to continue. He had repeatedly told her that she was one of the few gifted mortals that could create magic, why should he discourage her? "Nice lady." Sarah looked down at the small goblin standing by her chair. He was one of those that flittered about at the school Garion was forced to attend. She bit down on her inner cheek. She hadn't liked sending her son there. She hated that he was gone for so long and she definitely hated all the things that senile old coot of a headmaster was putting her son through. "Yes?" she asked, smiling down at the small goblin. "Skittle, nice lady," the goblin smiled back. "The young prince asked me to deliver this note to you." Sarah thanked the small creature. She had long since given up asking the goblins to call her by her title, or even Sarah. She was forever known as the nice lady, while Jareth had several titles depending on his mood at the time. "Dear mother, it is late at night and I can't sleep. The third task is only a week away and it fills me with dread. I know what is going to happen and, mother, why does Cedric have to die? Why can't I just wish him away? Father could keep him there until the right time to return him. I hate this. The night has never been this oppressive before. The dark has always been my friend and now, it taunts me. I have made friends like my old timeline demands it, but Ron is a jealous prat that can't see beyond his narrow-minded nose. Hermione is all right for a girl but she can get on my nerves about studying. Personally, I rather spend more time with Luna than anyone else. But still mother, I am afraid. What if ol' Moldy Voldy gets my bardic magic when he comes back? Hate this. Hate this. Sarah sighed as she read the disjointed note. Strong arms wrapped around her waist as a chin rested on she shoulder. Go to him, my Sarah. He needs you more than me at the moment, Jareth whispered into her ear. He knew this was going to happen, she said, folding the note. You know as well as I that he relives his past life in his dreams. He has always known, Jareth said, burying his face in her hair, breathing in her unique scent. Go to him. He needs his mother. The leaving feast was a somber affair. Fudge and his cronies had all left. The two schools and their entourage had also left. It was the last day of school year and no one felt like celebrating. Harry sat on the Gryffindor table strumming his guitar while his feet softly tapped out the beat on his chair. His music case rested on the floor next to him, emitting the soft strains of Scottish bagpipes playing, "Flowers of the Forest." Harry looked over at Hermione and said, "This song came about when his young traveler walked through France on a summer's day. He stopped in his travels to rest beside a green sea of white crosses." Harry's fingers ghosted over the strings of his guitar as he began the first stanza of a mournful ballad. "Well, how do you do, Private William McBride? Do you mind if I sit down here by your graveside and rest for a while in the warm summer sun? I've been walking all day, and I'm nearly done. And I see by your gravestone you were only 19 when you joined the glorious fallen in 1916. Well, I hope you died quick and I hope you died clean. Or, Willie McBride, was it slow and obscene? Did they beat the drum slowly? Did they play the pipes lowly? Did the rifles fur o'er you as they lowered you down? Did the bugles sound the last post and chorus? Did the pipes play the flowers of the forest?" Quote, "It was as if a sea of quietness slowly ebbed and flowed over the great hall as students turned to listen to Harry's lament. Tears flowed as the sad poignant song gained momentum. And I can't help but wonder, no Willie McBride, do all those who lie here know why they died? Did you really believe them when they told you, the cause? Did you really believe that this war would end wars? Well, the suffering, the sorrow, the glory, the shame, the killing, the dying, it was all done in vain. For Willie McBride, it all happened again. And again, and again, and again, and again." Harry bowed his head as his voice died in a whisper and the sounds of the bagpipes faded. Harry slowly lifted his angry eyes to the head table, defying anyone there to deny his right to speak. His green eyes glared at those that had forced him to live through one of his most heart-breaking and horrifying nightmares. With a curt nod of his head, Harry went right into another song. "This one's for you, Headmaster. Listen closely." Harry began to sing, his bardic magic shifting the mood from sorrow and grief to righteous anger. "How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, how many times must the cannon balls fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind." Although it was a protest song from the 1970s, Harry found the words to be appropriate for this occasion. Dumbledore really needed to get his head out of his ass. Did the man even see himself in this song? Harry poured his heart and frustration into the song. Yes, how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? Yes, how many ears must one man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind. Mr. Potter, came Professor McGonagall's stern voice as she strolled down the aisle. There will be no sitting on the tables. Thus effectively breaking the spell Harry's music had woven. Harry sighed, "Yes, ma'am," as he stood on the chair. The students around his slowly shook off the last lingering effects. Some started to whisper among themselves. Hermione and Ron exchanged looks and then shrugged. Harry ignored all of them as he packed his guitar. McGonagall frowned in disapproval, waiting for Harry to look at her. "Harry, my boy," called the headmaster. "We can't leave on such a sad note. Could you?" Harry swung the case onto his back and said, "I'm sorry, Professor." He bowed slightly to his head of house as he turned away. Over his shoulder, he answered the headmaster. "I know things have to play out as they are meant to, rather like a chess game," he spat out bitterly before muttering to himself. "It just doesn't mean I have to like it." He strode out of the great hall quickly with his head held high. Phileas Flitwick muttered quietly, 50 points to Gryffindor for asking the unanswerable questions. Summer halls finally came. The headmaster tried, once again, to find out more about Harry's adoptive parents, and once more he failed miserably. Uncle Corey's summer stock theater did its best to weave its usual magic around his nephew's heart, but the light-hearted innocence of youth had given way to cold reality. All the five blamed Dumbledore for that. Harry, now Garrion, returned to his tutors for refresher courses. His dreams told him that he'd need all the help he could get to face the upcoming year in the wizarding world. He went to Sirius for help in pranking, and researched ways to deal with toads. In England, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore were reviled in the press. Fudge was running amok with his campaign to smear the two beacons of the light. Sirius kept east of the situation through his subscriptions to both the Quibbler and the Daily Prophet. He and Geryon had long talks on the situation in England, politically as well as morally. Jareth watched both closely and refused to allow either of them to do anything that might harm the timeline. So any payback was put on hold for now. Sarah, being Sarah, did her best to help her son through the nightmares that Cedric's death had caused. In the old timeline, no one had cared enough to help him through his grieving. He'd been left to face the grief and the guilt alone. Now Sarah held him when he woke screaming, and encouraged him to release the pain and sorrow that was eating him alive. Geryon adored his mother all the more. Late that July, despite an unseasonably cold and overcast sky, a lone guitar player perched on top of a severely damaged picnic table. A guitar case rested at his feet, seated with bits of loose change. He seemed out of place in this run-down, vandalized park in Surrey, England. He had been there for some time and some of the park visitors gave him a wide berth while others enjoyed the many songs he was performing. Currently he was singing a Paul Simon song. And I'm on my way, I don't know where I'm going. But I'm on my way, talkin' my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rosie, the Queen of Corona. See you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. See you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Hey, look at the freak, shouted a very fat whale-like teenager, causing many of those listening to scatter. He has sissy hair, shouted another. Let's show him who's boss around here, Big D. Geryon stopped his playing to study the gang of teenage boys that were walking menacingly towards him. The fat teen was cracking his knuckles. Dudley Dursley was exactly as Geryon's dream memories portrayed him, hugely fat, blonde and very spoiled. His little sycophants fanned out behind him. Time it seems hadn't changed his cousin for the better. The Goblin King had offered Dudley a chance to live his dreams, but it looked like his dim-witted cousin hadn't taken him up on the offer. Geryon hid a sigh. Today was the day that the two Dementors came to Surrey to attack Harry Potter and his cousin. It was thanks to goblin magic that the Ministry records showed that Harry Potter lived on Privet Drive. Geryon Williams, on the other hand, lived quite happily with his adopted family across the pond. A cold wind started up, as the teens continued to threaten Geryon. This time, Geryon wasn't about to run or use underage magic. For one thing, no Dementor would dare harm a child under the Goblin King's protection and, for another, Geryon didn't need to use his wand. Bardic magic was undetectable to the Ministry. The teens started to scatter as the bitterly cold wind increased. Only Dudley and his second-in-command, Piers Pulkey, remained. Geryon stood and looked to the sky, ignoring the two teens as two dark objects soared towards them. "I'm out of here," shouted Piers, shivering as he stepped back. "This is too freaky, even for me. Come on Big D." He then broke and ran. Dudley locked his eyes on his cousin and stood shaking, too scared to move. Throwing a fist skyward, Geryon shouted into the wind, "The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends, and where the other begins? Begone foul spirits. Haunt us no more." A bright light shot from Geryon's palm as he uncurled his fist towards the two black shades menacing them. Unearthly screams filled the air as the light burst upon them. Seconds later, a shower of black ash fell to the ground like blackened snow as the light faded and the wind died to a whisper. "Freak, I wished you away," Dudley shouted. "Why are you back?" Geryon, in a tired, melodramatic pose, looked down at his cousin and expounded elegantly, "You cram these words into mine ears against the stomach of my sense. I am not bound to please thee with my answer. Goblins, come and take me hence from this foul place. My work here is done." Dudley shook his head as his cousin disappeared. "Freak," he muttered again, as he gathered himself and headed home. "At least I still have my dreams. Dear Cyrus, I need your help. The toad woman I dreamt about is real. She is so much uglier in person than in my dreams. Thank Merlin. It's bad I see her in class, I'd hate to see her true ugliness in my dreams. I'm swearing off pink. Tell mother never to come visit me in pink. It is but ugly, especially on the toad. I mean, I can understand why her mother named her Dolores. At least it fits. Dolores means sorrows in Spanish. She would make any woman swear off motherhood. Personally, I think she should change her last name to Umbitch, would fit better with Dolores. She looks and sounds like a toad. I mean, seriously, she's always clearing her throat and it sounds like the toad has a frog in her throat. She spouts off about respect, but refuses to give any. Defense class as a joke as usual. I am so glad father had me take so many defense classes underground. Send prank ideas. Send anything, everything. I'll even take a bottle of flies. Maybe I'll get on her good side. I'm desperate here. She needs to go. Well, I'm off for my first detention of many, I bet. Seems she has a fondness for my company. Not. Well, wish me luck. Gee. The night air in the ancient castle was quiescent, heavy and cold. A layer of sadness hung in the still air like frost. A drooping figure sat hunched in a tiny alcove with a guitar laying untouched on his lap. For once, the music was silent. The singer bereft of words. Goblins and house elves cowered in the shadows, watching and waiting anxiously. A lone gray owl flew through a nearby open window. Garion watched silently as the owl hovered before him, morphing into the Goblin King. The regal Fi didn't say a word but held out his gloved hand. A small whimper escaped as Garion lifted the bandaged hand to his father. Jareth's mismatched eyes flashed in the flickering light from the wall sconces as he tenderly unwrapped the bloody gauze. Neither spoke, for there was no need. Both knew who was at fault and why the child had the words, "I must not tell lies," etched deeply into the back of his hand. Jareth lightly brushed his thumb across the wound and a soothing sensation eased the pain. The bloody words stayed as a testament to one woman's cruelty and the timeline's demand. Jareth couldn't and wouldn't remove them. They both knew this was supposed to happen, but neither had to like it. Both also knew the penalty for intentionally inflicting wounds on a bard under the protection of the Fi. The woman had just signed her own death warrant when the timeline merged. Garion looked up into his father's eyes and gave a sad smile. "Will you be punishing her, father?" Jareth closed his eyes for a moment, then looked into his son's face. "I think, for now, we would be better served if the goblins and elves of this castle are unleashed on her, my son. We both know that she has the protection of the ministry." Garion smirked. "And we all know how well the ministry protects its citizens, father." Jareth smiled. "Be patient, my son, until the timeline merges. After that, she is mine." A twittering sound echoed in the shadows as tiny footsteps scurried off to do what mischief they could. Down the hall, a tall shadowy figure leaned against a wall and wondered why no music played. Severus Snape had been drawn to the boy's music for the past 5 years. Tonight, however, there was eerie, echoing silence, and for some strange reason, it left a matching silence within him. He knew that the boy had a detention with the ministry's toady tonight. Severus couldn't help worry about what sadistic female had done. The staff knew that Albus could not refuse her application for the defense position. The ministry was threatening to take over, and due to the smear campaign in the Prophet, the headmaster didn't have the political clout he used to wield. The tri-wizarding fiasco from last year saw to that. Severus could hear the boy talking to someone, and he could hear the tiny chitterings of many small beings among the shadows. Shaking his head as he stood upright, he wondered. Should he give the boy another detention for being out after curfew? He hadn't before, why start now? No. The boy had enough on his plate for the moment. The sounds of Potter preparing to leave brought Severus back to the present. Hiding in the shadows, the potions master watched as the boy made it back to his common room, alone. Dear Sirius. The prank ideas worked. The Weasley twins are having a meltdown with trying to figure who is pranking the staff. They see themselves as the next generation of marauders. Should I arrange an introduction? On the pranking front, my little playmates and friends are making the toad very jumpy. I have it on good authority that her new cologne is Eau de Toilette Eternal Bog. Unfortunately, the poor dear seems to have lost her sense of smell, but she can clear a room in 0.9 seconds flat. She just can't understand why all of her students are getting violently ill in her classes. They've scoured her classroom 5 times now, to no avail. Hermione and a few other students have come to me with a proposition. They want me to teach them defense since the smelly toad can't do her job. I'm waffling about it. I know I did in the other timeline, but do I want the hassle? I do know what father would say about it. Another person that is acting strange, or should I say two. Professor Snape is giving me these looks of speculation. I wonder what is going through his mind. Merlin himself knows with that one. The other is the headmaster. You know, in the past he has been hounding me about my life outside of Hogwarts. Now, for some reason, the man is avoiding me. I swear it's the truth. He has even turned and walked the other way when we meet in the halls, and he never meets my eyes. Wonder what his problem is. Strange huh? Well, got to go. Hermione is in a hissy fit. Seems Ron said something to set her off, yet again. The story of my life. Harry sighed as he made his way down to the dungeons. Do one good deed and now he has to suffer a fate worse than death. Occlumency with Professor Snape, and if Harry had his way, not for long. Now don't get Harry wrong, in the old timeline Snape was a right bastard to the Gryffindor, but in this new one well, let's just say detent was in effect. Professor Severus Snape, potions master extraordinaire, tried not to give Harry any detentions as who knew what mischief the boy could do. Filch flat out refused to have anything to do with the boy since second year, when he claimed Harry was trying to steal Mrs. Norris's affections. The boy just couldn't be made to take any detention seriously. He always found something fun about it, and he just had to sing and dance his way through whatever punishment he was given. Plus, the boy just could not be made to sit still, period. After Arthur Weasley was nearly killed by that snake, Dumbledore in his wisdom, or lack thereof, insisted that Harry learn occlumency. Harry insisted he didn't need it but the old headmaster would not take no for an answer. Both Harry and the professor were convinced this was just one more way to find out the secrets the boy was hiding. What happened next would haunt Severus Snape for years. He started plotting ways to get back at the meddling old fool for forcing him into this situation. Now, if only he could get that blasted song out of his mind. Potter stood in front of him and he entered the boy's pathetic mind with a swift legilimens. Once inside, all he could see were colorful moving drawings of flowers and trees swaying. A bright yellow sun shone down above them which actually had a face and it was smiling. Blue birds were flitting to and fro and, of course, everyone was singing. This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever just because. Nowhere could he find the brat's inner thoughts or memories. The song was nauseating and it just would not stop. This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever just because. Air, he shouted, picking up a jar and throwing it at the stone wall. Get out of my mind. Potter, what in Merlin's bloody blue balls? Harry smiled up at him. So does this mean I don't have to take these lessons? Get out. Out. The lessons are cancelled. If the bloody Dark Lord wants try. Let him. Out. Snape roared, frothing at the mouth. After that, nothing the headmaster could do or say would convince Severus Snape to continue the remedial potions lessons. The man did not want to be in the same room with Potter, and if the headmaster was so insistent on teaching the brat, then he should do it himself. Dear Sirius, you know watching Lambchops play along as a child has now paid off. Neither Snape nor the headmaster can get into my mind. Guess they just can't appreciate how irritating some children's songs can be. You'd think they've never watched cartoons as a child. I can honestly say they will be a long time getting that song out of their minds. On a more interesting note, I'm still dreaming about that corridor. I know what's at the end and why I'm dreaming of it. I don't have to like it, but still, it's annoying. I wonder if I can drive old Snake Face crazy too. Now that remedial potions have been cancelled. Besides, I really don't have the connection anymore, so I don't see the reason for the lessons in the first place. Oh well, as Father always says, the timeline must be preserved. Next bit of news. Seems ol' Umbridge wasn't just content with damaging me with that foul pen, she also has several others in detention. And of course, all the staff is letting her go her merry way. Stupid if you ask me. Did you know what ol' McGonagall told me? She said to keep my head down and my mouth shut. Can you believe that? Anyways, the goblins and the house elves are having a field day. The Toad Woman still hasn't figured out who's doing it. Everyone is blaming the Weasley twins, but even they aren't that good. Uncle Snuffles, it's getting close to that time. Please be careful. I know I'm not allowed to say anything, but be careful. Gee. Harry stood on the astronomy tower peering up into the starry late spring sky. Going through his mind was the trip to the ministry. The scene of watching Sirius fall through the veil replayed itself just like it happened as it did in the old timeline. The possession, the battle, and then the trashing of the headmaster's office, all happened again as it had before. Harry sighed. At least it was given that old Tom hadn't developed Harry's bardic gift, that came from the soul and not the blood. Thank Merlin. Now that the excitement had calmed down, everyone was asleep and Hogwarts was quiet, except for Harry. He stood on one of the ramparts surveying the ground beneath him as the night sky cast everything in shadows. "Child," came Jareth's voice behind him. Harry gave a sad smile as he turned to face his father. "I couldn't save him, father, and it hurts. At least, child, you got your wish. You now have a childhood worth remembering," Jareth said, coming closer, holding out his hand. Harry took the offered hand and stepped down. "Thank you for that, but it still hurts." Jareth pulled his son closer. "The timelines have almost converged. You'll be seeing him again. When will this end? When the timeline converges to the point you were wished away. Then you are free to do what you must when you choose." Severus Snape stood in the shadows wondering just who this strange being was. The magical power he gave off was enormous. At least, the Potter boy seemed relatively calm. For once none of his usual impulsive behavior was evident. He watched as the being calmed the grieving teen. Dumbledore had ordered Severus to keep a discreet watch over the boy after he had finally allowed Harry to escape his demolished office. Most of the trinkets that dotted the shelves were destroyed. Even the portraits had fled, fearing their demise as well. The fact that Harry hadn't been too surprised about the prophecy had the headmaster worried. It was as if the child had already known it and wasn't concerned. Who could have told Harry? No, what had set Harry off was the death of his godfather. It was strange, as far as he knew, Harry hadn't known Sirius for very long. Why then should he be that upset about his demise? He'd spoken of this to Severus when he sent the man after Harry. Severus stepped out of the shadows. "Just who are you?" His wand poised to fire off a spell. "Ah," said the being. "Is this the bard you were telling me about?" "Yes, sir," Harry said. "He's quite talented, but his gift has been bound." "Just who, what are you?" Severus sneered, not lowering his wand. The being produced a crystal. "I am more than your pitiful magic can deal with, and more than your mind can comprehend." The crystal rolled around his fingers in an hypnotic display. Harry stepped out of the protection of his father's arms and walked forward. "Come on, Professor Snape, before you do something foolish." For the split second that Severus Snape was distracted, Jareth threw the crystal. It broke in mid-toss and a shower of fairy dust filled the night sky. A gray owl appeared where the strange being once stood. Both wizards watched as it flew into the forbidden forest. Harry gave a slight smile as he turned to go inside. Severus grabbed the teen and snarled. "Just who was that?" "That, sir, was my father. The man that took me in and gave me more than this world could ever give." "He isn't human," the professor started to say, only to be interrupted by the brat. "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, sir." "Indeed, Mr. Potter," Severus sneered, ushering the boy back inside. "Indeed. 20 points from Gryffindor for being out after curfew." Harry took the train back to London. His thoughts were going faster than the speed of the Hogwarts Express. His friends around him were trying to give him some comfort about the passing of his godfather. The key word was trying. Harry knew his father had something planned, he didn't know just what. Something was niggling his mind, but for some reason he could not quite figure it out. At the station, members of the Order of the Phoenix were waiting for them. "Where's your relatives, Potter?" demanded a strange man with a whirling eye and a wooden stump for a leg. The Dursleys. Don't they come and pick you up?" Sir, I don't know you, but for your information, I don't live with the Dursleys. Never have." "Ah, Harry," came a silky voice. "Uncle Corey," Harry shouted, quickly turning back to the sputtering Order members. "Sorry, got to go. I thought Albus said he lived with his sister's family." "That man isn't even human," said the gruff man known as Alistair Moody. They watched as Harry happily walked off with his uncle. Both were exchanging pleasantries as they got lost in the bustling crowd of King's Crossing. The night was dark, and except for the occasional car and the sound of a dog barking, all was quiet on Privet Drive. Two figures stood in the deep shadows beneath a heavily barred second-story window. Tonight was the night. As the time convergence approached, the night grew still, as if waiting for the time lines to come full circle. Inside the house, a group of teens watched a movie downstairs while a solitary figure sat in the heavily barred and locked room upstairs. The adults were gone for the evening. Soon belligerent voices were heard in the upstairs room. "I wish you had never come to us, Harry. I wish the goblins had taken you the night you arrived. Too bad, they can't do it right now. Better yet, since you bloody well believe in the freaks, make that I wish they did right now. In the shadows only one figure now stood. The circle was now complete. Jareth appeared in a room barely larger than a closet. It held all the cheer and warmth of a graveyard. In the room two teenage boys stood facing each other, with anger staining their faces. The taller of the two, overweight and pasty-faced, had an ugly sneer plastered on his lips. The second was a gaunt, dark-haired teen whose appearance tore at the Goblin King's heart. Well, Jareth murmured, taking in the scene before him. Bloody hell. You're him. You're the Goblin King. You really do exist. Bawled the obese teen, his eyes wide in fear. I could have told you that, Dutters, snorted the smaller boy with messy black hair and despairing green eyes. Jareth smiled coldly as he reached up to touch the green-eyed teen's cheek. Waves of loneliness, pain, sorrow and weariness engulfed him. It was almost too much to bear. Enough. I have come to claim my treasure. Dudley smirked, folding his arms in satisfaction, as he watched the scene unfolding before of him. Then claim the freak. See if I care. The dark-haired boy flinched, jerking away from Jareth's touch. Don't touch me, he hissed. Ah, Harry. I can do as I please with you. You're mine now, the Goblin King replied calmly. How do you know my name? Harry blinked in disbelief. Why, Harry Potter, everyone knows your name. You are quite famous as the boy who lived, Jareth purred, one eyebrow arching. My goblins keep me well informed on the happenings in the wizarding world. He paused a moment, seemingly lost in thought, chin cupped in one elegant hand. I will, of course, have to reorder time. I don't do that for many, but I think you will enjoy your time underground and you will be free of this. He gestured scornfully at the dingy room around them. Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, thought over what the Goblin King said. Jareth could practically see the wheels turning. He was impressed. The boy wasn't fighting, he seemed to recognize the futility of his predicament, and was actually trying to figure a way around it. I will go willingly on one condition, sir, Harry said after a moment's thought. Will you grant me a wish? As long as it is within my power and, Jareth replied with a regal nod, it's not to free yourself from me. When you take me from here, I wish that you would save my godfather, Sirius Black, from Azkaban. He was sent there for a crime he didn't commit. Surprise made Jareth's eyebrow arch even higher. Interesting wish, he said, mulling over the possibilities. Very well. Turning to Dudley, he tossed the boy a crystal. You will not run the labyrinth to win back your cousin. Hell no. Why would I? We'll be better off without the freak, Dudley sneered as he snatched the crystal. This holds my dreams, right? Jareth smirked as he waved his hand. Pixie dust floated around the room as the Goblin King and Harry slowly faded from sight. You have 13 hours to change your mind, came the faint echo of Jareth's voice. Dudley was left alone, holding a crystal in his hand. Like I would change my mind, freak. Dudley snarled, turning to leave. Downstairs Dudley's gang, along with their dates, were watching the last of the labyrinth. Dudley hadn't wanted to watch it but was outvoted by the female portion of the group. Thankfully, his parents were out for the night and wouldn't be home for another hour or so. So did old Four Eyes want to come down? Sneered a rat-faced, pimply teen. Nah, mate, Dudley sneered back. The freak is busy sulking over the death of his godfather. The old man will be home in an hour, Piers. Say no more, Big D, Piers said, standing and stretching. Gotta be up with the chickens tomorrow. The old man wants me to help with a shipment that's comin' in at the shop. He sighed over his shoulder as he pulled the movie from the video player. I'll just be talkin', this with me, wouldn't do to have your da find it now, would it? Dudley sniggered. The obese teen locked up after his friends left, not lifting a finger to clean the mess he and his chums made of the den. The freak always cleaned up. Wait, the freak isn't here anymore. Oh well, not his problem. The hall clock started to chime. He looked up as he mentally counted them. There was a pause after 12, then as Dudley started upstairs, a 13th chime sounded. Just as the echo of the final chime died, a clap of thunder sounded followed by a brilliant flash of lightning. Startled, Dudley turned and almost lost his footing. Standing at the bottom of the stairwell was the Goblin King in all his glory. 13 hours have passed, the Goblin King intoned regally. As if I care, Dudley said, holding up the crystal which he received earlier that evening. I have my dreams. Jareth laughed, a chilling, humorless sound that made the boy shudder. So be it. Don't say I didn't warn you. The crystal shattered in Dudley's hand. Fairy dust rained down on him. Oi! However, the Goblin King and Harry were gone. Harry stood in the shadows outside the house on Privet Drive. It had never been home to him, ever. He looked up at his former bedroom window and shivered. Time had come full circle for him. He had memories of both his lives. Here is the boy who had been foisted unceremoniously onto unwilling relatives, and the memories of his time as Geryon, beloved adopted son of the Goblin King. Right now, he was sorting through the memories as he waited in the shadows for his adopted father to return. Harry had no doubt in his mind which life he preferred to live. However, one had to be careful when dealing with the Fae, especially this Fae. A hand clapped on Harry's shoulder, causing the teen to look up into mismatched eyes. The Fae held up a crystal. It is time, child. He accepted the deal, his dreams for you. Harry licked his lips. What about my dreams? Jareth smiled. You, my precious thing, are a bard. The young fool doesn't know what he bartered away. His dreams will come to naught because he is too lazy to pursue them. However, your fate no longer in my hands. I can't keep you, turn you or do anything to cause you harm. A fully trained bard is the lifeblood of magic. It was my honor to free you from the abuse you had endured and set you on your path. Then I get to keep both set of memories. Harry asked hopefully. Jareth gave a slight bow. You do, my son. I want to go home, father. In the demolished office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was busy trying to repair the many trinkets that had been destroyed by Harry's fit of rage. The one trinket he badly needed to repair first was the one that measured the strength of the wards around Harry's aunt's home. Albus, headmaster, came a voice from the flow. Yes, Nymphadora, I think you need to come to Harry's home, sir, came the burning face in the fireplace. Oh, Albus asked, standing. The Muggle police showed up this morning and arrested the younger of Harry's relatives. Harry isn't in the house. We checked. It's as if Harry never lived there. Move aside, child, I'm coming through. The neighborhood of Privet Drive was in turmoil. Never had the residents seen such a disturbing sight. 3 police cars and 6 officers. It had started with 1 car and 2 officers, then spiraled out of control when the original car called for backup. Now Vernon Dursley was standing on the lawn of number 4, shouting in the face of a uniformed policewoman while a somewhat battered Dudley Dursley sat, handcuffed and bawling, in the back seat of a cruiser. Albus ignored the arguing pair as he walked unseen into the house. A thorough search proved Nymphadora correct. There was no sign of Harry ever living here. He looked in every room, including the basement. He found where the Dursley boy slept, the parents' room, even a guest room, but nowhere was a room made up for Harry. Upstairs, a small closet-like room tucked under the eaves held broken toys and furniture but no sign of Harry. Even the infamous boot closet, that had supposedly served as the boy's room for 10 years, held no trace of the boy. He walked down the stairs and spied the many family photos adorning the walls. The odd thing was, not one of them held a photo of Harry. Oh child, he lamented. What went on in this house? What did I subject you to? Harry walked through the halls of the castle beyond the Goblin City. He was home. He just wished Sirius was here with him. Geryon, mother. Harry's face lit with joy as ran to embrace the dark-haired, regal woman who held her arms open to him. After a moment, she drew back slightly. Let me look at you. The boy who'd left Privet Drive was not the boy that stood glowing with happiness before her. In the time of their brief embrace, Harry had changed, from a gaunt, undersized teen to the regal, tall young prince he'd been in the dream vision. Was it all really a dream, mother? Harry's voice hitched slightly. No, my son. It was a gift, Jareth said, as his arms went around them. But no one remembers. Harry looked up at his father. No, only you, those underground, and one other will remember. In a dark, dank pit with only a dim light showing from an overhead grate sat a rigid figure. In the dark silence, the sound of a key rattling in a lock filled the rigid form's ears. The creaking of rusty hinges followed the unlocking of a door. Soft candle light filled the once dim room and cast a warm glow over its occupants. The figure, alive but still unmoving, laid on the bone-covered ground. Sirius. A quick reviving spell and Harry and Sirius were reunited once more. Where, what, huh? The confused animagus muttered, looking around. Where is she? Let me at her. You fell through the veil, Sirius, Harry explained with a shaking voice, "Don't you remember?" "No damn it. Where in Merlin's name are we?" "We're in a oubliette in the labyrinth, Uncle Snuffles." The older man gasped as Geryon captured him in a fierce hug. "Welcome back, Padfoot. Let's go home." Geryon sat on a window ledge looking out over the labyrinth. A faint breeze stirred as he looked towards his favorite places in the labyrinth, causing him to smile. Time had finally come full circle. For him, Harry Potter's life was just a painful memory of heartbreak and betrayal, which he gladly left behind. Geryon Williams, however, was going to embrace his new life with all his strength and determination. The labyrinth, as well as the cottage by the theater, was now his home. No more Dursleys, or Dumbledore. In fact, no more Hogwarts. He really didn't need his owls or newts. He didn't need them as he was never going to be a part of the wizarding world ever again. Thanks to Father and his goblins, all of his Potter assets were doing well, so Geryon didn't have to work a day in his life. Again, thanks to Jareth, Geryon's future was set as he was a fully trained bard, soon to be a master of his art. A bard the likes of which hadn't been seen since the days of Taliesin. If Dumbledore hadn't interfered, Harry Potter would have never had the chance to develop the power the Dark Lord knows not. However, he had interfered, thereby stunting Harry's growth in every respect, all because of a prophecy. As for the bit of darkness that was embedded within Harry's scar, well, his father wasn't able to do anything until the 13 hours were up. It would have messed the timeline way too much. That little problem was soon to be remedied. No, now that the timelines were merged and Harry Potter was just a memory, the bit of dark shadow that was a piece of Tom Riddle's soul could be taken care of. Goblin and Phi magic was so different from wizarding magic and in many ways more powerful. A hand brushed his shoulder, startling Geryon to look up into the mismatched eyes of his adopted father, Jareth, the Goblin King. "It's too bad no one but us remembers how it would have been," Geryon said, wistfully, returning to gaze out at the labyrinth. Jareth gave a slight smirk as he sat beside him. "What is it you want, my son?" "To stay here with you and Mother, but that isn't to be, is it?" "Do I really have to go back?" Jareth gave a slight nod but said nothing. Geryon sighed. "I'll need to go to Gringotts and check out my accounts, since Sirius is going to continue to play dead. Except for Remus and me, there isn't much keeping him in the wizarding world." Jareth snorted as he conjured a crystal to roll around in his hand. "Unfortunately. Then there's the ritual to get rid of the soul bit. I'm sure by now your goblins have retrieved the rest of the soul receptacles. Dumbledore's such a fool for allowing things to get this bad. Why didn't he find them all himself after the diary came to light? But then, he's always liked playing with other people's lives." Jareth smirked, running the crystal through his fingers. "My goblins have all of them except for the snake. The scab keeps that repulsive thing by his side." Geryon continued with a nod, ticking off the things he still needed to do. "I also need to get in touch with Professor Snape. If my joint memories are correct, he bears bard potential, and may be the key for me to return to Hogwarts without being under the headmaster's control." "How so?" Geryon smiled up at his father and in his best Marlon Brando voice, said, "I'll make him an offer he can't refuse." Dumbledore stared at the unmoving object resting on his desk, willing it to do something, anything to show that it still worked. It just sat there, broken. The object was a crystal. Within its heart was a single strand of hair and one drop of blood. It was referred to affectionately as a mother's heart stone. Mothers made them when their children were babies. It allowed the mother to always know if their precious offspring were happy, angry, sad or in danger. This heart stone belonged to Harry Potter, made for him by his mother. Lily Potter had made this one after she learned of the prophecy. Albus had appropriated it from the ruins of Godric's Hollow that fateful night when he had realized what it was. He had felt no guilt when he took the crystal, nor did he feel any when he modified it to hold the blood wards around Privet Drive. After all, it was to protect Harry, all for the greater good. Members of the Order of the Phoenix slowly trickled into his office. Since the death of Sirius, Grimmauld Place was abandoned. No one knew who the new Black Heir was. Many thought the title would go to Draco Malfoy. Reflecting on the life and death of Sirius Black, Albus felt no remorse. Putting Sirius in Azkaban had served the greater good in his purposes at the time. He had believed, like everyone else, that the young Black Heir had been the Potter's secret keeper. He had no way of knowing that James and Sirius had switched the role over to Peter Pettigrew. As much as Albus wished it were true, and had fooled everyone into believing, he just didn't know everything. When Sirius had escaped and the truth came out, Albus should have taken the initiative and got the lad a trial, but that would have undone everything he was trying to achieve in the war. Sirius Black would have taken Harry Potter from his relatives, destroying the blood wards that protected the boy. He would have filled the lad's mind with wild tales and equally wild ideas. No, it had been better to keep the two apart. Any word on the boy? Came the gravelly voice of a battle-scarred, one-eyed man. Albus sighed, looking up at the gathered group of loyal followers that made up his order. Alas, Alistair. The blood wards that surrounded Mr. Potter's home fell last night due to a surge of raw, wild magic. Mr. Potter's room was emptied and his relatives have no memory of Harry, or of what happened. And Harry? Came Molly Weasley's voice. There is no sign of the lad. The day, itself, was bright and cheery, a big contrast to Severus Snape's current mood. The potion's master fumed as he clutched a parchment in his fist. The day couldn't get any worse. First the Potter brat disappeared. All tracking spells had stopped working and no one could find him. Plus, the brat's snowy owl was also gone, and any other owls sent to him just returned, their mail undeliverable. The two Gryffindor brats that made up the other two-thirds of the Golden Trio were just as clueless as the brat never answered any of their letters. However, according to the headmaster, they were not supposed to write to him anyways. Second, both his so-called masters were disrupting his schedule because of the brat who disappeared, and now he was woefully behind in his brewing. Well, Poppy would just have to make do. Now this ridicule summons. Severus Snape huffed as he entered Gringotts. Just what do the goblins want with him? He knew Albus had been trying to get them to read the Mutzwell without Potter being in attendance. However, since the Dunderhead had recently gone missing, Albus had done a complete about-face in the hope the brat would appear at the bank where he, Severus, could collect him. He was ushered into a conference room where two wizards and a goblin waited. Black. Snape snarled. I see that death didn't want you either. Too good to die. He didn't quite recognize the youth standing next to Black, but he had a good idea who he was despite the glamour. Sirius Black started to say something but the youth by his side jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow. Not now, Uncle Snuffles, the youth said. We have more important matters to deal with. It's time to leave boyhood grudges behind. Snape watched as Black huffed and agreed. He waited as Black turned back to him and said in a contrite voice, Snape. I have never liked you, but what I did was wrong. Very wrong. I want to apologize and to let you know that I'm not coming back to the wizarding world. Except for my godson and Moony, there is nothing here for me. Snape scowled. And you think that'll make up for what you did? Black snorted. Hardly. Just know that I'm dead to the wizarding world. I changed my will so that Harry and Samuel Black will inherit most of my fortune. You are also included. Speaking of Potter, just where is the brat? He glared at the youth who bore little resemblance to the Potter spawn. Snape surveyed the wild dark-haired teen beside Black. True, he had Potter's green eyes and dark hair, but that's where the physical similarities ended. This teen was taller, healthier, with a fencer's build rather than Potter's scrawny underfed look. He did have Potter's wild hair but it was more coiffed and longer with strands of blue, green and purple throughout. No, this teen held little resemblance to Potter brat. Why, Professor, I didn't know you cared, said the youth. I can assure you, Professor, if the headmaster had not interfered so much in my life, had he followed my parents' will and not his own warped wishes, this is how I would have looked when I first attended Hogwarts. Snape sneered. What are you rambling about, Potter? Professor, I want to make a deal with you, Harry said, glancing at Sirius for a moment. I will tell you everything, if you promise not to tell anyone what we discussed today. This includes both your so-called masters. I will need a wizard's oath to be sure of secrecy. Sirius shook his head and stood. I know everything and, believe it or not, I trust you with my godson. Giving a mock salute, Sirius Black walked out. A flicker of curiosity gleamed momentarily in the potion's master's eyes. Continue. I see I haven't convinced you not to tell anyone, sir, Harry sighed as he plopped unceremoniously into a chair, picking up a guitar. You haven't said anything worth repeating yet, Severus replied, withdrawing his wand and speaking the oath. All right, sir, how about this? I swear on my magic that I once was Harry James Potter. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I have been given a new path to walk as well as a new name. I am now something that the world hasn't seen since the days of Taliesin. I am a bard, trained in the old magics, and this is my true story. So mote be. Blue light flared as magic sealed his oath. Severus Snape sat in the last staff meeting before the little dunderheads were due to arrive. Even now, the Hogwarts Express was barreling its way towards the castle for the beginning of the term. His thoughts weren't on the upcoming year but on the past 3 days. Days he had spent underground. Never in his wildest dreams, or flights of imagination, had such a land existed. Underground was a myth, a legend where magic and dreams dwell. The Goblin King really did exist, and he did indeed take the unwanted children from this world. Severus hid a shiver. He never wanted to get onto the wrong side of that being. The magic and power that radiated off the Phi made Severus feel like an untried boy just out of nappies. Potter's offer, at first, was too good to be true. He'd been ready to haul the brat back to Albus and wash his hands of the whole sorry mess. However, Potter had supplied proof that could not be dismissed. Poe Williams wanted to apprentice himself to Severus as a way to keep out of the headmaster's control. In return, Williams offered to teach him bardic magic and a way around the dark mark as well. "Severus, you said you had an announcement," came Albus, voice breaking into his thoughts. Severus straightened as he leaned forward. "I have decided to take on an apprentice. His name is Garion Williams and he is 16, an American. He is currently riding the train with the rest of the students." Several of his fellow staffers exclaimed and started to speak at once. Albus raised a hand to silence them. "Is that wise, my boy? With everything that is going on?" "Absolutely, Albus, and before you object too strenuously, it is my right as a potions master. He comes highly recommended. His potions skills need polishing, but then, he isn't going for a mastery in that but rather in defense, in which he excels," Severus assured the headmaster. Mr. Williams expressed an interest in seeing how the education here differs from what he has so far experienced. His scores are exceptional in everything but potions and divination. Hence his desire to improve his potion skills while serving as my Dada apprentice. "But don't you think you should have cleared it with me first?" Albus asked. Severus shrugged. "He won't be taking part in the 6th-year curriculum, Albus. He's far too advanced for it. So I saw no need to inform you, and I certainly don't need your permission to take an apprentice if I so choose." "But we are the finest school," Minerva started to huff. Severus shrugged. "He's a bit of a prodigy and was home-schooled. His father saw to it that he had the best instructors. However, I will note that Mr. Williams is a bit eccentric." Holding up his hand, he continued as he stood. "I'm not going to answer any more questions. He shall be here for the welcoming feast. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a potion waiting." The landscape sped by in a blur as the Hogwarts Express rumbled along the tracks. In a lone compartment, a teenage boy sat strumming his guitar. An open guitar case rested on the bench across from him. A small hairy brown and black creature sat on the lip of the case blowing spit wads through a small tube at the teen. The boy glared. "You know I can send you back to father and get a different goblin to keep me company, Squirt." Squirt paused in mid-huff. "You wouldn't, Princey, would you?" The teen smirked. "No more spitballs. No more, Princey," but Squirt's bored. "A song." Garion Williams laughed and plucked the beginnings of "I Ate a Peanut." On the 16th verse, the door slid open and a girl with dishwater owned hair walked in. Squirt dived into the guitar case with a squeal. "Hello, Harry. Or is it Garion now?" "Hello, Luna. Come in." Garion, formerly known as Harry Potter, welcomed her as he paused in his playing. "Will your friend come out too?" Luna asked, sitting down by the open case. Garion had long thought that his friend Luna had a bit of Phi blood in her from the way she acted. So it wasn't too much of a surprise that she knew about goblins and the underground. "It's all right, Squirt. You can come out. This is Luna, a friend. Loony." Luna looked a bit pained by the nickname as the tiny creature popped out. "Hello, Squirt. Luna. Don't let his nickname throw you. Goblins of his sort are mischievous children. They give nicknames to everyone. They don't mean anything by them." "That's right, Princey." Squirt bobbed his head. "Squirt, what did I tell you about calling me that in public? Not to, Princey, but use my Princey." Luna laughed at the long-suffering expression on Gerion's face as the imp stuck its tongue out at him. Princey, the boy who likes plants is heading this way too, the goblin bounced excitedly. He's looking for you and Looney. Thanks, Squirt. Hide in the case and stay there and leave my socks alone. Okay, Princey. The small goblin dived into the case and disappeared just as the door slid open again. Luna giggled as she peered into the case. Luna, did you find Harry? No, just Gerion. He's real nice, Luna said in her dreamy voice as Gerion stood with a hand on the neck of his guitar, extending his free hand. Gerion Williams. Neville Longbottom, Neville said, accepting the hand in friendship. The three made themselves comfortable as Gerion returned to his music, Luna to her upside-down reading and Neville to coddling the small potted plant he had in his hands. Illinois Central Monday morning rail 15 cars and 15 restless riders. 3 conductors and 25 sacks of mail. All along the southbound Odyssey. The train pulls out at Kankakee. Rolls along past houses, farms and fields. Passin' trains that have no names. Freight yards full of old black men. And the graveyards of the rusted automobiles. Gerion's voice echoed in the compartment. Outside students stopped what they were doing to listen. Good morning America, how are you? Don't you know me, I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. A small crowd gathered outside only to be pushed away by a tall bee, owned with 2 ape-like companions. The door slid open as Gerion finished the last refrain. That doesn't sound like a wizarding song, the bee, owned sneered. Why look, it's the loony Ravenclaw and the squib Gryffindor. Where's Potty? Too cowardly to show this year. And who's this? Gerion stood, blocking Neville from doing anything as Luna shrank back in her seat and said, Sir. Is this how you always enter a room? With insults and sneers. I was told that the students of Hogwarts were the elite of magic. The bee, owned straightened. The name's Draco Malfoy. And you are quite right, but there are some exceptions. His gaze slipped past the standing team to the pair behind him. Gerion Williams, and in my experience, in nature there's no blemish but the mind, none can be called deformed but the unkind, Gerion quoted, disdainfully. Draco paused for a moment as the words sank into his mind. A bewildered look on his face slowly turned to rage as he comprehended the insult. You'll pay for this. My father will do nothing, Gerion said, brushing a bit of lint off his sleeve. What are you, a man or a small child hiding behind daddy's coat-tails? Surely we aren't going to play the, my father's more influential than your father, game. How quaint. Draco stomped his foot. How dare you? Gerion narrowed his eyes, arched one eyebrow in disgust and leaned forward. Oh, I dare plenty. He flicked his wrist in dismissal. Run along, little boy, when you grow up, come back and we'll settle this. Without your shadows. Draco stormed out amongst the laughter and giggles from the listening students. Luna's tinkling laughter echoed behind him. Hermione Granger watched as Draco Malfoy and his goons stormed past her in the corridor. She couldn't find Harry and Ron Weasley was off somewhere. She never had felt so alone than she did at that moment. She paused in front of the compartment that everyone was gathered around. A tall teen with shaggy, coiffed hair wearing a silk poet's shirt and designer jeans stood the doorway. Thank you everyone for your appreciation, the teen said with a bow. However, I am sure the prefects would wish the corridor to be cleared for safety reasons. Hermione spied Neville and Luna in the compartment behind him and waited until the crowd cleared. Neville, Luna, have you seen Harry? She asked, as she turned to the strange teen. Oh sorry. I'm Hermione Granger, you are. Gerion Williams, at your service, milady, he said, bowing once more with a flourish. I am but a humble minstrel on my way to Scotland. You are welcome to enter and join us. Hermione, you really need to listen to him, Neville said. He really put one over on old Malfoy. Don't worry about Harry, Luna said, dreamily. The Raxperts are taking good care of him. Gerion sat back in his seat and started another tune. I'm a travelin' man. I've made a lot of stops all over the world. And in every port I own the heart of at least one lovely girl. I've a pretty senorita waiting for me. Down in old Mexico. If you're ever in Alaska, stop and see my cute little Eskimo. The day wore on, and as the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, Hermione huffed as her new friend refused to get into Hogwarts robes. His only comment was he wasn't a student, so wasn't bound by the rules yet. Besides, as everyone knows, some rules are made to be broken and I plan to break as many as I can possibly get away with, Garion said with a smirk as he packed away his guitar and swinging the case over his shoulder, he stepped from the train. Hermione huffed again as Neville and Luna giggled at her. Oh come now, Garion laughed as he ushered them into a waiting carriage. Rules are only guidelines on how to live, they are not set in stone and they should never be taken as gospel. Life is to be lived and enjoyed. Why then 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me it is a prison. Quote, Professor Snape was waiting at the entrance when the trio exited the carriages. Garion was ushered away and into a small alcove while Neville and Hermione were ordered into the Great Hall. The gossip at the table wasn't on the upcoming year, or where is Potter, but rather on the strange young man from the train and the music he played. Many of the Muggleborns had recognized the songs and were explaining them to many of the pure bloods. Albus Dumbledore looked over the sea of students that had filled the Great Hall. Another year has started but he felt no joy. Harry Potter wasn't among the sea of faces before him. He felt like he had somehow failed the lad and by extension, his parents. This past summer he had undergone many moments of reflection. He was still convinced he had been right in what he had done, all for the sake of the greater good, but it hadn't brought him any peace. Wherever you are Harry, my boy, come back to us safe, he thought as he glanced around the hall until his aged eyes rested upon his potions master. To think Severus took on an apprentice without consulting me, he mused, a tad worriedly. For all I know the child is using Severus to get to Tom. Well, we'll know soon enough. The lad is now in the castle. Albus frowned. The castle seemed a little out of sorts and Albus wasn't too sure but felt that the castle was in awe of the young lad. Just who was he? When the sorting of the first years was over, Albus stood to make his announcements. It has been many years since one of our staff took on an apprentice. This year, Professor Severus Snape has done so. We have with us a young man who has taken the position. He is from the United States and has been homeschooled. As he isn't a student, he isn't part of the house system, so any concerns must be taken to Professor Snape directly. So without further ado, let us welcome Mr. Garion Williams. The doors to the Great Hall opened and the young man from the train strode through, cloak billowing out around him. Blimey, it's another Snape, exclaimed Ronald Weasley. Garion was shown to a small, three-room suite consisting of a common room, bedchamber and a loo. An extra door had been added to the common room that joined his rooms to Professor Snape's living chambers. The walls and furnishings in the sitting area were in neutral hues of creams and browns without any emphasis on house colors, much to Garion's relief. The common area held a sofa with two easy chairs on either side. To the left of the fireplace, along the near wall sat a small table with two chairs. Under a charmed window that overlooked the Quidditch pitch on the far wall sat a writing desk flanked by several empty bookcases, the rich oak of their wood contrasting pleasantly with the deep brown of the lush carpet that covered the floor. Further inspection led Garion to his bedchamber where he found an oak four-poster bed with curtains in muted blue, green and gold. A huge oak clothes press stood along one wall with a free-standing mirror beside it. Well, at least there's no writing on this one, Garion snorted to himself. He also noted another charmed window that overlooked the forbidden forest. The loo was tiled in white with black and silver inlay and silver fixtures. All in all, it was a cozy setup. Later, after unpacking, Garion was sitting on a floor cushion leaning against the sofa. He was tuning his violin when Severus walked into the room. "Are you all settled in, Mr. Williams?" Severus asked, making himself comfortable in an easy chair. Garion set the violin aside, leaning his head back against the sofa to look up at his professor. "Yes, sir. These rooms suit me well." Severus raised an eyebrow. "What? No burning desire for Gryffindor red? You wound me, sir," smirked Garion, clutching his B.East with one hand while laying the back of the other on his forehead. "I see my reputation is at stake, my fame is shrewdly gored." He gasped dramatically. Severus' mouth twitched for a moment, then a slight chuckle escaped as he shook his head. When he had agreed to this mad scheme he had wondered if he would even like this new version of Potter. He never realized just how insane Williams was. The Goblin King had explained to him that because of the abuse and blocks placed on Harry Potter, much of his personality and magic had been suppressed. Now, released from these blocks, the young wizard suffered from a form of hyperactivity, or what the Muggles called ADD. When Harry had been exposed to the killing curse as a toddler, it had hypersensitized him to ambient magic. In a way, Albus Dumbledore had done Harry a favor by placing him with his non-magical relatives, but for all the wrong reasons. When he was with them, magic was not a problem, and so it gave him a breather from its constant bombardment to the synapses in his brain and magical core. Unfortunately, it also served to stunt Harry's abilities as well. This Garion was nothing like the old Potter. In fact, he was more like James Potter that Severus had always accused Harry of being. However, Garion wasn't cruel or vindictive like Potter Sr. had been. No, Garion was flamboyant, funny and demented, with Lily's sense of justice and fair play. Severus had noticed this during his stay underground. Williams was the perfect blend of all the best traits of his biological parents. The only negative thing he had inherited was Lily's fiery temper. "Does anyone suspect who I could be?" Garion asked, breaking into the man's thoughts. Severus snorted as he recalled Garion's entrance earlier that evening and Weasley's very loud comment. "No, you are nothing like the old Potter. Not even James Potter." Severus snorted again and shook his head. "I will mention that Minerva is a bit put out with you about your quotes from that Muggle musical. Jellicle cats are black and white. Jellicle cats are rather small. Jellicle cats are merry and bright. And pleasant to hear when they caterwaul," Garion quoted. "Now don't start that again," Severus chuckled, remembering the short staff meeting after the feast in Albus' office. In fact, both Albus and Minerva just didn't know what to make of his new apprentice. When Garion had refused to be sorted, refused Albus, Lemo, drops, and insulted the many portraits in the headmaster's office, Albus was convinced that Garion was a dark wizard in training. Minerva huffed at the total disrespect Mr. Garion Williams displayed as he pulled out his guitar. After that, Albus lost all control of the situation. Severus just sat back silently and watched the fireworks. Ignoring the protests of the headmaster and his deputy, Garion proceeded to sing a song about how it was all right to hate a neighbor, and all right to cheat a friend, cause you could justify it in the end, followed by a song asking questions that had no answers. Albus was in tears as the last note died. Minerva huffed and started in on Garion for his disrespect. She stopped when he started a new song about Jellicle cats, which sent a fuming Minerva out of the room and Albus laughing. What settled everything was when Fawkes came to sit on Garion's shoulder and started to add harmony to the music, which stunned everyone in the room. "So," Garion asked, breaking once again into Severus' musings on last night. "All your little snakes bedded down for the night?" Severus gave a slight nod. "Indeed. Tomorrow will be the first day of classes. I will need you to help with the first and second years. Will you seek to reacquaint yourself with the other 2/3 of the Golden Trio?" Garion shook his head. "No. They were Harry Potter's friends, not mine. Harry is just a dream now, or rather a nightmare that has come to an end. They would not understand. Plus, they would run to Dumbledore in a heartbeat. The Golden Trio has served its purpose and now has ended like any wishful fantasy." "I see. So are you going to make any friends?" "Luna and Neville. Luna already knows who I was and she won't tell. And Neville," Garion looked over at Severus. "Now don't make that face. Neville isn't as useless as you may think. He has several blocks on his magic as well as a memory charm, if I am reading him right." Severus looked shocked. "Blocks? Yes, Severus," Garion said, rubbing his chin. "One was placed when he was a baby. It has the feel of his mother about it. One was placed not long after the first. It has a male feel to it and it's the more draining of them. The first would have faded to nothing if not for the second. The third, the memory charm, is very old and has a female feel to it. I would suspect it was his grandmother. I remember Neville once told me that he was there when his parents were attacked, but he doesn't remember much of it." Severus leaned back in his chair to ponder what he just learned. Suddenly many puzzling mysteries made sense. Potter's and Longbottom's mediocre magic and intelligence when it was well known that their parents were strong magically is well above average in intelligence. And he could lay everything at one man's obsession for the greater good, Albus Dumbledore. Garion sat on the head table in front of Severus Snape's usual chair. He was playing a penny whistle while beside him 2 forks were performing an Irish step dance. Students and teachers coming into the great hall stopped to watch in awe. In the middle of the performance, the rest of the cutlery on the head table stood, developing arms and feet. The implements arranged themselves behind the two forks in an impromptu chorus line. It was like watching the Muggle stage production of River Dance. "I would award points, Mr. Williams," came Phileas Flitwick's voice as Geryon finished up the tune and the cutlery returned to their normal inanimate state. "It is a shame that you refuse to be sorted. That is a wonderful display of charms. However did you do this? Magic just is," Geryon shrugged. "No more, no less. Wizards tend to put limits on magic and forget their heritage." Then, he stood and bowed to the small charms professor and responded in gobbledygook as he held out a small letter. "Revered teacher, I must ask you to keep my secrets. I have a note that'll explain everything from His Majesty." Professor Flitwick plopped back into his chair. After checking for any hidden spells or hexes, he ran a thumb over the royal seal of the goblins, shocked that he was seeing it outside of Gringotts. It was rumored that the goblins had a king, and Phileas knew that to speak a certain name was to invoke unwanted attention. No one in the goblin nation spoke it for that reason. He looked up as Geryon was greeting his master with a cheery good morning, then back to the letter. In a very elegant script, it read, "Whatever my son needs, you will provide." Instead of a signature, a signet ring had been used to affix the royal crest at the bottom of the note. With shaking hands, Phileas folded the note and placed it in one of his many pockets. Glancing once more at the young man, the charms professor mused. "This is going to be an interesting year." Albus Dumbledore was not a happy man. Last night, as he tried to sleep, he could hear rustling and tiny twitterings in the darkness of his room. They populated his dreams as well, when he finally dozed off. He dreamt of being tied and suspended upside down over the most foul, filth-ridden bog he had ever smelled. Lemo's drops were falling out of his pocket and into the filthy water, stirring up the smell even more. Farting sounds were exploding from the sludge below him. All in all, a most disgusting and vile dream. He wondered what it meant. Hungry students were milling around as the sleep-deprived headmaster entered the great hall. He overheard many discussing the wandless magic that Professor Snape's new apprentice had used. As Albus sat in his usual chair, he noticed most of the cutlery was out of place. Mr. Williams looked innocently up at the headmaster and smiled. Albus tried once more to read the lad's surface thoughts as he had last night, but failed once more as he was hit yet again with that silly song, "This is the song that never ends." Groaning, Albus broke off his scan, clutching his head in pain. He was never going to get that song out of his mind. His usual breakfast of sweet rolls and tea appeared before him. As he took a deep breath, his senses were assaulted with the stench from his dream last night. Try as he might, it was impossible to get rid of. "Something wrong, Albus?" asked Pomona Sprout. Draco frowned as he looked up at the head table. The show was over as far as he was concerned. The display of wandless magic had impressed him. So, the apprentice that Uncle Severus had taken on is powerful. He had been ready to complain about the little shite who had so humiliated him on the train, only to see the tow rag was Uncle Severus' new apprentice. Just who was this wizard? Uncle Severus had warned Draco that his apprentice would not tolerate the teen's arrogant attitude and to be careful around him. The only good thing so far about this new year was the fact that Potter wasn't around. The rumor had it that old pothead had skipped out since the death of his beloved mutt of a godfather. Maybe I should do the same. If Scarhead couldn't take the heat, then how can the rest of us? Suddenly a hand clamped down on Draco's shoulder, breaking into the teen's musing. Startled, Draco spun around, wand in hand. "Whoa, cowboy," a grinning Geryon said. "Just a quick word before classes start. Since we're going work together." Draco snarled as he stood, brushing off the hand. "Just because you're my head of house's apprentice, don't think you can tell me what to do." Draco's two bodyguards stood to crowd the pair. Geryon smiled. "Oh, I'm more than just your head of house's apprentice, little boy. Much more." Turning to the two bodyguards, with a glint in his eyes, Geryon's voice took on a compelling tone. "There is no need for violence, gentlemen. Life can be easy but not always swell. Don't you know, little boys, truth hurts, it hurts like hell. So my advice to you is to sit down and enjoy more breakfast." The pair, much to Draco's shock, did just that. Geryon sighed as he finished marking the last of the first-year essays. Severus Snape was a sadistic, evil bastard. When he said he wanted Geryon to help with the first and second years, Geryon didn't think this was what he meant. The man dropped all the essays to be graded in his apprentice's lap with a knowing smirk. Geryon also had to help in class, to keep the little snots from blowing each other up. He was beginning to understand Snape's frustrations and paranoia. About the only good thing about the whole arrangement was the fact that Geryon didn't have to take sixth-year potions. Both of them knew that Geryon had no need for the classes. But still, to dump the essay grading onto Geryon was just plain wrong in Geryon's book. Payback was going to be a buy.ch. Geryon had started training Severus in bardic magic and found it amusing that Severus just could not understand why he hadn't heard of this type of magic before. Simple, Geryon explained. The last true bard that wielded full bardic magic was Taliesin. He was a druidic wizard as well as a bard, and he lived long before Merlin. He went on to explain. As the druids died out, bardic magic died with them. British wizards now have lost the druidic and bardic knowledge. In their arrogance, they now refuse to acknowledge other forms of magic in the world, past or present. They believe they alone have the right to wield magic, have the right to play God. The best tangible example of that is that awful statue in the Ministry. Geryon gave a heavy sigh. Wizards have forgotten so much. You will find no books on bardic magic, or any other type of ancient magic, in reputable bookstores. They are considered dark, and therefore banned by the Ministry. That is why it isn't taught. Severus scowled. I can't sing nor do I play a musical instrument. How is it possible for me to be a bard? Geryon laughed. You do have a very drop-dead say. Why voice that, with a bit of training, would give any Shakespearean actor a run for their money. Music is but one way to use bardic magic, bardic voice is another. My adoptive mother Sarah, for example, is a bard. Granted, she isn't as powerful magically as you or I. In fact, she would be labeled a squib by most wizarding standards. However, she creates magic in her writings. She creates worlds that come alive in people's hearts and minds with her words. When she is above ground where she works, she creates a small pool of magic that funnels back to the source. Severus knew that the ambient magic that surrounds Hogwarts from centuries of students and teachers living, working and casting spells has made the castle sentient. However, that leftover magic laid stagnant, unable to return to the source, which is why Geryon could not stay in the castle without his crystal. It kept him from climbing the walls from magic overload. Geryon piled the finished essays to the side and pulled out his guitar. This is what I am, what I do. He began to sing. I've been alive forever, and I wrote the very first song. I put the words and the melodies together. I am music and I write the songs. I write the songs that make the whole world sing. I write the songs of love and special things. I write the songs that make the young girls cry. I write the songs, I write the songs. Severus could feel his heart move as it hadn't since Lily died. Something in the music spoke to him. There was something intangible in the voice that called to his soul. What was the teen was trying to tell him? Geryon's voice called up power within the music. The air in the room felt heavy, saturated with magic. A rainbow of colors started to form in the center of the room, its whirling mass radiating both magic and light as it whirled and danced to his music. When the song came to the last notes, the whirling array rose to the ceiling before diving to the floor, disappearing in a shower of sparkles and glitter. And that, my apprentice, is bardic magic, and how you send the leftovers to the underground so that the magic can renew itself. In time, you'll be able to call on your own bardic magic, not through music but through the cadence and resonance of your voice. Through its power you will be able to do as I do, but with the spoken voice. I suggest you study Shakespeare. He was a great bard of both creation, like Mum, and the Vox Potentia. He may have been a wizard, but without realizing it, he drew on bardic magic to write his plays. The brat. With one simple song he had done what Severus couldn't. The room took on a freshness that he hadn't smelled or felt in years. He was constantly burning candles and incense to help with the heavy, damp smells that permeated his quarters. Turning back to the brat, Severus raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Geryon smiled and with a wave of his hand, spoke with his stage presence. If this fall into thy hand, revolve. In my star's eye. Am above thee, but be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Severus watched as another whirlwind of magic formed. It wasn't as big as the first, but of good size, spitting sparkles and bolts of static lightning. Geryon went on to expound in a melodic, ringing voice. Thy fates open, their hands, let thy blood and spirit embrace them. And, to inure thyself to what thou art like to be. Cast thy humble slough and appear fresh. Be opposite with a kinsman, surly with servants, let thy tongue tang arguments of state, put thyself into the trick of singularity, she thus advises thee. That sighs for thee, remember who commended thy yellow stockings, and wished to see thee ever cross-gartered. I say, remember. Go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so, if not, let me see thee a steward still, the fellow of servants, and not worthy to touch fortune's fingers. Farewell. The whirlwind rose and disappeared just like the first one had done. And that, my dear apprentice, is how one uses his voice to command the bardic magic. You will find that your chambers will feel like someone has opened a window on a spring morning and allowed all the stale air out and all the fresh air in. Albus Dumbledore was still trying to get the stench out of his nose. No matter what he tried, it lingered. Every night, he had the same dream over and over again. On top of that, he still didn't know where Harry was. The boy was nowhere to be found. With Sirius dead, Albus was sure the boy would be all right with his relatives. Now Remus Lupin was also missing. Could Harry be with the werewolf? The other puzzle was this boy Geryon Williams. The only information that Albus could glean was that the boy was homeschooled in the United States. He had a very cultured accent that seemed to be a mix of American and British, and his voice itself made Albus shudder with the leashed power that seemed to ripple through it. The power the boy gave off was like nothing he had ever seen before. Albus sighed as he reached for another lemo drop, only to spit it out as soon as it touched his tongue. Now his beloved sweets tasted like that horrendous swamp. Hermione Granger was one troubled teenage witch. Not only was Harry Potter, her first friend, missing, but her second friend, Ron Weasley, if you could call him a friend, was ignoring her for Lavender Brown. Life was so unfair. About the only people to give her the time of day were Neville Longbottom and that cute new apprentice, Geryon Williams. This Williams was a puzzle. He reminded her a lot of Harry, but Harry was never that outgoing, that insane, or that good-looking. They weren't friends, per se, more like friendly acquaintances. The few times she spoke with him, he left her feeling confused and thwarted. Ron was claiming he's a Death Eater wannabe, since he is apprenticed to Snape, the greasy git of the dungeons. Hermione couldn't see it. Williams didn't strike her as a pure-blood supremacist. Look what he did to Malfoy. No, Ron was wrong, she was sure of it. She walked into the library as she always did after classes, to get a start on her study revisions. She came up short to see the person her thoughts were on. Williams. He was sitting by the window reading. To see him actually sitting still was amazing in and of itself. Before she could ask if she could join him, Ginny Weasley came over. According to the latest gossip, the red-haired Weasley hadn't mourned the loss of Harry that much. She had been bouncing between boys like a manic quaffle. It seems she had now set her sights on Williams. Can I sit here? Ginny asked, a bit coyly. Williams looked up at the redhead, then past her to smile at Hermione and shrugged. I guess so, but I was just leaving. You don't have to go on my account, Ginny said with a pout. Williams smiled and shrugged. Standing, he placed the book he was reading in his guitar case. I'm due to help Professor Snape with his class. An apprentice's work is never done. As he brushed past Hermione, he gave her a wink. Alas, parting is such sweet sorrow. Until we meet anon, my fair ladies. Ginny sighed dramatically as Williams left. Oh, honestly, Ginny, Hermione chided. We don't know anything about him. Aren't you still pining for Harry? Ginny shrugged, flicking a strand of hair behind her shoulder. So, a girl can't just wait around. Madam Pants, the school librarian, shushed the girls angrily. Sorry, Madam Pants, Hermione said softly as she went to her table while Ginny exited the library. Severus Snape swept down the hall leading to the dungeons. As he descended the stairs, he noted the change right away. It had taken both he and Geryon over a week to clear all of the stagnant, ambient magic out of the dungeons. The dank, cold darkness that had permeated the stale air for centuries was missing, and the light of the torches now burned bright. Severus took a deep breath and wondered if anyone else had noticed and what, if any, rumors were flying around about the change. Geryon had been at the castle for a month now. It was now October, and as the days grew shorter and colder, both of them knew that Halloween was fast approaching. The Dark Lord's time was nearing an end. Garion had plans set in motion to end everything on the same night that had started it all. Rubbing his left arm, Severus smirked. He thought about the night Garion showed him how to remove the dark mark. It had been so simple. Garion showed him how to recognize the threads of the mark and see how they had woven their way into his magic and life force. Once he was aware of them, all Severus had to do was untangle them with a bit of bardic magic, then snap them free and cast them out. Easy, nothing to it according to Garion. It was, after all, his body and he had the right to accept, or deny any unwelcome presences within it. A simple tattoo removing potion got rid of the ugly stain that remained branded into his arm. A piece of cake, Garion had said with a laugh. Severus, do you have a moment? Albus asked, breaking into the man's thoughts. Yes, Albus. Garion was sitting precariously on a banister, leaning against the corner where it met the wall. He was on the 7th floor and one slip, or a simple push, would send him hurtling down to the ground floor in his death. That, however, didn't seem to faze the young bard. He was watching the students hurrying through the halls and on the stairs of the floors below him as they went from class to class. He smiled. If things hadn't changed he would have been one of those students still. Mr. Williams. Garion turned to see the stern figure of Minerva McGonagall standing behind him, her hands planted firmly on her hips. Just what do you think you are doing? And shouldn't you be in class? Ah, sweet lady, Garion said, hopping off the banister. I am but a humble minstrel watching the world go by. As for classes, there is no learning offered here, Garion replied with a sweeping wave of his free arm, at this fine school, that I would profit from. Well, I never. The stern professor sputtered. Hogwarts is the. Garion waved her off. Yes, I know, the premier school of magic, etc. Well, sorry to say this madam, but my father made sure I was well trained in magic, language, deportment, sword skills, and culture. What need do I have for simple charms, transfiguration and divination? I am here for the moment, because I am needed. Professor Snape has graciously accepted me as his apprentice, among other things. He is a very astute man, our Professor Snape. HMPH. Well, we shall see. She turned to leave. Come along, Mr. Williams. There is no reason for you to lollygag in the halls during class hours. Garion snorted with an amused look on his face. Yep, same ol' stick in the mud McGonagall. Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood watched as Professor McGonagall lead Williams through the halls to Professor Snape's office. That doesn't look good, Neville commented. She's letting the Raxperts get to her, Luna agreed. They continued on to their class, wondering if they'd see the interesting apprentice at dinner tonight. Severus looked up from his desk when Garion and Minerva entered. Garion had a smug look on his face while Minerva looked like she was ready to choke up a hairball. Severus, I found Mr. Williams at the top of the 7th floor baluster, dangling precariously over its edge, she informed him. I see. Severus raised an eyebrow as Garion plopped into a chair in front of him. I was watching the world go by, was all Garion would say about the matter. HMPH. Skiving off is more like it, Minerva huffed, and the idea of telling me that there is nothing Hogwarts has to offer him. I'm afraid that's true, Minerva, Severus interrupted before she could go into a full rant. Garion's life path is very different from the average wizard that comes through these doors. Potions is the only area he needs a bit of training in, and even then he is far beyond what is taught here. Garion adjusted himself on his chair, draping one leg over the arm as he started to strum his guitar. Severus stood, walked over and took the instrument. Not now. Ah, Severus. Now is the prefect time. It's not fair. Minerva sit primly in the other chair watching the interaction. Mr. Williams certainly didn't act like a proper apprentice in her opinion. Laying the offending instrument on his desk, Severus turned. Minerva, have you been wondering about the change in the castle the past few weeks? How some of the areas seem fresher, cleaner than others? Especially here in the dungeon. Why yes I have, now that you mentioned it, she said, a little confused on the change of subject. But I don't see how. Quote. Severus held up his hand. Let me finish Minerva. Mr. Williams is the reason for it. He and I have been practicing a magic that hasn't been seen since the Druids and Merlin himself. Good heavens, Severus. She looked skeptically at the pair. You can't be serious. Garion laughed. Told ya Severus. Normal wizards and witches, he looked over at the professor. Don't respect any kind of magic but their own. How did you say it? Ah, yes, foolish wand waving. They have developed serious superiority and control issues. It's their way or the highway. Minerva huffed, her face turning red with anger at his disrespect. She was winding up, ready to start in on the arrogant little snot when Severus snorted. Why don't you show her? Geryon thought for a moment. Not here. Got a better place in mind. I really don't want old Lemo, Puss finding out just yet. Father is still upset with him. Albus is away for the day, Severus said, holding up a hand to stop Minerva from commenting on Geryon's disrespect of the headmaster. As well as you know. Well, give me back my guitar and how about the professor's classroom? It's empty at this time of day. They trooped up to Minerva's classroom. Geryon set his guitar case down on her desk as he hopped up to sit on the corner of it. Minerva started to protest but Severus stopped her, yet again. Geryon paused to check and tune his guitar, pondering what song to play. He looked over the classroom. It brought back many of Harry's early memories of sitting in class with his friends and classmates and the weight of that past life. He began the opening chords. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Now it look as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. A whirling mass of color started to form in front of Geryon, spitting sparks and pulsating rainbows of color. Why she had to go I don't know, she wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Minerva gasped, placing a hand over her mouth as the cyclonic mass of magic rose upwards to the ceiling before plunging down and out the window towards the ground outside. Geryon brought the song to an end. He bowed his head over his guitar in thought. Severus reached out, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Come, let's away to prison, we two alone will sing like birds cage. Geryon laughed. Very good my fine apprentice. I see you've been studying. Severus smiled. I always did like King Lear. Geryon chuckled. And here I thought Hamlet would be the first you would memorize. I think we could use a bit of an upbeat song, don't you? Geryon grinned. Hopping up on the desk, he looked over at a confused Professor McGonagall. Got it. He thumped his case as he leaned over and spoke into it. The case started to emit an upbeat jazz tune. Geryon stretched out one hand and a black bowler appeared. Placing it at a roguish tilt on his head, he stretched out the other hand and a black walking cane with a gold tip appeared in it. Hopping off the desk he started, leaning against the cane while flexing his knees in time to the music. What good is sitting alone in your room? Come hear the music play. Life is a cabaret, old chum. Come to the cabaret. Put down the knitting, the book and the broom. It's time for a holiday. Life is a cabaret, old chum. Come to the cabaret. He twirled the cane before tucking it under his arm and started to strut in front of the desk. Swirls of magic formed on either side of him, pulsating to the beat. Start by admitting, from cradle to tomb. It isn't that along. A stay. Life is a cabaret, old chum. It's only a cabaret, old chum. And I love a cabaret. Geryon banged his cane on the floor of the classroom, looking at both swirls that had been his dance partners. The duo rose into the air and burst into a shower of sparkles and glitter which floated out the window and into the late afternoon air. Minerva watched the whole show, not knowing what to think. However, she did notice that her classroom didn't have the old musty smell that she was so used to. Geryon gave a stage bow before vanishing the bowler and cane. And that is just a sample of what I can do. Do you think now that there is anything this school can teach me? No, Mr. Williams, Minerva conceded. There isn't. However, I can't think of one reason for you to be here. Geryon smiled. Baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. He smirked, waggling his eyebrows at the stunned professor. I beg your pardon. Minerva snapped. Geryon laughed, as he put away his guitar. Sorry professor, calling on the stagnant magic can do weird things to me. Severus, professor. He bowed again and left whistling. Let him go Minerva, Severus stopped her. But Severus, we can't let him get away with that disrespect. Severus shook his head. Minerva, it's all right. Mr. Williams tends to quote the oddest things. Magic makes him a bit hyper. He's harmless, but you just never know what is going to come out of that mouth at any given time. Most of his comments are not disrespect, but rather his hyperactivity speaking. But still Severus, how can you take his mouth so calmly? Severus sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Believe me, Minerva, it is not easy. Garion Williams is highly susceptible to magic in that it makes him hypersensitive. His acting out is his way of coping. He would not understand why he's being punished for being himself. He really needs to take classes with the other students. No, Minerva, he doesn't. He's only here until Halloween, then he has to return to his family. But his apprenticeship, the contracts, all taken care of. Albus isn't going to like this. He has no control over this, Severus reassured her. Albus has managed to irritate some very powerful magical beings. He, along with the Dark Lord, is going down, and there is nothing you or I can do about it. It is out of our hands, and that young man is the key to it all. He is all that stands between total destruction of the wizarding world by Voldemort, or the realm of magic recalling all magic from this world should Voldemort win. It was a week before Halloween, Severus and Garion started to plot what would hopefully be the final week of Tom Riddle's existence. Draco was brought into Severus' office and, under a bardic truth spell, was questioned. Draco, unable to fight the spell and not realizing what he was doing, told everything. All the details that he had learned from his father and the Dark Lord. Spilled in a flood of information from his oblivious lips. Garion shook his head in disgust. His former rival was an idiot of the first degree. He still had a childlike faith in his father's teachings and fully believed that the Dark Lord would free his father from Azkaban, and bring presents to all dark little boys and girls. Garion mused, smirking mentally. Sad, really. It was like believing in Jack Halloween as Father Christmas. At least he wasn't given the dark mark yet, Garion said, with a shake of his head. He has to carry out his task first, which makes it easier. Severus grunted as he looked into his snifter of brandy. I tried to steer him away from his father and teach him right from wrong. Unfortunately, it looks like I didn't try hard enough. You did what you could, Severus, but Draco has never learned there are consequences for his actions, nor will he ever as long as there's an adult around willing to give him a get out of jail free card, Garion comforted. I'll try to control the spell's effect so it only reacts to those who are of age and took the mark willingly. If I have a choice, only they will suffer Tom's fate. I just hope the ancient magic is willing to listen. Albus has been after me to find out more about you, Severus said, changing the subject abruptly. He still feels that you are a dark influence that should not be permitted in the castle. Well, tra-la-la, Garion snorted. Amazing, isn't it? This is the same man who allowed Tom access to the school in so many ways over the years. Garion rubbed his eyes in tired resignation. That's like the pot calling the kettle black. No matter, after Halloween I won't be here, and hopefully neither will Tom. Albus can just wait an s.k. on those foul-smelling, mind-rotting lemo drops of his. The boy smiled evilly as he contemplated that last thought. Severus silently agreed as he smothered a chuckle. Since the disappearance of Harry Potter, Garion was showing more and more of a blend of James and Lily in his attitude and speech, but with an American flair. He found it both refreshing and a bit disconcerting. Severus, Albus has made his own mistakes and has tried to play God with people's lives. I'm not saying he's good or evil. All I'm saying is he's a man, a very senile, old man who has drifted into a very firm belief in his own legend as the greatest wizard of his time and the vaunted leader of the light. Truth be told, he's slipped far from the light in his later years, and it's past time for him to pay the piper. Father uses some very choice words and colorful phrases to describe him. I know Williams, but he has been a great friend and mentor to me over the years. Severus sighed as he looked into the fire burning merrily in the fireplace. In the basement of a shop in Nocturne Alley called Borgin and Burke's, shadows and darkness held sway. A small goblin scurried across the floor to a tall, black cabinet that looked like a wardrobe. He stared at it for a moment, until the sound of someone's footsteps started down the stairs. The goblin quickly scurried back into the darkness, wrapping the shadows close about his tiny frame. "Who's there?" came a gruff voice. A large, hairy man holding up a dirty lantern peered into the darkness before shrugging. Too many dark artifacts were kept down here and he wasn't fool enough to go looking through them. Something foul might be waiting just beyond the faint glow of his lantern. Nope, if there was someone or something down here, it was welcome to stay here in the oppressive darkness. He turned his attention briefly to the cabinet standing close to the stairs and smirked. Draco had been ordered to find and repair the other one at Hogwarts. He couldn't wait. All those fresh, nubile children just waiting for him. He started to drool. Greyback, get your hairy ass up here and help me, called someone at the top of the stairs. When the light faded back up the stairs, a dark figure stepped out of the shadows along with the small goblin by his side. Garion stepped closer. So, this is the mate to the one that Draco is trying to repair. He smiled malevolently. Placing his hand on the cabinet, he watched as it began to glow. There, that should do it. When it comes time for someone to step through, they'll get a very smelly surprise. Removing his hand, he turned to the goblin. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. Keep an eye out, nobly, and let me know when they start trying to use the thing. Got it, Princey. The little goblin saluted. Nobly likes this place. Full of fun things to play with and eat. Garion laughed as he faded into the shadows. The last Hogmeads weekend fell just before Halloween, much to Garion's delight. He needed to be seen and heard for his scheme to work. Much depended on it. Walking down Main Street in Hogsmeade, he spied Ron and Lavender snogging and giggling together. He shook his head as he walked past them. He really didn't want to know what was going through his former best friend's mind, other than the typical teenage hormones. Garion shuddered, turning towards the three broomsticks. He spied Hermione hiding, watching the pair with sad longing. Garion couldn't and wouldn't help her. Sad really, for someone as brilliant as Hermione Granger, she honestly didn't have a clue. Hey Williams. Garion turned to see Neville and Luna coming his way. So Snape let you out for good behavior? Neville asked with a cheeky grin. Luna smiled. I told you, Neville, that the Nargles would see to it that Harry would come. Garion looked around and was thankful that no one was nearby. His carefully built-up reputation as an insane minstrel was working, and he wanted to keep it that way. The trio made their way to the three broomsticks. Finding a table in the back, Garion set up a notice me not spell. There, we shouldn't be bothered now, he said. What's up, Garion? Neville asked. What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. Harry Potter is only a memory. I am Garion now, and Garion I shall be, he quietly stated. Then in an abrupt change of subject, he spoke more loudly. I thought you might want to know that this little tiff the wizarding world has with the Dark Lord will be over soon. But how? Neville sputtered. Garion sighed, rubbing a hand over his eyes. Both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore are missing the whole point about magic and power. The wizarding world has forgotten their roots. For that I blame the ministry and teachers like Binns. But most of all I blame people like Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. They wield the influence and the power to make changes that would return the knowledge of the old magics. Instead they choose to vie for power and prestige, to remake the world over to suit their own ideas of the greater good. Their own personal agendas come before everything else. Garion took a deep breath as he wandlessly brought up a privacy spell, thus ensuring they would not be overheard. So what do you have planned? Are you going to tell Ron and Hermione who you are? You should at least tell Hermione. She's very worried about Harry, Luna commented quietly. Garion shook his head. I don't know, Luna. I have plans of not coming back after Halloween. It's sort of pointless, really. And I really don't trust Dumbledore to not stick his nose somewhere he has no business being. Any confrontation between him and Father over me has disaster written all over it. Just who is your father, Garion? Neville asked. Luna snickered softly. Lord Voldemort sat on his throne-like chair, surveying an empty room. His loyal followers were busy doing his bidding, leaving him to quiet contemplation. His familiar, Nagini, was curled up on a plush green hearth rug laid out in front of a small fireplace, basking in the warmth of the fire's glow. Since early summer, the Dark Lord had not been able to feel the presence of the dratted boy who lived. Something had to be blocking his access to Potter's mind. He knew that the brat hadn't learned occlumency, so why couldn't he see what Potter was thinking? His claw-like fingers clenched the arm of the chair in frustration. It had been so very delicious to feel the boy's despairing grief over losing his godfather. News had reached him midsummer that Potter had disappeared, and No one knew where he had gone. He decided to let Dumbledore's precious order members wear themselves out looking for the boy. Lucius, and others who work in the ministry, would let him know if Potter was found. So why should he, the greatest darkest lord of the ages, waste time and energy when the other fools can do it for him? Summer had given way to autumn and still no sign of the brat. And what was this he heard about an apprentice that Severus had taken on? Why hasn't he brought the boy to him to be indoctrinated into the ranks of his Death Eaters? Was the boy of pure blood or Muggle born? Was that perhaps the reason why there was a delay, the purity of the boy's blood? How dare Snape take on an apprentice without his permission? And now, to make matters worse, he could no longer even sense his precious potion's master through the dark mark. Someone had a lot of explaining to do, and he'd be sure that said explanations would be a most delightfully painful experience. The soft shuffle of hesitant footsteps drew his attention. Master. The Dark Lord turned to face a rotund, balding man with sharp, rat-like features. Yes, Wormtail. I have news. Come closer. He whispered coldly. Wormtail stepped closer, shuddering in fear. Snape's apprentice was seen in Hogsmeade. He was with the Squib, Longbottom and the loony Ravenclaw that hung around Potter. He wasn't carrying a wand. He paused to take a gulping breath. He was talking to them about how your war against that fool Dumbledore is only a tiff, and that it would soon be over. It appears the apprentice has no love for the old fool. Come closer, and tell me more. Wormtail's terrified eyes followed the bony white finger as it motioned him closer. Would you care to explain your apprentice's words in the Three Broomsticks, Severus? Albus asked without the customary twinkle in his eyes. He had called Severus into his office when news of Apprentice William's ill-fated words had reached the headmaster's ears. To say that Albus Dumbledore wasn't happy at being derided in such a public place was an understatement. Severus looked at his former mentor and smirked. Finally, something got the old man's attention. Garion Williams has not been too impressed with this school, or our world. However, that is beside the point. I bear news about the Dark Lord, Albus. You might want to call a meeting. I refuse to repeat myself. Albus straightened. You've been called. Why haven't you said something before? No, I haven't been called. One of my little snakes passed along a message and I had to verify its truthfulness before I brought to your attention. Quite right, Albus agreed. I'll call a meeting. And Severus, try to keep that apprentice of yours under control. We can't have him undermining the war effort. Several people crowded into the headmaster's office that evening. Severus stood in the shadows in the corner. What many failed to notice was that he wasn't alone. A slender young man with feathered, fly-away hair and brilliant green eyes stood beside him. It could be said that he bore a passing likeness to their missing savior, Harry Potter. However, this youth was taller, more filled out and more refined than the missing savior. Why are we here? Asked Molly Weasley. Has Harry been found? No, Molly, I am sorry, Albus said sadly. I called you here as Severus has news of a possible attack. Severus, your report. Severus, with a mental huff at the coot's assumption, stepped out along with his apprentice who had his guitar case strapped to his back. Albus, I said nothing about an attack. I said I had news. What's he doing here? Molly screeched, before anyone else could say anything. A child has no business in these meetings. Can we trust him? Alistair Moody asked, standing as he drew his wand. Garion laughed as he hopped up onto Albus' desk with no respect for anyone in the room. Pay up, Severus. Told ya those two would be the first to speak out and it wouldn't be about the business at hand. Wizards are so predictable. What do mean wizards are so predictable? Albus, what in Merlin's name is going on? Moody growled, ready to fire off several spells at the boy. His magical eye trying to trace the power he could feel emitting from the boy. Show some respect, young man. Molly snapped as her husband tried to calm her. Now Molly, Arthur Weasley chided. Alistair, Molly please. And you, my boy, please get off my desk. Albus said, in a huff. When did he lose control? Garion shook his head and expounded, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them, the good is often interred with their bones, so let it be with Caesar. That is to say that Severus and I called you all here for a reason. Tomorrow is Halloween and it's time to end this farce of a war you all seem so hell-bent on continuing. And I do mean continuing. Your order, the ministry and the people of your world have done nothing to end it. Severus? Albus asked. Those gathered started to protest their disbelief. It's true, Albus, Severus said, standing by his apprentice's statement. If the side of the light had worked together, he wouldn't have enough followers to fight a war. So, after tomorrow night, Mr. Williams and I will see to it that the Dark Lord will be no more. But the prophecy. Isn't Potter supposed to be the one? Isn't he supposed to be the chosen one? One of the Order members asked. Garion snorted, hopping off the desk. As I said, wizards are so predictable. They'd much rather hide behind the robes of someone they feel is more powerful than themselves, such as a 16-year-old boy, he snarked, than stand up on their own 2 feet to do what's right. Several people sputtered as the pair walked out. You did your duty and told them, Severus commented as he held the door open. That's all you can do. Merlin knows they still won't pull their heads out of their asses. Behind them, they could hear the protests and screeching. Someone called after the pair, but once past the door they were nowhere to be seen. Halloween morning, October 31st, started a bit chilly as a gray mist rose off the Black Lake. Students staggered into breakfast in the Great Hall, not realizing the events that were to be played out that day. Albus Dumbledore was sitting at the head table clutching a note in his hand. His beard looked uncombed and his usual twinkling eyes looked faded and tired. His mind-boggling robes were also subdued this day. When the hall was full, the headmaster stood and the room grew silent. All potions classes are cancelled for the next week. Professor Snape had a family emergency come up. He and his apprentice, Mr. Williams, will be absent. A lesson plan has been posted on the potion classroom's door. Please take the time to look it over. All assignments will be due as noted. A cheer that had started when Snape's absence had been announced quickly died when assignments were mentioned. Groans echoed at the thought of more homework. Down in the underground, a land serene, in the castle beyond the Goblin City, a war council was being held. The king of the goblins lounged on his massive throne with one leg hooked over an arm, tapping a riding crop against his thigh. Goblins roamed throughout the room chasing chickens and each other. 4 humans sat in a sunken pit lined with trash, dirty pillows and blankets. One of the humans was playing a guitar to his small, rapt audience. The other 3 were talking amongst themselves. A beautiful woman dressed in a long flowing, green dress strolled into the throne room. She paused, with hands on her hips as she surveyed the room with disgust. Now, Sarah, Jareth said, standing to greet her. You know I can't keep this place clean. We can go into the library if that is more to your liking. She looked up at her husband and allowed him to usher her hurriedly out. The 3 men followed, smirking. They all knew that His Majesty, while a very powerful being, who ruled the Goblin Kingdom with an iron fist, was in turn ruled by his beautiful but strong-willed queen. The library was off limits to any and all underground goblins. This was the king's personal safe haven from affairs of state and the chaos of his subjects. When he wished to be away from his subjects, wife and children, he retreated here. Once everyone was situated, Garion sighed. This is it. What everyone's been waiting for. He nodded to Severus before continuing. Warned everyone that needed to be warned. He took a deep breath as he ticked off his mental to-do list. Draco's mission has been sabotaged. Thanks to the Hogsmeade weekend, old Tom has been warned by Wormtail. Last night, Severus and I warned the headmaster. Whether either took the warning to heart, remains to be seen. Are you ready, Garion? Jareth asked as he placed a hand on his adopted son's shoulder. We, of the underground, have prepared you the best we could. Yes, sire, Garion said, looking up into the mismatched eyes of his father. Really, there isn't any risk involved. The goblins you've sent are watching the manor and there are no wards that will keep them or me out. You are not going alone. Sirius shouted, standing up. Of course not, Snuffles, Garion agreed. Not only will the goblins be there but Severus will be with me. After all, he is my apprentice and he needs the practice. Sirius huffed, not convinced. Remus tried to calm the animagus down but Sirius would not be calmed. Jareth gave a sharp glance at Sirius. You are not going. The seers have spoken. Bardic immunity would be nullified by anyone with him using offensive magic. When this is over, you can enter the manor. Sirius huffed but settled back into his seat. Severus, my son is very important to me, to magic. You will watch his back, Jareth commanded. Severus bowed slightly but said nothing. Sarah stood and hugged Garion. When your father placed you in my arms as a child, you became mine. I could not be more proud or amazed that you turned out to be such a wonderful person, Garion. Thank you, mother. On a hill surrounded by dying trees and overgrown weeds crouched a dark, run-down manor house that had seen better days. Inside, within a darkened ballroom that had been converted into a pseudo-throne room, sat a snake-like man. The difference between the throne room of the Goblin King and the Dark Lord known as Lord Voldemort was the lack of light and life. Oh, and the noise. Chaos and mayhem was absent in this pseudo-throne room. The whole held a feeling of stagnation and decay. The very air hung heavy and stifling. Death Eaters were standing around, in their robes and masks, waiting for instructions. Halloween would become a day of reckoning for the Death Eaters. In the shadows of the throne room, goblin eyes watched from the shadows as more and more Death Eaters entered the room. A huge snake basked in the glow of the fireplace, completely unaware many goblins watching and waiting. Not even her keen sense of smell picked up their presence. Outside the manor house, as the last of the Death Eaters disappeared inside, two forms stepped out of the shadows. He will be giving his plans to his followers, so we don't have much time, said the taller of the two. The second nodded as he pulled an instrument from his case. He passed the case to his companion before starting to play a haunting melody on his violin. The moonlight and wind were a fine background to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The night was crisp and a chilled silence greeted All Hallows' Eve. The wind had died to nothing and normal nighttime noises were hushed, waiting. Two shadowy figures stood in front of Riddle Manor. One tall and lanky, the other shorter by half a head with a more lithe body. The shorter of the pair withdrew something from a case he carried and placed an elegant violin to his chin. He ran a quick scale, then softly played the opening notes to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The muted, haunting melody broke through the silence of the night. Hovering just below the refrain, a bit of magic trembled, calling seductively in the rich, velvet voice of his companion. Be at peace, no need for alarm. Sleep's healing peace will keep thee from harm. Listen well to the music's charm. Be at peace. The pair moved unhurriedly up the portico stairs and into the building itself. They met no resistance, no one tried to hinder them, nor did any of the guards seem to note their presence. The music grew slightly louder as they passed the wards, allowing the pair inside. The magic inherent in the music went unrecognized by the magic used to protect the manor and those within. The werewolves guarding the door were restive but calm the closer the music came. They knew someone was there, but something unseen leashed their aggression, calming them. One of them growled as the intruders passed but made no move to stop them. Shadows seemed to come alive as the two mysterious figures passed by, myriad eyes following their every movement from the darkness. Garion played, pouring his heart into his music as he entered the throne room. It took all of his will to continue despite the heavy stagnation permeating this place. Magic here had been fouled, was tainted beyond anything he had yet known. He strained to call forth all of the magic within his soul, pouring his strength into the unforgettable music cascading from his instrument. Severus shivered in awe as he watched the building swirls of magic respond to the music. Violin music echoed off the walls as the first foul strands of magic that clung to the walls answered obediently to Garion's call, collecting around them, helping the pair remain hidden. Once inside the throne room, they moved to sit on a window seat in the back. As the Moonlight Sonata drifted to a close, none of the others had yet noticed them. Nor did they notice the growing maelstrom of magic around them. The underlying magic within the music still held them in its thrall. Peace, peace, be at peace, no need for alarm. Garion Williams, Master Bard, knew that he could not attack the wizard that had caused so much pain and misery. As a bard, if he attacked, with weapons or magic, he could lose the bardic immunity that was his by the will and law of the ancient magics. However, there was no law restraining him from cleansing the manor and the magic it held. He had been tasked with taking down this evil being that had so affronted the ancient magics, and he would not fail the lady who granted him his abilities. Garion handed the violin to Severus and pulled out his guitar. He knew what he wanted to do to finish this. Magic paused, waiting for the music to continue. It had been awakened now and was loath to go dormant again. Quickly checking the tuning, Garion started to play. He called the drifting magic to come to him, all the magic that was within the manor, be it ambient or in use. For a moment it fought him, but then, as the first strains of his song sounded, it complied. To everything, turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time, to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born. A time to die. A time to plant. A time to reap. The Death Eaters stood at attention, stirring slightly as their master shook his head in bewilderment. The meeting should not be taking this long. He wanted to get his followers out to do his bidding. He couldn't understand why things were moving so slowly. The bardic magic was swelling once more, and so they failed to notice the growing tension building behind them. A time to kill. A time to heal. A time to laugh. A time to weep. To everything. Turn, turn, turn. There is a season. Turn, turn, turn. And a time, to every purpose under heaven. However, the magic responded. It pulled from every room, nook and cranny, drawing avidly forth each strand. This manor, while holding much tainted magic, was a Muggle residence, and so the magic really hadn't had a chance to permeate the structure, making it easier to call up. The robes of the Death Eaters as well as the torn curtains started to sway in the growing wind. Nagini raised her head, noticing something in the shadows. A time to build up. A time to break down. A time to dance. A time to mourn. A time to cast away. Stones. A time to gather. Stones together. To everything. Turn, turn, turn. There is a season. Turn, turn, turn. And a time. To every purpose under heaven. Magic, now freed, was fighting against the control that Garion imposed. The bewildered Death Eaters began to shift nervously as it moved around them to the middle of their gathering. "What is going on?" shouted Lord Voldemort as the magical vortex grew before him. Then, above the howling of swirling strands of magic, music could be heard, ringing clearly. A time to love, a time to hate, a time of war, a time of peace, a time you may embrace, a time to refrain from embracing, to everything, turn, 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 there is a season, turn, 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 and a time, to every purpose under heaven. The cyclone of magic, now a torrent of wildly unrestrained power, color, and wind, turned faster and faster, growing rapidly. It commanded center stage. It would not be gainsaid. Angry voices were drowned out. Bellatrix Lestrange started what was the first of many very disastrous mistakes. She fired curse after curse into the vortex. Several others joined in. The spells didn't bounce off, nor did they stop the rampaging hurricane around them. Their curses were ket into the maelstrom, adding to the already collected magic. It was now growing. The Dark Lord stood and fired off several killing curses, only to bring the whirlwind's attention to himself. If he had remained silent, perhaps the magic would have left him alone. Now he became the center of its rage. When the magic surrounded the Dark Lord, his followers to stop their attack as they watched in abject horror as their lord and master screamed. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to rend. Swirling strands of magic ripped from the body of Voldemort and Nagini, joining with black tendrils that came from outside the manor. Across the island of Great Britain, 4 ancient artifacts flared as long black tendrils escaped from within. In the underground a blackened crystal cleared as the dark soul that was once housed in Harry Potter also answered the call. A time to sow, a time for love, a time for hate, a time for peace. I swear it's not too late. As the song came to an end, the magic rose, bursting through the ceiling into the night sky as a cyclone of color, sparkles and wind. Like a Chinese rocket, it burst in a spray of color that was seen for many miles by wizards and muggles alike. Inside the manor, many of the Death Eaters lay dead. Few remained alive, from the drain on their magic and life force through the dark mark. Magic simply recalled that which made up the Dark Lord's body. It was recognized by magic as a conglomerate of magic and not a true human body. All that was left where the Dark Lord had been standing was now a pile of old bones, a rotted hand and robes stained with blood. Without magic to bind him together, he was reduced to the key components that had created his body. Garion stood and swayed from exhaustion. His work was done. He looked over at Severus Snape sadly. I tried to keep him from drawing magic from others, but... Severus placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. You aren't at fault. He made his choice. Garion nodded as he banished his guitar, leaning against Severus for support. It's true, Jareth agreed as he stepped out of the shadows. Congratulations, Bard Garion, for beating your enemy without going against your oath. Well done. Thank you, Your Majesty, Garion said, with a shaky bow. Seconds later, several pops echoed in the darkened chamber. The trio turned to see Albus and his order appear along with several Aurors. Severus, where is Tom? Albus asked, looking around at the many bodies littering the floor. Hey, this Death Eater is dead, called an Auror. So is this one. Merlin, it's Lucius Malfoy, exclaimed Tonks. He's dead. I have Bellatrix Lestrange's body over here. My boy, what have you done? Albus exclaimed in horror. Was it really necessary to kill all of them? Severus, ignoring the headmaster's comments, looked down at an exhausted Geryon, then at Jareth. You need to get him out of here, Your Majesty. Severus, who is this? Albus demanded, looking at the Goblin King. Someone you don't want to cross, Jareth said as he produced a crystal. Twirling it around in his hands, drawing everyone's attention to it. Magic has claimed its due. His free arm pulled Geryon's limp body against his chest. Father, Geryon murmured as his arms wrapped around the Goblin King. Now see here, exclaimed one of the Aurors. We need to know what happened. Where is he who must not be named? Jareth waved his crystal around, then tossed it up. You know what happened. When it came down, it shattered on the floor, as he and Geryon disappeared into the shadows. All around them, the Order members and Aurors heard the twittering laughter of many small voices in the shadows. They looked around and at each in terror. Severus, who is that man? Your apprentice must be detained and questioned, Albus insisted. Dark magic was used here. Severus shook his head. That's just it, Albus. No wizarding magic was used here at all by either my apprentice or myself. Geryon simply pulled all the magic in this room and sent it where it belonged. There was no dark magic involved, save what he cleansed from this place. How was that possible? Tonks asked. Severus looked at her with a smirk. Liberty. Freedom. Tyranny is dead, he said, taking a page from Geryon's Insanity. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. And with that, adieu. He touched a hidden portkey and disappeared. He wasn't about to give them the answers they sought. Maybe there was something to be said about being an insane bard after all. Albus Dumbledore sighed heavily. The greatest wizard of his time was at a loss. How had he lost control everything? Voldemort had been destroyed, without his aid, and most of his inner circle of Death Eaters with him. And now the ministry was in an uproar. Many of its employees, mostly pure bloods in positions of power, hadn't reported to work that morning. Adding insult to injury, Severus and his apprentice had disappeared without a trace. Who was the strange wizard with them at Riddle Manor? And to top it all off, the goblins had, for the first time in centuries, closed the doors of Gringotts. Cornelius Fudge, being his usual inefficient self, was making and breaking legal decrees right and left. He was desperate to be seen as working to end the financial problems caused by the closing of Gringotts. It would have made Albus day to see the man so flustered if not for the fact that the whole situation was a financial disaster waiting to happen. With a weary sigh, the great manipulator, the leader of light, started writing. Hogwarts owls would earn their keep this day. First on the list this morning was to get the bank open for business as soon as possible. It would be a definite feather in his cap if he could find a way to earn the cooperation of the goblins. To that end Albus sent Arthur Weasley to Gringotts at first light. Arthur's son, Bill, worked there and might prove helpful in dealing with the recalcitrant creatures. Arthur had yet to return. Second was the crisis at the ministry. There was nothing Albus could do about the missing workers, but he strongly suggested to Cornelius that Aurors be sent to find the reasons behind the no-shows. For now, that was all he could do. The first reports were disheartening. For some unfathomable reason many of the missing workers had been reduced to squib status and a few were found dead in their homes. Those still among living couldn't get their wands to function enough to summon the night bus and were stranded in their homes. Many Aurors found children taking care of their squib parents. Several had already called in healers from St. Mungo's for help. Reports coming in said most of the living parents were magically exhausted, their magical cores irreparably damaged. The deceased were found to have been totally drained of all magic, at which point their hearts stopped. Albus suspected that these people had taken the dark mark and, it would seem, were now paying the price for their choices. Severus' disappearance was puzzling as well. His unusual behavior prior to his disappearance was even more so. For that Albus blamed Severus' apprentice, Geryon Williams. Everything within Albus had screamed that the boy was a threat to the plans he had for the wizarding world and therefore not to be trusted. In the old wizard's opinion it must be true, the boy was dark. How to prove it? The slaughter of Voldemort's followers alone was an alarming indication. Surely their deaths were unnecessary. They should have been given the chance to reform. Only a being of true darkness would have denied them a second chance. And lastly, that strange wizard who took Williams away. Just who was he? And more importantly, the power he radiated seemed very ancient and dark. Fudge paced his office, questions whirling round and round in his head. He had issued a warrant to arrest and detain Garion Williams and Severus Snape that very morning for questioning. To say he was uneasy would be an understatement. Just how much power did the boy possess? How much of a threat was he? How did he manage to destroy one of the darkest lords in recent history without aid? Who was he? The boy appeared from out of the blue and the only information Albus could find on him was sketchy, at best. No, Williams had to be dark, if he could draw out and command Severus Snape as he did. Arthur finally reported back by mid-afternoon. Gringotts had closed due to the mistreatment of one of its own, thus breaking the 1507 treaty. They had the legal right to close their doors when the wizarding world decided to lay its hands on a goblin friend, one Garion Williams. Albus groaned. It would be days before the goblins would relent, if ever. Severus stepped out of his room, nearly stumbling over two goblins chasing a chicken. He rolled his eyes as he walked across the hall to knock on his master's door. Garion's half of the contract they had signed was now fulfilled. Garion was to apprentice himself until Halloween, when he would take down Tom Riddle. After that, he would be free. Severus, however, wasn't. He was still a bardic apprentice and still had many things to learn to control his gift. The best thing about this apprenticeship, he had more control in his life. The fact that Garion took down Tom with nothing but a guitar and a direct appeal to magic itself appealed to Severus' sense of justice. No blood, guts or gore had ensued, quite different than either of his two former masters' methods. Severus, Slytherin to the core, had been suitably impressed and wanted that kind of power himself. It called to something deep within his soul. A very exhausted young man lay sleeping beyond the door in front of Severus. Appealing to magic wasn't without its price or due. That type of magic required a master bard to expend his own magical energy to keep the focus and control over what he was asking. Even now, the magic that had been sent back to the underground was being assimilated into the very fabric of this plane. Severus glanced out at the labyrinth and saw it was more vibrant and some of the decay was repairing itself. This was a bard's true calling, to cleanse magic so that it could be used by all. The cleansing that both he and Garion had done at Hogwarts was only a drop in an ocean of lost magic. The amount of work that needed to be done was staggering. He knew, once Garion was awake, he would have to return above ground to the seemingly endless work of returning all the wild magic back to its source. It would take centuries to do all the cleansing if Garion had to do it alone, which is why he took Severus on as an apprentice. Severus knew that he too would have to return, but he wasn't sure what his fate was going to be. He knew that the wizarding world would not allow him to walk away scot-free. He was sure Albus would do everything in his power to keep him at Hogwarts and under his thumb. In the years since the First War, Albus had taken Severus' devotion for granted. His causal use of Severus' skills as a potions master and spy had frustrated him. He knew very well that his talent with potions was being wasted teaching young minds the absolute basics of brewing. He was poorly suited to teach the ignorant brats, being more of a researcher with little patience for restive, careless students. There was good money in research, but Albus would not allow Severus that much freedom from his control. Now, with this contract with Garion, Severus has hope that he could and would be free to be himself at last. School was still in session. Halloween was only a week ago and with it all hell had broken loose. Many of the pure-blood children were now facing a bleak winter, so it was safer to keep them at Hogwarts where they could be monitored. Oh, Albus sat at his desk going over last week's report. Severus was still missing and a warrant had been issued for him. He was wanted for questioning on the death of Riddle and his inner circle. Gringotts was still closed. Financial ruin was on the horizon for the wizarding world of Britain. The goblins were in negotiations with Amelia Bones. The talks looked promising as long as the minister and Albus stayed out of it, per the goblins' demand. The flow behind him flared. Albus. The goblins have informed us they have Severus Snape. They claim he came to them asking for sanctuary. Cornelius Fudge shouted. They refuse to turn him over to us and Amelia won't force the issue. She insists that the bank is sovereign territory and her orders have no jurisdiction within it. Quote, "The courtroom was packed. Severus Snape stood by. His goblin barrister, stoic as usual. The goblins enjoyed causing chaos within the wizarding world. First they closed the bank, second, they announced that Severus was a goblin friend and no, they won't turn him over to the Aurors on some trumped-up charges only to have him thrown in Azkaban before a trial can be held. Or worse key, ed. If they want the bank to open and Severus Snape to face a trial they will have to play by goblin rules." The minister threw a king-size hissy fit that resulted in several sackings and the destruction of his office on being told the terms the goblin nation was demanding. Through it all Amelia Bones had been a voice of reason and a pillar of strength. She refused to play games and went straight to the heart of the matter. She got a firm declaration of intent and a long list of demands from the goblins. For the most part, many of their demands were reasonable. One or two raised her eyebrows. One of such was that Albus Dumbledore had to retire. He was to bow out of public life or face charges of malfeasance both as head of the Wizengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts. The man had made too many mistakes and grown careless in his later years. The goblins had documented a body of hard evidence and were not loath to present it publicly. The magical beings had had enough. They were more than ready to strip the blinders from wizarding eyes. Their beloved, leader of the light, wasn't quite as infallible as they thought. The second was a vote of no confidence against Cornelius Fudge for his lack of foresight, failure to uphold the laws of magic and knowingly allowing one of his employees to use dark artifacts against minors. Thirdly, the goblins wanted all the dark creature laws that had been passed in the last 15 years to be repealed. Severus Snape's trial was to highlight the goblins' anger against the wizarding world. Amelia stood up and banged her gavel to silence everyone. She had the court bailiff read off the document. He read the manuscript of the professor's questioning by truth spell, as he was a potions master therefore Veritaserum could not be used. An uneasy stirring echoed through the chamber as it was made known that yes, Snape had been a Death Eater, but had turned spy for Albus Dumbledore shortly after taking the mark. He risked his life for many years, during and later after the First War and through most of the Second. It was noted that his primary involvement during the years Harry Potter was at Hogwarts was as the boy's protector. How, despite the danger, he kept his cover to protect Potter, as well as spy on Death Eaters and their children. Lastly, the bailiff read how Severus Snape had his dark mark removed. He'd wanted out of the war in his spying duties because he had lost faith in Albus Dumbledore's promises and could no longer tolerate his manipulations of Harry Potter and others around him. As the uneasiness grew, no one noticed the guitar playing softly from a darkened corner in the upper tier. Or the subtle underlying magic woven through it. This is the truth, believe. Severus could feel the bardic magic flowing through the room and hid a smile. His barrister, the Honorable Nickelplick, chuckled softly. "Seems we are in for an interesting time, Bard Snape. Indeed, if I know one thing about my master, it is that he is a Gryffindor through and through. He always keeps his promises." Indeed. Madame Bones banged her gavel again, calling everyone's attention back to her. "Professor Snape, can you tell us what happened the night you and your apprentice Garion Williams entered Riddle Manor?" "There isn't much to tell, madam," Severus replied. "My apprentice called upon the ancient magics and asked for justice and to cleanse Riddle Manor of the tainted magic within it." His plea was answered. There was a gasp that ran through the crowd. Many of the old pure bloods knew that one did not just call upon magic for judgment, it was too dangerous and unpredictable. It had a tendency to judge the summoner along with the one upon whom judgment was called. And the goblins, why did they get involved? "Madam, I cannot tell you as I am bound by an oath," Severus smirked. "How convenient," commented someone on the Wizengamot. "Do you know what they are demanding?" "Yes, madam. I find most of their demands to be quite reasonable." "Reasonable?" Cornelius Fudge shouted and stood. "Silence." Madame Bones snapped, banging her gavel. "You are out of order, Minister Fudge." She turned to the Wizengamot and said, "You've read the reports and Potions Master Snape's own statement. What say you?" The trial of Severus Snape really was very anticlimactic in that the Potions Master didn't offer that much of a defense. With the goblins handling his case, many on the Wizengamot felt they'd rather be doing something else than dealing with the ruthless little buggers. It just wasn't wise to anger the ones who held your gold in trust. The defense, after a brief opening statement, pointed out three very key points. 1. Snape was not wearing the dark mark, which everyone knew was impossible to remove. 2. Albus Dumbledore had vouched for the man and kept him under virtual house arrest for years at Hogwarts. Surely, in that time period, the trials and tribulations of teaching and dealing with hormonal teenagers should count as time served. Severus Snape had further redeemed himself when Albus forced him to become a spy for the light in a time of darkness and war, in itself a far more dangerous fate than prison. 3rd, Snape it would seem had won the respect of the goblins to the point where they gave him the rarely bestowed title of Goblin Friend. Few wizards had ever earned that title. While no one was sure how he had earned said title, they all knew that as a Goblin Friend, Severus was considered to be an honorary goblin and as such a citizen of their world. He'd actually earned it when he'd been taken as a bardic apprentice, but that fact was as yet unknown. His vows as a bard were to serve magic. Thus the goblins, as magical beings, were duty-bound to help this fledgling bard in any way possible. We, the Wizengamot, intoned a solemn Madame Bones as she read off the final decision, find that Master Severus Tobias Snape, Potions Master, guilty as charged for being a follower of the Dark Lord known as Lord Voldemort. However, due to mitigating circumstances, as proven by admitted testimony, we agree that Master Snape has served in the First War against said Dark Lord by being a spy for the light. Therefore, when he willingly re-entered the service of said Dark Lord to spy once again, we find his actions both brave and commendable. However, he did in fact commit crimes in his service as a spy, for which he will be held accountable. It is therefore our judgment that he is guilty of said crimes. For this reason we, the Wizengamot, choose not to return him to the custody of Albus Dumbledore, as was done previously. Master Snape's teaching record speaks for itself. He is not an accredited teacher, nor does he have the patience or desire to teach children. It is therefore our opinion that Severus Snape has no business teaching children the fine and delicate art of brewing. Albus stood to protest. He wanted Severus back at Hogwarts. It would be impossible to find another potions master willing to teach for the pittance he paid Severus. He needed the man's skills. Madame Bones held up her hand to forestall the aged wizard. It is the unanimous vote of the Wizengamot that Master Severus Snape is to spend 5 to 10 years as a potions brewer for St. Mungo's, where he will repay the community for his crimes and poor service in teaching. If by chance, Master Snape invents any breakthrough potions during this time, they will be patented to him with shares of the profits going to St. Mungo's. He will report to the head of the Potions Research Department, and the Goblins, for quarterly reviews on his conduct, potion records and any problems that may arise during this time period. He can be paroled after 5 years for good conduct. If he fails to meet the standards set for his conduct, then he has to serve the full 10 years. This is the judgment of the Wizengamot. Her last words were followed by the bang of her gavel, putting, finished, to this session of the Wizengamot. Albus Dumbledore covered his face with his hands, defeat in every line of his weary body. Severus leaned back against his seat in Albus' office at Hogwarts. He had come to clean out his rooms and to give his successor his lesson plans, for what they were worth. The Wizengamot was right about one thing: he was a piss-poor instructor and he knew it. Most research-oriented potions masters were, however, one thing could be said in his favor: in all the years he had been teaching not one student had died under his watch. He did have some close calls though, mostly since Potter and Longbottom had entered Hogwarts. Albus, if you would just stop and listen for a moment, Severus snarked, pulling out a bit of parchment. I am not returning and there is nothing you can do about it. I want to tell you I know where Potter is. Albus ranted on as he was writing, only to rip the parchment with his quill when Severus' words finally sank in. What? He looked up, hope dawning in his blue eyes. Severus smirked as he held up the parchment. If you would call these people to your office. I really do not wish to repeat myself. Albus took the list and saw it was all of Harry's friends. I'll do it right away, yes, my boy. With a snap of his fingers the headmaster summoned an elf and commanded it to find everyone on the list and send them to his office. An hour later, Albus' office was full of order members and Harry's school friends. The noise level was horrendous, everyone was demanding to know what was going on and what was about. Most vocal was the strident voice of Molly Weasley. Severus stood back in the shadows with a smirk on his face until Albus got everyone quiet. Severus, care to explain? The aged wizard queried with a twinkle in his eyes once more. Severus stepped forward out of the shadows as another figure stepped out from behind him. It was a short, skinny young man with messy black hair and glasses. "Harry!" Molly shrieked. "Hi guys," Harry said, giving everyone a slight wave of his fingers. He was immediately engulfed in several embraces, not the least of which was Molly's patented, Weasley hug. "I did not bring him here for you to smother him to death," Snape snarked as he sent stinging hexes at those who refused to let go. "Where have you been, my boy?" Albus asked. "What happened to you? Why have you stayed away from us for so long?" Harry shrugged. "Hermione." Hermione sniffled. "Yes, Harry. What do you know about the Goblin King?" Harry looked to his friend for an answer. "Harry," Albus started to say, "the Goblin Nation doesn't have a king." Harry smiled and shrugged. "I didn't ask that. I asked about the Goblin King, an entirely different matter." The bushy-haired witch frowned. "He's right, the Goblin Nation doesn't have a king, per se." "You must mean the mythical being who supposedly steals babies, turns milk sour and sends nightmares to naughty children." She scoffed. "He's a myth. A boogeyman to scare wizarding children," Neville piped in. "But you must admit, he does look yummy in tights." Luna murmured dreamily. Harry chuckled. "Hermione, did you ever see The Labyrinth with David Bowie?" Hermione gave a slight nod, a perplexed frown on her face. "What if I told you it was based on a true event? What if I told you that my cousin watched it with some friends? And since my cousin knew that magic was real, he decided to see if the Goblin King would take me away." "Harry, how did you escape?" Hermione screeched. Harry laughed. "Dudley didn't just wish me away, he wished I had never come there as a baby. And would you believe it, the Goblin King complied. In fact, he rearranged time and took me away as an infant." Albus sputtered disbelievingly. "That was very dangerous, my boy. Time traveling is forbidden by the Ministry." Harry smiled. "You try to tell an immortal being such as the Goblin King that he may not reorder time. I was raised in a loving home with 2 parents and siblings. I finally lived the life I was meant to have before you interfered, old man." "Harry Manners." Molly spat shrilly. Shaking his head, Harry continued. "When the paradox came full circle, Dudley still refused to run the labyrinth and wanted his dreams instead of me. Dudders just forgot, some dreams have consequences. He's now at St. Brutus School for Criminal Boys, the same place my relatives always told everyone I went. And me, I got my dream of a loving family and a happy childhood." "Well, you are back now, my boy," Albus said with a grandfatherly smile. "We have missed you." "If you say so, old man," Harry said, looking up at Severus with a smirk. "I see nothing's changed, Sev, pay up. So you mean to say, while we were worrying about you, going crazy trying to find you, you were safe and sound at Gringotts this whole time?" Ron snarled. "You inconsiderate git. Always got to have the attention, don't you?" Harry shook his head and with a wave of his hand, the glamour fell away. Garion Williams stood in his place, dressed in the traditional garb of a master bard. "The Goblin King and his lady gave me a home. While I was growing up, they discovered I had a hidden talent. They found that, with a little training, I was able to become a bard. A true bard, the first since the days of Taliesin. The ancient magics responded to my call, after the blocks on me were removed." Garion stared briefly at Albus, who had the grace to blush. The pure bloods in the room straightened. "Blocks on his magic. But bards are a myth," Hermione started to say. "To harm a bard is to bring down the wrath of all the magical realms upon your head," Neville whispered in awe. "It is said that bards can manipulate magic in its purest form." Garion smiled as he hopped up onto Albus' desk. "And if the headmaster hadn't interfered with my life, he would have known the power within me. The power the Dark Lord knows not, was something that hadn't been seen in well over 2,000 years. But then, we all know that Albus Dumbledore likes to play God with people's lives and ignore what doesn't fit into his plans." Garion gave a flick of his wrist and his guitar appeared. "This one's for you, Headmaster. He's a real nowhere man. Sitting in his nowhere land. Making all his nowhere plans. For nobody. Doesn't have a point of view. Knows not where he's going to. Isn't he a bit like you and me? Nowhere man, please listen, you don't know what you're missing. Nowhere man, the world is at your command." A small whirl of magic started to form in front of the desk. Everyone began to back away as the spinning vortex grew in size and intensity. Garion smiled and continued his song. He's as blind as he can be. Just sees what he wants to see. Nowhere man can you see me at all. Nowhere man, don't worry. Take your time, don't hurry. Leave it all till somebody else lends you a hand. Severus stopped several from drawing their wands. Don't. This is magic in its purest form. Attack it at your peril. Bellatrix learned the hard way. He's a real nowhere man. Sitting in his nowhere land. Making all his nowhere plans. For nobody. Making all his nowhere plans. For nobody. Making all his nowhere plans. For nobody. Geryon didn't banish the cyclone of pulsating colors that was pushing everyone to the walls as it filled the office. Magic is magic, he explained as the last of the music died. As you can see, it has no dark or light side. It is a wizard's intent that forces magic to be either light or dark. What you see here is what is left over from wizards and witches' wasteful use of magic. Potter, snarled Alistair Moody. Get rid of that. Now. It's dangerous to mess with raw magic. It is. Really. Geryon snarked sarcastically as he strummed a chord on his guitar, causing the cyclone to move to the window and outside. It rose up into the night sky only to dissipate into the ground in a shower of sparkling light. Well done, my son, came a cultured voice from the shadows, as a wild own-haired man in black leather and a feather cloak stepped forth into the room. Several wands pointed at the stranger. The mysterious figure gazed at the threatening wands and leered, displaying rather sharply pointed teeth. Albus recognized him from Riddle Manor. Can we help you? Albus asked, fishing for a name. You're him. You're the Goblin King, Hermione exclaimed in stunned realization. Geryon and Jareth grinned as several of the purebloods stepped back in horror. Luna Lovegood smiled her dreamy smile and dropped into a deep, elegant curtsy. Your Majesty, she murmured. Albus fell back into his chair in shock. Here was the reason all his plans had failed. Everyone, including him, could feel the power radiating off this ruler of nightmares. Jareth stalked closer to the aged wizard's desk as many of the Order's wands tracked him. I should throw you into the bog and leave you there. But I have a much better plan. What are you planning to do? Moody demanded. You're outnumbered here. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sounds of twittering laughter. Jareth smirked, raising one eyebrow, and conjured a crystal. It's a shame that no one here will remember, but then, I can be cruel. In the distance, a clock chimed 13 times, accentuating the sound of a crystal shattering. Time is up. Are you ready to come home, my son? Jareth smiled proudly at Geryon. Geryon nodded, as he hopped off the desk and returned to his father's side. Yes, sir. What did you do to Dumbledore? Jareth grinned with a feral smile as they stepped towards the shadows to go back to the labyrinth and home. He may be the headmaster here, and a powerful wizard with many titles to his credit, my son, but dreams are my domain. He will never enjoy a peaceful night for the rest of his life. They looked back at the wizards over their shoulders. In his dreams he will live through your original childhood. All of the grief, sorrow and pain, all of the yearning for family and love. He will learn that justifying his actions for the greater good may be what's good for the many, but very wrong for the individual. And when you come right down to it, my son, the many are but individuals themselves. Harry, Hermione asked, looking shocked at Jareth's words. What about your education? Geryon smiled. Sweet maiden, this above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow, as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee. Quote, do not worry for my son. The Goblin King told her. His task has been appointed to him by the ancient magics. A new task lays before him and it is not within your powers to gainsay it. After all, you threw him away. Why do you care? But we didn't mean it, Hermione sputtered as the two men turned away, into the shadows that beckoned them. The Order members caught the echo of the younger Mont's parting words. Geryon laughed. What's said is said, right, father? The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.